Oh, day two. Ah,
Caixa.
almost broke the chair. Good morning, good morning. The drum group is going to be doing a warm-up song, so there's no need to stand. They're going to do a warm-up song, and then we're going to be starting within the next 10 minutes. Miigwech. Good morning, good morning. Miajminot in the match tank. I'm in Ukashabogak. Ganona Gag. Nuke. To open this in a good way with a song. We'll have the opening drum, and then I'll call upon Terry and Barney to come and do the opening prayer. So if we can stand. Chimigwach, Lanonak, Elder Terry Fiddler, and Elder Barney Baptiste. Give it back and get them in. They'll come and do the opening prayer.
So we're humbled to take the invite in doing this. And this morning, thought maybe we'd change it up a little bit. Not a whole bunch, but just to show you what we do as a team. Terry and I, we open up the meetings for the Chiefs of Ontario and as well the Assembly of First Nations. And we've been busy for the last, I guess, 3 years, 2-3 years doing this. And we've decided to team up on it because we need balance, men and women. And this is why I indicated to our chair that this morning we should have both man and woman doing this. And in light of the issues that we discussed yesterday, I think it's important that we have this balance, people, and with the issues that we talked about yesterday. So we wish to do this, and the way we're going to do it here is that Terry is very proficient in her language. I do have my language, but not as clear as what Terry has. And so we represent this team. And so she will start things off by saying prayer in her language, and then we will discuss a few matters that we've heard yesterday and how maybe we should conduct ourselves today. So, miigwech.
Oops. Miigwech. Good morning. Wache. Minogisebaya nungam kagishkak. Miwe eto tamangako. Wega kidot Barney. Ek mauts ek chinen daman genin oe keabits kak kendaman kagishk kinamagoan oe nigigog genin gagi pin tawgi swats. Aiko gagi o komisian oe gagi kanoin misits genin okom kinagana bogo oe gagi pi isenak tomen oe gagi pombeging wedo danang kokomisnan, kimishomsnan, kewi no ma egi kinamagoen gegon gagi pikanoin migoek. Mi oegenin gagi shkaken maga oega nokom. Maggie Ritska egi kaza. She was from Panema, Minnesota. Oegagi okomean. Maggie Gibbs gijin kaza chabawi gitach. Mitas Oedek chimokman kenin shinog. Den oe maganag oete Panema, Red Lake, Minnesota. Mitas kenin oega ka menjimenaman gea bich kenin. Oega gijik kinamosit ni mama. Ego gendata. Oega ega wap misheg. Kando sema bagitenag ma awe matwegan. Kemishom sinan gon shawe gitegan magaya bich. Chekchine na mangich kamatwe ons. Minap mad zone minigoek. Ego ge minoyawen. Geja goeke mam nen mak. Wega onje matwe gaza shawe kemishom sinan. Chip minja ogib. Chip minja mak. Wega geja nagatamagoek. Oete weskach. Kagipe kinamagoek egina. Mitä suenungom kaunsi ketian. Uegega abitsnin kakkendaman. Kesina nondagusan kagisum bigiguan. Uewachiboy. Uete show lake kachagatek metekagete sum bigiguan egoge big grassy. Uete skagiswigitian. Uete sandy lake. Maatske oeng chinendan kagise kendaman anin gesnan ondagsan oete Sandy Lake. Migon seoen my home Sandy Lake. Gechinendan oete kagise ketamagen migoan genin. Kagiutapin schwarz ketamagen schwarz and snok. Mioenen dagok. Mitas oe keabetsen ondog ne mama. Kagisay baya gaya miyan. Mikoy kitan sinabem siya. Kitan sinabew siya. Keguin mo sa kichinan again. Wam chagozi sa chigen. Egin sa mama. Kitan sinabew siya. Kagwega nawendan owega jak kinamagweg. Egin shits mama. Miwe nondog ensag jebaya gayemean. Mitas kegnin owe onago gagitashin chagadig owe crisis workers gagitashin vindo. Maat kayane makken sagi jaga nagshkamak. Owe gawa oni angetwa. Kitos kad simnanak. Kita binon jish minanak. Kigitcha minanak. Nada bago anin kay nap pinewaj. Miwe ekagwech migoyak kinawand. Chiganwa bandamak goek. Ega chonasig oegegon. March mistake eskam enendago kanagskamak. Kawawan yang getwa oyag. Kenin nawand ma the bench gawen geket. Egion yak ngoses are 2 months oe onse. Machegegon ganot seguyak. Niwe kenin egi pangon when the bench gawen. Ek kenda mandas chikchinen da makoega gi pagitnaga degunago. Chiwichiga boitong gitago eg kini gan skamwaj kan katmwaj oe. Ega bangi china gindamak. Eka web match awaj kewin o goe kito dempna na gaza gengito. Niwe nonga mekitianga gshebayag. Wetas ganibak nan genin oega kaya nonagoan oe sema. Esos kanamagawan sema. Bak naman mis pinamadas oe ewi kitian oe chikchina na makka Nishnawbe yak. Ega chwe binamak. Miwach manito. Kinanakamen nongam gagashebayag. Shonya kame go kndego atikndo dem kinakndezon bejo meteo. Kinanakamen nongam gagashebayag manito gabet switchishang. Chikando inamishang, chikanop mishang gen nongam gagiskak. Mauch mistay kaya na makego netasin chagadegen. Nitas gabet chekagwech migoen. Web matson, minop matson gabet minshang, ego ge minoyawen. Ego ge weche chikanop chiget the moshang gabet. Mam nenjagan, quick mam nenjagan. Ego ge gitaw tago sinjamin shang, ego ge onjage gitaw en damag nongam. Kin kinagego nekaskto in a making, kindas kinagego ne minigo en nongam gagashebayak, chikanop jiget the moshang. Kanoina mishnam. Kanawenam da benon jisminanag, go betagnanag. Ego gekche ag ega kashtoat nanda chijawaj. Go ega yakosoat chakos yoga magong. Ego gendos kad simnanag. Maatse ekskite bekak nongam eskamenen da moach. Ke chwaben da to wasse ag abets. Ego ge ogomakanag, ego ge onashonen yog. Ande bogoga kanigan skamat wete giwet nang. Kewina kagwech mag manito at so kanage otega onda boach wabanang shahanang nangabi onang giwet nang gewin no ama join chige no ach bebagite na mas nongam gagishkak miwa kagwech mina nongam manito kinanakomen miwach.
So we are gathered in this circle then. And we've had the drum call on the Great Spirit to be with us throughout this day. We will sit and we will ponder, thinking about the things that our nation needs. We will consult with one another to see what future that we can build for the people that we're serving. We will go into deep thought and consideration on the matters that are before us. We will listen kindly to one another. We will treat gently those matters that are before us, so that the Creator will look upon us with dignity and grace so that the things we talk about will be blessed, so that they may have strength in the words that we use. And I will tell you, we are Nishnawbe Aski. We are people of the land. This is what we represent as a people, and we must never forget that. As my mother told me, and I will translate it for you. Watch you don't lose the way you are taught. The Creator gave you that. He gave you all the will and knowledge that you have here today to build a sound and a better future for the people that we serve. You keep that well. It's yours. It is who you represent as a people. Nishnawbe Aski. Yesterday, there was a chief here mentioned when we were talking about an issue. And he asked this man, what are the children saying? I thought to myself, what a profound statement. What are the children saying? What are we getting out of the messages that we're hearing about the children that are missing? The residential school, what about it? What is that saying to us? What kind of message is that giving us? I tell you that it's a strong message. All that is saying it to you, look after your children. Some of your children are suffering. Look after your children. We have gone through the thing saying it takes a whole village to raise a child. Think about it. It's our responsibility. And that is why this morning I try to my best to give you the message of creating that balance. Man and woman. It's going to take the both of you to raise the child, to give that child the benefits of a good life. We heard yesterday all the social determinants as brought to us by our Deputy Grand Chief Betty. All the things that happened there. It's a heavy burden, but we need to carry that. We need to lighten that burden. That's what we need to do. We need to listen to one another. We need to pay attention to the things that we are told. We need to pay attention to what the staff of Nishnawbe Aski are bringing us. We need to pay attention to those messages that the council is bringing us, our deputy and grand chief. We need to listen to the voice of that drum, the message that it brings us. We need to listen to the elders in our community, the voices that they're bringing us. We need to listen to the parents about their needs in our communities. We need to be good listeners. We need to be people that are going to take action. We live in a time in our world now that we see some things that are not so good. We need to repair things. We need to bring things to a good place. We need one another. We need to be together. In our lives, as we see it, I will tell you, no one's going to win alone. You're not going to win alone. You're either going to have the Creator or your partner or your colleague to be able to move forward. You are going to need to listen to the staff at Nishnawbe Aski Nation, to the things they bring forward to this table that will create the resolution that you will live by. You need to listen to that. There is much to listen to. And it's not only hearing it, it's listening to it, paying attention to it, being who we are. Nishnawbe Aski people, people of the land. We need to create once more that proud Indigenous person that roams this earth, that pays attention to everything around them. We need to be thankful for everything that we have. We need to say and be thankful to small mercies that we have. We really need to examine ourselves moving forward. You have it within you to change things, to make matters better. You need to reach deep and use those things to be able to make things better for the people that we're serving. And I'm saying all of these things in a good way. I do understand there are good things happening, no question. Things are good, but we can do better. And we call upon ourselves to be able to do that. We need to do those things. I leave you with that message on the things we need to do, things we need to reflect on. And mostly, I really dearly want you to remember who you are and what you represent. As a chief of your First Nation, you are to be a proud citizen. You are to uphold the needs of your community. You are to move forward with dignity and retain those values that have been passed on to us from our elders in the past. You need to do that. We need to come together more as a nation than we have been. We have the power to do that. We do. And I think I will leave you with that message. You have the power to do it. You can make those changes. And I will tell you, do it. Get on with our lives in a bold and a concise way to make things better for the people that we're serving. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Drugs and alcohol are raging in our communities, some of them in our cities. It is the evil that's come upon us, something we need to fight. It calls on you to do that. We need to take action. So I thank you for your time. I think as well, you have matters before you today and tomorrow. Face those issues with a good heart and a good mind. You have the high honor of being able to resolve these issues. So I ask you to do that. And I say to you, Chimigwech, for listening to me and my colleague here. You know something? It's just been a wonderful thing for me to have her beside me. Unbelievable. Someday you should experience the same thing of having somebody like her. I really cherish every moment that I'm with this elder. then we do prepare to the best of our ability to come to a meeting like this to pass the message. And we too need to remain strong. So, Chimigwech for listening to us. And have yourself a real good day and do what is necessary to be able to create the better world for the people, which they so much deserve. And thank you to the drummers. It's just grand to see this drum all the time. Just great. And someday, you know, you might want to bring a bit of tobacco. And it is a custom to feed the drum, feed the spirits. Easy to do, nice to do, and it's part of us. So miigwech to all. Have yourself a real good day. Miigwech.
Thank you to the beautiful song that opened our day. And I want to thank the elders for reminding us of what we need to follow. So I just want to do a couple of announcements before we start. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that our youth co-chair is here, Chanel Skunk. Chanel? So that is our youth co-chair. I'd also like to check with the technicians to see if we have anyone online in the meeting. And I apologize, yesterday we didn't check with the online participants for comments during the meeting. So we have anyone online? Okay, all right, thank you. The other thing is just a reminder to the chiefs and delegates, if you haven't signed in, if you could sign in. That is important for us as chairs to keep track of quorum, especially when we're going through resolutions. Our quorum for resolutions is 23, so we always need to keep that in mind as we chair. And the final announcement is that from 12:10 to 1:30, there is going to be a van here, and it is the mobile cancer screening coach. The participants and observers are asked if they want to come and take a tour of the bus. It is focused on breast, cervical, and colorectal cancer. The target groups are for cervical cancer are 25 to 69. It's I believe something was handed out. For breast cancer, they start screening at the age of 50 to 74, and in colorectal cancer is for both men and women from 50 to 74 years old. And I can't emphasize enough how important it is to do this. When I turned 50, I used to get letters from the cancer screening, and I ignored those letters. And at age 55, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. So it could have been caught earlier. So I really encourage those that are here to take those opportunities, prevention. A lot of these can be treated before they get to stage 3 and 4. So it's really important. So I encourage you, 12:10 to 1:30. They said the back of the hotel, so I'm assuming it's back here somewhere. It is a big bus, it's hard to miss it. Okay, so we're gonna do just a real quick summary. So day 1 was a day not like other days. It was a very productive day. We started off the meeting with in camera, and then in that in camera we did some of the procedural resolutions required, namely the adoption of the chairs, and then when we came out of camera we did the adoption of the rules and procedures and acceptance of the agenda. We got right into the Ontario policing legislation discussion that was presented by Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty and Solicitor General Kersner. They discussed the importance of policing, keeping communities safe, and the need that NAPS obtain status to be a legislative police force was the focus. The NAPS board chair, Tatawaban, provided an overview and the date on the process, and Solicitor General acknowledged the need in communities for NAPS and the complexity of the Community Safety Policing Act, and indicated that within a year timeline, they would try to complete this whole process. And then we went right into the opening remarks, welcoming remarks by First Nation Fort William, our host First Nation. And then we went into the elders' remarks, David Fletcher, the Nan Women's Council, Brenda Fox, and Representative Lyndon Wabus. Very good words from our councils. And then we acknowledged the fact that Saul Mamakwa had come to be part of the assembly and acknowledged his presence here. Then we got into the opening remarks by Derek Fox, and that he would continue to emphasize continuing to work very hard to address the needs of our communities. And then Ovid came and did a presentation on the work that he's been asked to do on behalf of the NAN, and it was focused on the fact of the deep poverty in our communities and how do we begin to create jobs. And I really emphasize the fact that a lot of the jobs are non-existing jobs right now, but they are needs that fill those gaps in our communities. So that was the focus of his presentation, and basically it was an update for the delegates. And then we had the presentation by Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty on the crisis situation in our communities, and she provided the stats from 2017 to present on the number of calls that NAN deals with in terms of crisis, and also highlighted the fact that what our crisis workers are paid is so much less than those that are paid within other systems. And a resolution was passed to look at the fact that that has to be addressed, and also there was emphasis on the collaboration of tribal organizations and communities in terms of addressing crisis. So there was a long discussion on what needed to be changed. And then we got into the final agenda topic, which was the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, presented by Grand Chief Derek Fox in place of Bobby Narcisse and Julian Faulkner and Chris. And there was a background on the CRT case, emphasizing the fact that that the agreement at this time is in place, almost in jeopardy, because of the position that the Human Rights Tribunal and the Caring Society are taking. So he really emphasized the fact that we really need to get this going so that we don't lose, given that the possibility of the change in governments from the Liberal government to the Conservatives. And we had to put one of the other items that was supposed to be yesterday, that's the changes to the Indian Act. So what we did as chairs is we're going to deal with that first thing this morning so that we can try to get our agenda. So we kind of lied when we said we're going to try to get through this agenda. We did miss one. So with that, I'd like to call upon our my co-chair, Adam. Thank you.
Miigwech Connie, miigwech Jimnawa wenongam kag jibag. Marjiguminam stahian Q&A amagan ke doesn't jigad nongam. So we will get right into it, but again, I want to acknowledge second time our youth co-chair, Chanel Skunk, who's joining us. She will be here for the next 2 days, so it's good to have her here, participate, and be one of our colleagues here as the youth co-chair. So as Connie indicated, we had one agenda item left over from yesterday, so I'm going to call upon Mike Sherry to make his way up, as well as Deputy Grand Chief Ajni Beniscum. The agenda item is the changes to the Indian Act. So I'll ask Deputy Grand Chief to introduce this topic.
Miigwech, Adam. And again, I want to first of all acknowledge Shemanito for the life and the great day that he is providing for us I want to acknowledge the words and the prayers by Elder Terry and Barney Chimigwech, and of course to Grandfather Drum and the drummers. Before I introduce the topic and Mike Sherry, I purposely had placed an orange T-shirt over there over our NAN flag, because some of you might have seen in the news that there was graves that were recovered at the St. Mary's site in Kenora, and there's still the investigation is proceeding in terms of ensuring that it's human remains that are in those findings, and it's, to me, it's it really hits close to home because many of our people also attended that particular school, and so it's very important that we keep them, in our prayers, and to anyone who attended and those affected by the Indian residential school. So, when it comes to talking about the Indian Act, and as most of you know, the Indian Act is one of the most racist pieces of legislations that exist in this country, and it's still an act that we're governed by, controlled by, and throughout the years, there's been many amendments made to it, by individuals having to go through the court proceedings, the Euro-Canadian court proceedings, in order to make those amendments. So we're going to update you on a very recent amendment that was made, and that was forced by because there was individuals that took the federal government to court in order to address this piece of discriminatory provision within that particular legislation. So, we're very fortunate to have Mike assist us with this, and also Luke and Andrew, who help us a lot on this as well. We're very grateful that Mike has been a person that's been serving Nishnawbe Aski Nation for many years now, and I'm very grateful that he continues to help us, and as well as Luke has been with us for many years, and Andrew Solomon, who has joined Luke in that particular department, also is very knowledgeable and contributes to what we need to do. So I'm going to now hand it over to Mike to provide you with the information. English.
Thanks very much for the kind words, Deputy Anchemaniskam, and thanks for the Assembly for having me here this morning. I'd just like to acknowledge the team that worked on this presentation, of course the Deputy, Martha, Natalie, and Stephen in particular, of course Luke as well. There was a handout, there's a PowerPoint, and it was handed out in paper form yesterday, so in case anybody doesn't have it, there'll be people available to make sure that you have a physical copy of it, if helpful this morning. So just to start with the presentation, in terms of the first page of the background, thanks. So the background, Indian Act changes. There was a consultation back in 2018, 2019, which dealt with Indian Act changes on registration and membership. This led to Bill S3, which was passed. And it responded to a court case from Quebec, the Deschanel case, which the deputy referred to the fact that some of these changes over the years have originated in court cases. And this Bill S3 situation back in 2019 was an example of that from a Quebec Superior Court case. Now that dealt with registration and membership, but it dealt with different issues from what we're going to talk about today, because it had to do with sex discrimination, in particular the effects of the so-called double mother rule from the previous version of the Indian Act. Now after that consultation process and Bill S3, there was a parliamentary review. There was also a special representative for the department that looked at the aftermath, and they identified back in 2020 that there were still more things that had to be dealt with in terms of discrimination in relation to the registration and membership provisions of the Indian Act. Not so much sex discrimination, but it involved the enfranchisement provisions of the previous versions of the Indian Act. Now, again, this is a situation, so that's going to be the focus of this morning's presentation, is this Bill C-38 that came out in December. It deals with mostly the implications of the old enfranchisement provisions of the Indian Act. Now, again, this is a situation that got going because of a court case, not only because of the parliamentary review back in 2020, but there was a court case that was started in 2021, the Nicholas case. I'm not sure if I got the pronunciation right, but anyways, the Nicholas case, there were 16 plaintiffs, and they brought a Charter of Rights challenge dealing with the inequities for family members and descendants of people who were enfranchised in previous decades under the Indian Act, enfranchised voluntarily or involuntarily. In fact, there were as a matter of interest, there were enfranchisement provisions in the statutes before Confederation. So even before 1867, there were enfranchisement mechanisms, and they were rolled over into the Indian Act after Confederation. So it goes that far back. And just as a refresher, enfranchisement, it's a word peculiar to the Indian Act in this context, and it deals with situations where people would lose their status and their band membership in various circumstances. One was one, which is referred to in the slide, is one is a situation where a status woman married a non-status man, and other situations which seem very strange by today's standards are situations where a person got a university degree, became a lawyer, became a priest, that kind of thing. There are also mechanisms where a person could apply voluntarily for enfranchisement for whatever reason, and that was subject to a test that was run by the department as to whether or not a person could enfranchise. But if there was an enfranchisement, there would be a loss of status, a loss of band membership, a loss of program entitlements, and that kind of thing. And it would not only have an effect on the individual who was enfranchised, but it would have an effect on the descendants who would no longer have status and no longer be able to pass on status. So the consequences were quite severe. And in fact, in the previous versions of the Indian Act before 1985, there was even a mechanism where an entire band could be enfranchised. So not just individual enfranchisement. So next slide, the charter challenge, the Nicholas case. So the court proceedings, as I mentioned, started in 2021, this challenge to the enfranchisement type implications of the Indian Act. But there was a temporary or interim settlement that was reached between the plaintiffs and the federal government in March of 2022, so not that long ago, less than a year ago. And I haven't seen a written version of the arrangement that they reached, but basically they agreed to suspend the court case and allow the federal government to try to work out legislative changes that would deal with the enfranchisement issue that was raised by the court case. And so this was going back to March of 2022. So the situation was, I think, that the federal government would have been under a certain amount of pressure to move along with this issue because it was in a court context. And so they had a consultation process that went from August last year to December of last year, just a month ago. But it was pretty rushed, and they mentioned approximately 50 virtual sessions and around 300 people consulted And at face value, those numbers seem significant, but they're not really when you're talking about significant legislative changes. Like, for example, 300 people, it's sort of like sort of simplistic numbers, that works out to less than 25 people per province and territory. So it was a rushed consultation. Just before they tabled the bill in December, which I'll get to, Bill C-38, it was considered at the AFN Assembly in Ottawa back in December, and they developed a resolution that was critical. The resolution didn't really deal with the substance of the issues, but it talked about the procedure and saying that the consultation was not consistent with free, prior, and informed consent. It was not consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Undrip, and so it was very critical of the process. In terms of also, the federal government trying to justify there's rushed consultation on this legislation, they referred back to the 2018-2019 consultation on Bill S3, but that dealt with a different topic. And so I think this particular situation is one that does raise some issues around where this is an important public policy issue. It affects First Nations across the country, including Nishnawbe Aski, and that it's one of these situations where, to some extent, the timing and the procedure is driven by a relatively small group of people involved in a court case, and it's happened before. So it does raise interesting, and problematic policy issues from that perspective. In terms of the next slide, so I mentioned that AFN resolution that was passed, or that was developed anyways, that was critical of this whole thing. But literally a week later, the federal government introduced in Parliament Bill C-38. So that was December 14th, 2022. So obviously in conflict with the AFN resolution, and also it seems like the timing was tactical in the sense that they tabled it right before the Christmas break. So that had the expected effect of limiting reaction. Now, as I said, they had that quick consultation last year. Now that there's a bill tabled, there still is a duty on the government to consult and accommodate and also even seek consent. But they've indicated that it's going to be fairly rushed, although that's not their word, that they are available, the department's available for information sessions. If a particular non-First Nation or entity wants a briefing, they're available for a briefing, and there's also an information kit that's available online if you want more detail. So I think all of this, clearly falls below the free, prior, and informed consent, or FIPIC standard, that is required by Undrip, the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, and that's particularly significant nowadays, which is a subject of a presentation later today. But the federal government, about a year and a half ago, passed a statute, basically the Undrip Act, and one of the things it says is that the federal government is committed to make sure that its legislation is consistent with Undrip. And that's definitely not happening in this case, because Undrip talks about free, prior, and informed consent, so they're not doing that. And on top of that, the Undrip, if you want to check Articles 9 and 33 of Undrip, they have very strong language dealing with First Nation control of citizenship and identity. And clearly what they're doing here, which is basically imposed changes to registration under the Indian Act, is that they're not following Undrip in relation to free, prior, and informed consent, and they're also not following it in relation to the citizenship provisions of Undrip. Instead, they're basically relying on their normal parliamentary approach which has been backed up by the Supreme Court of Canada, where they control Parliament and subject to some consultation, they basically push through legislation. So that's what they're doing in this case. Now, I've raised the procedure and the development talked about the procedure and the development of the bill and all of its problems, but there's also the issue of what actually does the bill C-38 contain? Like, what does it do? So the focus is, not surprisingly, is on enfranchisement, because that was the litigation origin of it. And Section 4 of the bill, if you want to take, it's a short bill, just a few pages, but Section 4 of the bill, it amends the Indian Act. Basically, it has the effect of wiping out the effects of enfranchisement for descent of status and band membership. So if you have an ancestor who wasn't franchised for whatever reason, then it's almost like that person is treated, even if the person is deceased, that it's almost as if that person is treated as not enfranchised. So the person that can pass on status and membership to survivors today. So that's the effect of it. The department, for what it's worth, estimates that it might affect something like 3,500 people across the country. So not a really large number, but that's just an estimate. So we don't know what's going to happen, and we have no idea what the effects are for Nishnawbe Aski so far. It's just interesting that they're still dealing with enfranchisement now, because in the legislation that was passed in 1985, there's one of these fixes as a result of the Charter of Rights. They did actually wipe out most of the enfranchisement, or all of the enfranchisement provisions from the Indian Act. But even now, many years later, they're dealing with the residual effects of enfranchisement. So that's the core provision of Bill C-38, is to basically kind of try to wipe the slate clean on enfranchisement, so that people who are living today, even if they had an ancestor who wasn't franchised, that they would now be entitled under the normal rules to status and band membership. So that's the core of it. But there are a few other things, actually 3 other main things that the bill does, almost as add-ons. And one thing is that Section 3 of the bill, it provides for what they call deregistration. So they're obviously trying to avoid the word enfranchisement because of its very negative history. And so basically trying to correct something that happened in 1985 from that legislation. And so they're creating this new mechanism where a person can deregister, meaning lose status. And this would be strictly a voluntary process. There's no test for it. It's not likely to be very popular, but I don't think, but it does allow a person who wants to do it for whatever reason to apply for deregistration, that would loss of status. Now, if that happens, there's no effect on family members. It would just affect the individual who applies. And also the person who does choose to deregister would have the right to come back and register later on if they want to, except that they wouldn't be entitled to any kind of retroactive benefits. It's hard to think of situations why someone would want to do that, but it's there as a legal right to, because oddly enough, after 1985, there was no mechanism whatsoever for a person to apply to lose status, but now there is a mechanism to do it under the Bill C-38. So that's the second main component after enfranchisement. The next section, the third component of Bill C-38 is Section 5 of the bill, and it basically deals with women. It focuses on women who lost their band membership in the past, not status, but they lost their membership in their natal band, the band they were born into, because they married a husband, they married someone who belonged to another band. So in the old days, what would happen is that the woman's membership would be automatically transferred to the husband's band. So what this provision of Bill C-38 provides for is that the woman in this case would have a right to obtain membership back in her natal band if she chooses to apply for it. Now, so this only applies to band lists that are administered by the department, so it doesn't apply to First Nation membership codes. And so this new right is there for women to apply to return to their natal band lists. So it's an option. It's possible. This is one where it's possible that it could cause some issues in some First Nations because we're dealing. It's in terms of housing and integration issues and that kind of thing, and possible financial issues. But we'll see. So that's the third component of the bill. The fourth and main component or substantive component of C-38 is Section 1 of the bill. And what it purports to do is that basically the project is to, they say, to replace language in the Indian Act deemed to be offensive, like the deputy referred to, you know, how racist parts of the Act are. So this is the project here, is to remove language that's offensive or colonial, too colonial or that kind of thing. Now, the only actually one that they identified is the phrase that's in the existing Indian Act that refers to mentally incompetent Indians. And they've replaced that with more neutral, modern wording about dependent, calling it dependent person. So that's the one change that's the one offensive wording change that they've made. It's kind of odd in the sense that they couldn't identify other ones, but maybe they ran out of time, I don't know. But that's the one change that they've identified as offensive, and that they're going to change to more neutral, kind of modern language. So in terms of next slide, there's also, those are the four substantive parts of the bill that I've gone through. There's also a couple of technical provisions. In particular, one worth mentioning, I think, is Section 11. And basically, it's a self-serving kind of provision for the federal government where they protect themselves from liability for the past effects of enfranchisement. Because, I mean, that was basically the issue in some ways in the Nicholas court case that was brought, where the federal government was being sued for the effects of enfranchisement in the past. So they've added a provision in the legislation that protects them from, now that they're, at least from their perspective, fixing up the legacy of enfranchisement, is that they've added a provision saying that you can't sue the federal government for past problems. So that's obviously problematic. It's very self-serving. It's unclear whether or not groups can challenge that. I mean, obviously it can be challenged right now politically, but legally in court, it's something that could be challenged in the future based on if you know, it could be deemed to be a violation of treaty rights, other rights. It's obviously retroactive in effect, and so it's quite possible that that liability protection which they've given themselves on enfranchisement could be challenged in court later on. So last slide of the presentation, the changes, the four changes that I've identified, you know, on the face of it, seem to be fairly positive, but they're not, obviously not complete. There's a lot more to do in this area. The federal government has promised, this is one of the tactics I think they've used, is that in order to sort of like minimize the attention being paid to Bill C-38, they've said that they're promising a broader consultation on Indian Act registration and membership issues in the future. In fact, they're saying in 2023, although the date's not specified. So, I mean, that could be a good thing, but it's not, there's no legal guarantee that they'll do it. And there's also a suspicion that they're saying, they're trying to say, convey the message something like, this C-38 is just a technicality, don't worry about it, we'll be having a broader consultation with you later in the year about more substantial issues. So there are risks involved, but it could be positive. We're recommending, if there's time and resources, a more detailed review of the changes, because I've put them forward in fairly simple terms, but the whole history of the registration and membership provisions going back to at least 1985 is that it's sort of the law of unintended consequences, is that they make a fix, like in 1985, which was quite substantial based on the Charter of Rights, but then they find out that they forgot something, or that one of the changes they made has other consequences. And there is actually a list, this is at least the fourth piece of legislation that they passed since 1985 to apply a series of patches to what was in place, and also what they put in place. So there's really no guarantee that this is going to be the last one. In fact, you know, if you look at the history, the odds is that this is not the last time that they'll have to go back again. In terms of the broader consultation that might occur later in the year, if it does happen, it could be an opportunity for Nishnawbe Aski Nation, First Nations, to identify membership registration issues that are of particular interest to NAN. So possibilities that occur, to me at least, are identification document type issues that have been occurred in NAN. Another possibility is the whole situation around band creation under the Indian Act and developing new membership lists. That might be something that could be addressed in this broader consultation. The federal government, in terms of this possible broader consultation, they've identified a set of issues that they're interested in, that First Nations might be interested in. The main one is, just briefly, is it's a so-called second generation cutoff. And that's, if you may know, that's Section 6, Sub 1 and Sub 2 of the Indian Act. And that's the one where, if you don't have the right ancestors, that a person, when they get down to 6 Sub 2, that they can no longer pass on status unless they have children with another, entitled person. So that's the second generation cutoff, and it is leading to a shrinking of the status population in certain parts of the country. And the federal government said that they're willing to look at that issue, so that could be quite important for NAN and other areas. They also said that they've they're in this broader consultation that they might look at issues like so they call it the unknown parent, the U.S. border issues, LGBTQ plus 2S, and also adoption. So those are gives you an idea of the range of issues that they might be looking at in this possible broader consultation. Just a couple of concluding comments. As I said, there's no guarantee this broader consultation will occur, but if it does, there might be an opportunity for NAN First Nations to raise specific NAN issues. This Bill C-38 is likely to move quickly because of its litigation background, and as far as the federal government is concerned, their main consultation effort is over. And final comment is just to indicate that there's been a lot of talk over the decades about replacing the Indian Act with something much more substantial, but this Bill C-38 is definitely not in that vein at all. It's much more of a fix or a patch, where, oddly enough, they're actually trying to make the Indian Act work better because they've identified a glitch or a problem with the registration provisions, and they're trying to make it work better. So that's the perspective of Bill C-38. So thanks for your patience. Some of it was pretty technical. I'd be glad to try to answer any questions or comments. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Mike. Floor is open if there are any questions. Okay, Chief Batiste. And I think I saw a hand up, or was Matthew just grabbing his coffee? Okay, Chief Batiste.
Yeah. Chief Sonny Batiste from Mataza First Nation. I guess I do have a question about some of the amendment that's happening. Is there anything that's happening because some of our grandkids are not entitled to become band members? Whether it's by my son or daughters, some of them that applied to be registered First Nations they're denied.
Well, every particular case is different. Like this bill, if the particular grandchild or child you're talking about is the reason why they can't get status is because somebody previous generation got enfranchised, then this Bill C-38, if it passes, would be beneficial. But it just depends on the circumstances. It may well be that the reason why this particular grandchild is not entitled to status membership now has nothing to do with enfranchisement. For example, it could be that second generation cutoff thing. So that bill, this would, if that's the case, then this bill would be helpful. So.
Okay, so then practically, I'll give an example. My sister, she was married a non-native years ago, but she got back her status in 1985, I believe. But her grandkids would be entitled to gain status again?
Whether that situation would be enfranchisement is probably not an issue here. So that would really come down to the rules that are in 6.1 and 6.2 of the Indian Act. That's the one where they're based on status or not status. You can reach a situation where you're a 6.2 person, so to speak, where in order to pass on status, you have to marry or have children with a person who's also entitled to status. But if you get to the 6.2 level, sorry, but it sounds technical, but if you get to the 6.2 level, if you marry or have children with a person who is not status, then it ends there, at least in the current version of the Indian Act. You can't pass on status. So that can have some pretty, very negative effects, but every case has to be examined, for the facts. Some of the family histories can be quite complicated. The Indian Affairs, the department has said that they're prepared to look at the 6.1, 6.2 problem, but only after this, later in the year.
Yeah, because, when you really look at it, it's discrimination anyway. And that's what we're talking about as well, too. So, all these amendments, what they want to do, it's, it's just something they write. It's just, that's, because we have a lot of children like that even on our First Nations that fall under this 6.2 thing. But then when you talk about the enfranchisement of, the loss of status, a woman that marries a non-native, and then, they can go back a bit further. So, I think there has to be more, more discussion with that with whoever. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Even the 6.1, 6.2 is very discriminatory, and it can have dramatic, especially over the years, as more people, have different kinds of relationships. It can have quite a dramatic effect on the population. And the other thing too is, of course, it's all imposed by the federal government. It completely contradicts the declaration on the Undrip, which the federal government has passed legislation saying that their legislation is supposed to be consistent with Undrip, but this is clearly not consistent.
I guess another question that comes to me is that what would ever happen if they got rid of this Indian Act? Then what would happen?
Yeah, it's a big question. No.
Well, it's reality. Everybody's heading towards that direction. They want to abolish that Indian Act, and someone to amend it. But if they're going to amend it, they should amend it for the for the best of our people. It doesn't matter. They seem to dictate and draw a line there. From, that what Bill 6 you said, or what was that 6.1 or anyway, something like that. Anyway. But it's just discriminatory against our people.
Yeah. Well, and that's a really big question. I mean, the stuff that they've been doing, including C-38 and going back to 85, is not in that mode at all. It's around fixes and patches of the current Indian Act, so it's a whole different universe. But the discussion on replacing the Indian Act, I don't think it would, in spite of all the problems, my view is that it would not be beneficial for that to happen overnight, because it would just be, the consequences would be incalculable. But obviously, something like that would have to be discussed on a nation-to-nation basis with the right holders, and done, very, very carefully.
Thank you, Chief Batiste. Proxy for Brunswick House. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Chris Vanendam, proxy from Brunswick House. I just was wondering, with reaffiliation with natal bands, it'll go directly through ISK. But if you're on a Section 10 membership code, are they then automatically added to that band list?
Yeah, the way the C-38 is worded is that this right to reapply to the natal band, and it is a right. There's an application. There would be a form or something like that would be developed that would go to ISK. Yeah, and it is a right, so that it would be. But there's an application that has to be made, but it's a right. But it only applies to membership lists that are controlled by ISK. So it does not include membership codes that are administered by the First Nation. So the whole issue of returning to the natal band or the original band would, in terms of membership codes, First Nation codes, that would have to be handled on a First Nation by First Nation basis.
I believe right now, it can be done. It could have been done without this new amendment, and that was through an exchange of BCRs between the two First Nations.
Yeah, depending on the particular First Nations membership code, sure, it can be done, and like you say, that's the way it's done, and it has been done. But it is something that depends on the membership codes and the First Nations involved. The difference here is that with regard to ISK lists is that it's a right. It just, an application is made, and if all the information is in order, it happens. Whereas with membership codes, it depends on the wording of each membership code.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Chief Munoz.
Hello, good morning. Miigwech Agiamachigage this morning, and also the drum. And first of all, blessings Agi Mina going this morning. So thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask about the, I know the questions or the issues that you've brought up in terms of the presentation, but on your last slide there, your considerations and next steps, has NAN identified what potentially how this could impact us in terms of the, I think you reference unintended consequences or possible implications, or some of the things that might impact us with, for example, our constitutional protected rights and the rights that we have as people, as nations. Has NAN done anything that can maybe give us some idea as to how? We know that this bill was introduced in December, so we obviously going to need some legal opinion, legal review, a legal briefing of some sort as to the potential implications that we might be facing as a result of this amendment that the Act will be foregoing. So I wanted to see if that work has started or if there's any potential issues we should be aware of, and what NAN is, I guess, planning to do in terms of trying to brief the chiefs and the communities as to how these changes might impact our rights. More importantly, the rights that we have that are protected, whether if it's a charter right, whether if it's the Constitution, or we need to know these things, and we obviously need to strategically align ourselves how we're going to protect those. Thank you.
Thank you. As you say, it was only tabled December 14th, and in a very kind of tactical way, the federal government did that just before the Christmas holidays. So we haven't had a lot of time, but we have had some internal discussions with the team that I mentioned about possibilities, and of course it depends to a certain extent on the feedback from this assembly. That's important. But the steps, concrete steps that we've thought about are, of course, a more careful legal review, just to avoid the whole thing about unintended consequences, which is a big deal in this particular part of the Indian Act. It just seems to always happen, where you get these geniuses that develop these things, but then they forget something, and then it ends up as a court case. So there's that, a more careful review. There's also, of course, the second concrete step would be to provide this kind of information and perhaps more detailed information to the First Nations so they can consider their positions. The third one we thought about or took a look at was this liability clause that I mentioned, where the federal government basically, as a kind of a Christmas gift in a way, they've given themselves this liability protection against previous effects of enfranchisement. So that's one where we thought internally, but maybe that's one that we could identify as a target, because that does prejudice, even if some of the actual changes that they have, the four particular changes they have in the bill, some people might say, well, that sounds okay, but the fact that they're giving themselves that liability protection, it does mean that people in the future who feel aggrieved by what happened to their ancestors in the current circumstances, that they'd be prevented from bringing, say, a class action lawsuit, which is very popular these days. So that's one that we identified as one that perhaps we could target. That right now, that would be politically through letters and advocacy and that kind of thing in the parliamentary process. But at least even if that's not successful, because they do control their own parliamentary process, at least a record could be established that Nan First Nations, if that is the case, are opposed to that, and then that could help people later on if they want to challenge that from a legal point of view. So those are the 3 or 4 concrete steps we've discussed internally.
Yeah, can I get a supplementary? Thank you, Michael, for sharing that. I think it is concerning for sure when we're talking about the way the government tends to try to lessen their responsibilities. I just got a message from one of my technical persons about the fiduciary obligations and oftentimes how the government tends to trying to maneuver and trying to lessen their responsibilities to our to us in terms of the fiduciary ones. So I just wanted to see how we can, obviously this is something that's that needs to be looked into further. We need to get an idea how and where NAN can position itself to actually do maybe a legal opinion or a legal review that you mentioned. I think that's definitely something that needs to be done, because when we're talking about enfranchisement, deregistration, reaffiliation, these are in some ways Canada trying to lessen their responsibilities to what we have today. So I think we have to be very cognizant of the potential implications and also the potential. I guess in this, the way this presentation is laid out, is the possible and changes to what we have, and we certainly don't want to overlook those things. And we all know how sometimes the law tends to rely on case law as well, case precedents and decisions that have been made that can also jeopardize and compromise our rights and the way what we have. So hopefully the Grand Chief and the executive can embark upon something that can at least give some briefings to us, to this assembly, as to how this could potentially impact us as nations, as individuals' rights. So just wanted to share that, and miigwech, and hopefully there is a resolution needed. I guess we'll need a resolution. If not, then and hopefully the follow-up will be done. Okay, miigwech.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, for your question. Maybe before I answer, I want to thank the drum and the elders for the prayer, and the chiefs and delegates and all those listening. Thank the Creator, and grateful for another day here amongst you. Chief, so we got 2 options here. We can pass a resolution to direct the executive to ensure that this is work done, or we can take it back and still get the work to you. So we'll leave that with you. I'll discuss with the deputy. I'm not sure if the deputy wants to elaborate anymore, but certainly we agree, extremely crucial legal issues that are affecting our people, within our First Nations, and they need some clear answers as to what this means for them as an individual living in Nescantago or Deer Lake or wherever it may be. So I'm not sure if Deputy wants to share. No.
Yes, thank you, Mike, for and the questions that came from the floor. You know, I have a great concern, especially in terms of the financial liability, and that they want to put it within their within this bill amendment to you know, not be liable for any type of financial liability in terms of the effect of this. So for me, that's one of the biggest concerns, and also that you know, within as Nishnawbe Aski Nation, I believe that we should be getting the mandate to proceed and take some action to address that particular clause, and also to ensure that we are, get the more information. And Mike has said that he's willing to get the legal opinions out to the leadership, and also any affiliated staff resources that the band membership clerks and other individuals that are involved with that. As you may have noticed, within our core funding and other resources that we have very little provisions in place to help us, keep our status. And to address those challenges that we face. So I think we need to take a very firm position on this. So that's my recommendations. Mingwich.
Chair? Maybe just based on that, maybe at least the Assembly should entertain a resolution, if that resolution can be drafted, just to consider what options, how we can maybe direct the executive to pursue this matter further and get the necessary briefings and due diligence and follow-ups that is needed in order to brief our chiefs and our nations. Okay, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Munoz. So with that direction, the resolutions team will take that back and develop a draft resolution to be presented, hopefully, if not today, for tomorrow. The other thing, now that we are talking about a resolution, it's not really my place as chair, but I know Chief Batiste is not in the room right now. He did ask some specific questions, and the response, of course, was it's sort of a technical, could be highly technical. Section 6.1 and 6.2 of the Indian Act that determines your status and whether you're eligible for status. Mike talked about that, but I'm going to overgeneralize, okay? I'm going to overgeneralize, make it really simple, and this is where it gets scary, and this is what Chief Batiste was talking about. There's full status and half status. There's no such thing as quarter status, okay? So in order to be status, both parents have to be full status, both parents. If one of the parents is not status or not full status, you become half status. Now that can happen if one of the parents is non-First Nation, or it can also happen if a single mother does not list who the father is on the birth registration. If you do not list who the father is, that's the same as having a non-status father. So the child eventually has half status. If you have two half-status parents, the child has no status. So it's a real risk that in a few years, there will be no status Indians. And that's the scary part. So Mike was explaining, it's highly technical. It's under 6.1 and 6.2, but this is what Chief Batiste was talking about. Now in the presentation, that's not going to be changed. That's still there. They have not changed that. And as Mike's indicated, the government has said, we'll talk about that. We'll have consultations. But they haven't committed to making that change. So I think Chief Batiste, just because he's not in the room, we're talking about the resolution. I think Chief Batiste wanted that addressed as well, so I'm going to include that in there. I apologize. As my role as chair, I'm not supposed to get into the discussion, but I wanted to translate into simple English. Chief Wesley.
I'd like to recognize Ashley back.
Hi, I have a question, because I know we're talking about enfranchisement, but the presenter mentioned that Canada might look at issues of like adoption and two-spirit and stuff. And so am I correct in understanding that like if someone, like I'm 6'2", because my dad's Chinese, but if someone like me like marries a woman who's also a 6'2" and then adopts a kid, like we can't pass status to them. But if they were if she was a 6'1" or if I was a 6'1", that kid we adopt would get status. Am I correct in that? Because if that's true, then that's a problem.
Again, the circumstance and details always matter, but generally speaking, I would say yes, the adopted child will be treated, in the 6'1", 6'2" mechanism.
Okay, but even if I'm a 6'2" and like my potential wife is also a 6'2", and we adopt a kid, would that kid be able to receive status then?
I think that the problem will be 6'2", right? Because no, right? Yeah, I think the answer is I'll double check that when we have a break, but I think the answer will be in the negative because the adoption thing's fine. That doesn't cause any concerns.
Okay.
And the gender equality, that no concerns there. But it would be just the effect of the 6'2" rule. So that if it's two people who are 6'2", then I think there's a problem under 6. Yeah, there is a problem.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, with that, I see none. The resolution will be coming forward, so if there's any more discussion at that point, we'll do that. So thank you, Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief, Ajni Beneskam, and Michael Sherry for that presentation. With that, we're going to get right along to the next agenda item, and I'm going to call upon Mike McKay, who was here, to come on up. Oh, there he is. And Grand Chief Derek Fox to introduce the drinking water legislation and the water project status update. There is a resolution required for this presentation, and we'll make sure that that's handed out, and then we'll get to the resolution right after the presentation. So, Grand Chief.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, you're a chair, but you're also a lawyer, so thank you for that educational piece on status. And I agree, it's a very, very scary issue when we think about the future of our people. And welcome also, Chanel. Nice to have you here. I've known Chanel for a long time, and back from 2015 or 14, doing some work with her mother there in her community. So we're here to talk about drinking water legislation and the water project status. As we all know, NAN communities are currently in a state of water crisis. As of January 5th, 2023, there are 13 long-term drinking water advisories in 12 NAN communities, 7 short-term drinking water, and 4 communities that have been in place for less than a year. There are a range of issues impacting the ability to use potable water for day-to-day activities, including drinking, cooking, bathing, cleaning, and for medical purposes, which includes dialysis. The United Nations recognizes access to safe drinking water and sanitation as a basic human right. However, currently, NAN communities are being provided with a piecemeal approach that often focuses on only a portion of the problem and does not address the issue holistically or with a view to long-term solutions. The current governance framework is inadequate for maintaining long-term clean, potable water for all community members throughout the NAN territory. NAN and NAN communities must engage with ISK regarding new federal water legislation to make sure that that new legislation addresses the unique needs of our NAN communities. This includes lack of infrastructure capacity, lack of sanitation, source water protection, and this especially affects the remote fly-in communities. The NAN Infrastructure and Housing Department works to advocate and ensure that the water and wastewater needs of NAN communities are reflected in this new legislation and any regulatory framework. So now we will hear from Michael McKay and his team on the drinking water legislation and the water project status update. And I know that a resolution, as Adam has stated, is going to follow this presentation. And I just want to share that I've heard this story from our MPP, and we had a conversation with the military expert, and he talked about their ability to bring water, clean drinking water and bathing water, and just clean water out to war zones and out to the desert, you know, and this is the Canadian military. And what he had said to us is that it took the simple political will of the government to ensure that their military were equipped with that safe drinking water, potable water, bathing water. But that same political will is lacking to bring clean drinking water, potable water, and bathing water to our First Nations. And that's just plain racism. And that needs to be addressed. But Mike, I'm going to call you up. Thanks.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Yeah, we did share a presentation with everyone today. Good morning, chiefs, proxies, the elders, women's and youth advisory councils. I'm Michael McKay, Infrastructure and Housing Director at NAN. So I will be providing a presentation and update on the drinking water legislation and water project status update. Yep. So as Grand Chief mentioned, there are currently 13 long-term drinking water advisories in 12 communities. There are currently 8 short-term drinking water advisories in 5 communities, which makes up 40% of all long-term drinking water advisories in Canada occur in the NAN territory. Looking back on some of the stats and some of our notes from previous meetings, in January 2019, there were 13 long-term drinking water advisories and 7 short-term drinking water advisories in the NAN territory, which was 3 years ago now, and that hasn't changed those numbers. Access to safe drinking water and sanitation are recognized by the United Nations as a human right through 2 resolutions. NAN and NAN communities must engage with Indigenous Services Canada regarding new federal water legislation to make sure this legislation addresses the unique needs of NAN communities and lived experiences of First Nations in managing water and wastewater. And we understand those unique needs, you know, having 33 remote First Nations and other communities that are road accessible, but those are remote in some sense as well. And so that does provide, include those challenges for eliminating those drinking water advisories. The 2013 Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act was repealed in June 2022. Enabled the Government of Canada to develop federal legislation or regulations to ensure access to safe, clean, and reliable drinking water and effective treatment of wastewater on First Nations. So some concerns we wanted to outline from that 2013 Act included lack of adequate, predictable, and sustainable funding, non-recognition of Aboriginal water rights, potential infringements on Aboriginal and treaty rights, lack of proper protection of source water, and insufficient engagement. Essentially, the act was developed into implementation without proper consultation. And that's what led to the NAN Resolution 1229, rejection of Bill S8, Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act. In December 2021, the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Class Action Settlement Agreement was approved by the courts. NAN Resolution 2009, support for drinking water class action, supported this class action lawsuit and called on the government to end deplorable drinking water conditions on reserve. The settlement commits Canada to making all reasonable efforts to introduce replacement legislation in consultation with First Nations by December 31st, 2021. The Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act was repealed in June 2022, but the replacement legislation was not introduced by December 31st of last year. Also wanted to mention the class action requires new legislation to be developed, and within there they had identified that they define minimum standards of water quality for First Nations, for First Nation water and wastewater systems, define minimum capacity standards for the delivery of water to First Nation communities, create a transparent approach to building, improving, and providing drinking water and wastewater service, and also to confirm adequate and sustainable funding for First Nations water and wastewater systems. And with our discussions earlier late last year, Indigenous Services Canada identified that they want to hear directly from the rights holders regarding new legislation and regulations. Back in November 22nd, 2022, Indigenous Services Canada made a presentation to NAN staff, Tribal Council water hubs, and leadership on the engagement process. It was identified there that NAN can request separate engagement sessions for existing from the existing engagement sessions currently led by AFN and supported by COO. Today's proposed resolution supports the direct engagement with Indigenous Services Canada on the water legislative questions. We're also proposing that NAN can help bring the information directly to the rights holders. NAN we are currently working on completing an environmental scan of national and international governance and regulatory structures that would complement this work. And going into the water initiatives update, we are currently working on a NAN water and wastewater capital and operation and maintenance needs assessment. The purpose of that is to provide an estimate of all capital and operation and maintenance costs for water and wastewater in NAN communities. This would be a similar project that we completed a couple of years ago on the NAN education infrastructure needs assessment. So it's a similar report that is ongoing right now. The objectives of that is to compile all information on NAN water and wastewater systems, identify actual costs based on current and recently completed water and wastewater projects. And this project was supported through the NAN resolution 2207 NAN infrastructure needs assessment. So this project is ongoing. It's currently at, it's approximately 40% complete. We are working with the same engineering services as the previous report, the First Nations engineering services. And the other thing we're working on is, as a part of this work, is the NAN water education. And the purpose of this is to, of the water education in NAN communities, is to promote the importance of water resources, sciences, and engineering. The objective of that is traveling to communities and hosting these education events, preparing materials on water, promote the importance of water resource conservation, protecting fresh water resources, and introducing principles on water and wastewater systems. Working with partners on wastewater or water treatment plant tours and other teacher education sessions. And this just kind of provides an outline on some of the activities within that education. We have secured partners on this, to conduct activities and educational content on watersheds, water quality, developing watershed maps, but also we're working and incorporating the First Nation cultures and community experiences and lived experiences. And again, we're working with the advisory councils on this, seeking feedback and recommendations. And that is the end of my presentation. If there are any questions, we'll stay here and answer them. I also have Jamie Saunders here. He's our infrastructure advisor, so we can be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mike. So if there's any questions, the floor is open. We also have the resolution, and we'll get right to the resolution. But first of all, if there are any questions on the presentation. Chief Nishnawbe Aski.
Good day. Thank you. Thank you for that. And Chief Nishnawbe Aski, Martin Falls First Nation. As one of the communities that have been in the boil water advisory, that has had a boil water advisory for close to 20 years, this is a huge issue for our community, and we recently completed a new water treatment plant, a state-of-the-art treatment plant, and yet we have not lifted our boil water advisory just on the principle with some of the issues that are still outstanding with Indigenous Services Canada. Some of them are proper funding, proper overall funding for our O&M. Also governance, suitable governance, adequate governance for and processes for our system, our water treatment and wastewater system. There has to be something there that we can utilize in terms of the overall operation, the overall safe operation and the delivery of potable water into to our community residents. The other issue is adequate funding, and it goes part and parcel with overall governance. So those are the three main issues that we're working on, and hopefully, we can complete and lift our boil water advisory. But one of the questions I had for you was regarding regarding your work that you're proceeding on and working with the AFN and Indigenous Service Canada. Have you considered the implications of that boil water advisory class action lawsuit and all the components of that lawsuit, that settlement, if they're in line or if they can be supported or overall encompassed in an overall umbrella policy that you can put forward as a rebuttal to their proposal? Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you, Chief Nishnawbe Aski. So we'll have a response.
Thank you, Chief. My name's Jamie, and I'm an infrastructure advisor with Mike McKay. With response to the question regarding the drinking water settlement, the thing that the drinking water settlement, I believe, has provided is a window of opportunity. The drinking water settlement was a big part of the reason why the Safe Drinking Water Act was repealed, and now there's a window of opportunity to influence new legislation and governance and potentially development of new regulation. So we have, up to this point, been working with AFN and COO on their engagement. AFN and COO have been, and Indigenous Services Canada, have been very defined in the fact that AFN is not a proxy for the individual rights holders. Indigenous Services Canada won't view their input as proxy for rights holders. So I think what the purpose of the resolution that we put forward is to ensure that we have a mandate from the chiefs to help bring information directly to the chiefs and to the rights holders to influence that legislative and regulatory framework, because the needs of NAN communities are obviously very different than the needs of the rest of, or many of the other First Nations in Canada. So I hope that answers your question, Chief.
Miigwech, thank you, Chief, for the question and the response. Any more questions? So I don't see any. Proxy Winneman.
Miigwech. Right now, I think water is for us in Waterman, it's a question of life for everything, for our people, our forests, our land, fish. Everything depends on water. I think that should be what our principle should be in working on these water water issues, not just the water plants. Right now, we're working on we're looking at our source of water, our source of water, the watershed, the rivers, lakes that feed our community. And what we want to do there is have a water NIP declaration to protect and do the water, so now we're going to use them. With the engagement that we've had so far, we've identified, we talked with the owners, young people, and users of water. In Wanaman, we had a water plant. We replaced that already with a new plant. I keep thinking today that's still a new plant, but it was now been 17 years ago that it was new. And the lifespan of these water plants is 20 years. So now we have to start looking at getting a new water plant, and we've been funded to do a study on water and wastewater now. We'll be proceeding on that to replace this one. So that's so a lot of things that we're sort of doing in a nutshell. I don't want to go into much detail on them. When we looked at the source of water consultation, we found that many of our people actually don't drink tap water. They still look for natural water somewhere 5-10 kilometers away. They still do that. And we need to recognize that in our plants for safe drinking water. It's not just from the tap water, it's a natural source of water, and how we protect that. Another issue that's facing us water related is this class action. And the resulting court decision on it, it's an injustice on our people, actually. We qualify for a compensation under Boil Water Advisory. Our period was between 2001 and 2005. And based on a court decision, only the people that were born after November 1995 qualify for compensation. And we looked at the 2005 Indian Affairs Registry. We had over 400 people living on reserve at that time. And based on a court decision, only 84 people were qualified for compensation. The rest of us, even though we lived and were impacted by it, will not be compensated. And that's another thing I was looking forward to this meeting, getting some kind of a support resolution in our quest for justice on this decision. We're asking the federal government to make a political decision to correct that problem for our community. We don't want to go back into a legal mitigation on this. It's going to be a political decision. I mean, Major Mamnet naman kiwa nipigan mo sigati. Masa siyap na din gumnaban ay nipe saya gandiga pimatan siwe nipe. It's alive. E kung siyo nga taon nagatik piyo pugotas ko kung inijibatek na po mga siya, it's a dead water that we drink out of the tap. It's just really got go to the more natural water. Our people. I mean, just a few comments on this issue. Yeah.
Miigwech, Deputy Chief, for those comments. I don't think there was a specific question, but just some commentary on the presentation. So with that, I'm going to go virtually. I believe it's Chief Kustajan. Is it?
Good morning. Chief Sylvia Kustajan Matadawaban from Madawaskut First Nation. Wachik Msig that Jimmy Tinamasin Nagatayak, Mr. Gumachanik, Mr. Gumachanik, Mr. Gabukadotehegomuneno, Nagashkatun, Kishehawk, Skok, Nabilk, Washishik, Wachik to know. This is all these issues that I've been hearing. Just to give you a background, Madawaskut is in a crisis in all fronts. We had declared a state of emergency on our homelands, from water, infrastructure, housing, homelessness, opioids, mental health, child welfare, and the response has been very slow. Just to give you an idea, if there's another house fire, we have no room to accommodate anybody. Our homelessness is packed. The list, we are trying to meet our people's needs, but we don't have the resources or the capacity to move anywhere now. We're in a landlock. We've been asking officials, especially the senior, both governments know our story, but the response is slow. And when we're talking about water, the most precious thing, water. Water is life. Life is water, and that cannot be understated. As women, we are life carriers, as well as water carriers. And we must, once and for all, as Mishkegawak and Nan, as Nishnawbe people, no matter how we identify ourselves, we must take a united stand on this issue and all the other issues that are affecting our lives. We are people with rights, and I keep saying that, and we continue to engage in processes that doesn't work for us. These systems are killing our people, and yet we try to somehow attack it from every angle without really tackling the real issues. Is the Canadian law. It doesn't work for us. The systems don't work for us. Madawaskut is in water advisory. We're not on boil water advisory. We get our drinking water from an RO systems. And we've been doing that for many years now. And I say, as long as my members get their water from an RO reservoir, we do have a water issue. And it's been frustrating the way the government handles our approach. It's a piecemeal approach. We had warned them. We had warned them many times. If we continue to operate under your systems, your current policy and legislation and the policies that dictate, that guide your senior ministers or your workers, we're going to end up in a crisis. There'll be a time one day where we're going to be in dire crisis, and that's where we're at right now. We're at a humanitarian crisis. And we are having the discussions. We're having those serious discussions. And I think I just want to remind everybody, we are people with rights. Our people deserve that. Our people deserves just to live in Canada just like any other Canadian citizen. I want to be able to see our members and me turning on the tap and able to drink from it. Just like anybody else. I always say bread and butter issues. Bread and butter issues. We're still reeling with third world conditions despite the development that took place on our traditional lands. It was always conquer and divide, and it still continue. I play here. I understand what the mining industry can do and help our people. But at the same time, we must assert ourselves for the protection of our resources, our lands, our waters, our waterway system, or you name it, the sky, the air. We must ensure that for the future generations to come. It's not for us to be able to see that, but for our future generations. Chigi hegui chi aspenamoyan, Pistogama versus chi machi hegui, Sagrich magi taguno, Kamaskusinano, and nok. I should the magi and give me naganana to Mositaif, Nested Nagich Taif, Nested Matisi, Hota, Aski, Mama Aski, Managachigatik, Chigi, Mano, Manajis Taif, Nested Jabich Taif, Nested Machi hegui. I'm going to Moscow Google because there's a lot at play. Because that's what the community is. You can't function with that land, water, infrastructure. But it has to be good water. A water that you can rely on. And Health Canada, we gotta call Health Canada to task here. For us, they're not closely monitoring they're not doing their job in monitoring our water. They come here sporadically. And even if their water, the readings are elevated, they just say your water is elevated. But what does that really mean? And when they have reports, it comes back to the First Nation. And I say, what's the point of you coming in here and just the report comes to the First Nation? What are you guys doing about it? Like this is like you're bringing a report. I already know what's happening. You don't need to tell me. Put it out there. And I always say I look for allies, members, to bring a better tomorrow for our members. And it's a struggle. It's a hard struggle. I'll leave it at that for now. Mingus, thank you. Wajik.
Miigwech, thank you very much. Chief Sylvia Gustajan from Arawapskat. So with that, we'll get right into the resolution. I'm going to have the team put it up on the screen, please. We all have a draft copy around the table. So I'm not going to read the preamble. I'll get right into page 2, and it's also up on the screen. It's resolution number 2305, and it's titled Increased Involvement in Federal Water Legislation Process. So it reads, therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly mandate the Non-Executive Council to engage the Government of Canada and insist upon their responsibility to honor the nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations in Nan Territory and provide opportunities to meaningfully participate in the legislative process for the upcoming replacement water legislation. Further be it resolved that the Non-Executive Council is mandated to advocate on behalf of the treaty rights holders for direct engagement with the Government of Canada in the development of the upcoming replacement water legislation. Finally, be it resolved that the Executive Council is mandated to advocate for a legislative and regulatory framework that fits the needs of Nan First Nations and to facilitate open and transparent communication on the replacement water legislation between the Government of Canada and First Nations in Nan Territory before any legislation is enacted. Dated at Thunder Bay, Ontario, this 18th day of January 2023. Resolution is moved by proxy Brenda Fox, Mushkegowgamang First Nation, who is here, and I do require a seconder. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Do I have a seconder? Proxy Jason Batiste, Chapleau Ojibwe seconds the resolution. So with that, we have a mover and seconder. Proxy Brenda Fox, any comments on the resolution? No. Jason, any comments? No, no comments. Floor is open. Any discussion on the resolution before you? Any comments, questions, discussion? Third call.
Okay.
Okay.
It's Chief Ramona Sutherland online.
Go ahead, Chief Sutherland.
I'm looking at the second further be it resolved that the executive is mandated to advocate on behalf of the treaty right holders against or for direct engagement. It sounds like the First Nations are the treaty rights, but don't we have a partner in Canada to recognize them as also treaty right holders? It's almost like you've given them a way out. It's like we're treaty right holders, and then we have to engage with Canada as if they're not treaty right holders. I don't know. Those are my comments. I'm just looking at that, wondering that it's almost like a disconnect from their responsibility as well. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Sutherland. So I'm just looking at that section of the resolution. And the resolutions team is just having a quick look at it. As soon as we have some changes to provide more clarity, we'll have it highlighted up on the screen so that you can see it. Chief Sutherland and chiefs in the assembly room can see it. So there's, just looking at the team here, making sure they're good with it. Yep, okay. So Chief Sutherland, there's been an addition there.
That's better, thank you.
Okay, very good. Mover, are you okay with it? Seconder? Proxy Batiste? You're okay? Alrighty. So we have that friendly amendment. Chief Muñoz.
Good morning again. Chief Muñoz, Nishnawbe First Nation. I have some comments. I have some, I don't know, some suggestions, maybe some wordings. I don't have the actual wording, but I don't know if I think we should at least call it what it is on the preamble. Whereas when we're talking about safe drinking water, like a human right to safe drinking water, we say, I think we should call it what it is, what Canada has done. Canada has failed to provide its fiduciary obligations to our First Nations, to our people. I think it's too passive in terms of the language. I think you have to call out Canada on these at least when we make a statement like that. Why we want our communities to be involved in these discussions and all these things. Our fundamental basic human rights have been violated. They've been neglected. They haven't been respected. If there were, why would my community be, come February 1st, be on a 28-year boil water advisory? And that's a shameful, I'm actually embarrassed to keep saying that. But that is what the reality is. And it pains me to say this, what our communities are going through. And this is the failed will, or whatever it is, political will, or whatever you want to call it. It has not been seen in our communities when we have our communities facing 20, 10, 15, 5 years, even 1 year boil water advisories or water advisories in our communities. I don't know if there's any language that can be included there that could accommodate what I'm saying. And still today in our community, I'm glad other communities are starting to resolve their water situations. And hopefully that will work for them. But in our community, we're in a continued state where we don't know when our taps are going to be good enough to drink from our taps. Is it going to be, or if it's going to be good enough where we don't have odor, smell coming up from our taps? Where our people, when they take a shower, they don't get nauseated. They don't vomit after they shower. I'm not making these up. This is what I'm talking about. We have to call it what it is, what our people are facing in our communities. We have sores, we have rashes, we have long-term skin conditions that are never going to be resolved, even with medical treatments. And this is the failure when there is no will, when there is no willing partner for years and years, when it fails, the so-called treaty partnership that we have with Canada. We always call waters the basic necessity of life. And we're not realizing that. We're not seeing that in our communities. You definitely don't see that in our community. I don't know if anybody can say this in this assembly, but it is what it is. February 1st, 2023, Nishnawbe will hit 28 years, boil water advisory. That's the reality. That's the real implications when there is no political will, or when there is no will. You have to take people to court. We have to take Canada to court in order to get something. And that's the sad part of when Canada says they're doing their part. Not enough. It just frustrates me sitting here being a representative of my First Nation when we talk about these things, and yet we still feel, and our people still suffer in our communities. It's real. And the reality is we've lost loved ones too. We talked about mental health yesterday, the toll that it has taken on our people in our communities. We talked about crisis support, the many extraordinary efforts that our people and our organizations and our communities have done. But it is never enough. And the basic necessity, the fundamental human right to clean, safe drinking water in our homes has produced tragedies, unfortunately, in our community, in all of our communities, in some form. I share this sometimes when I speak about these issues, even past leaders. A mother lost her young daughter years ago. I guess in 10 years of Synod, because she needed clean drinking water. She needed water for her family, for her kids. And she had to walk close to 2 kilometers to get that water. She left her daughter, she left her kids. She went with some of her kids to that reverse osmosis unit that's located on our water treatment plant. It must have took close to an hour to go there and come back to get what she needed. Only to find out that her daughter took her own life within that an hour. And that's what I'm talking about when we're talking about the toll that it has taken. A simple thing like providing our people clean, safe drinking water in their homes. To not be able to, they shouldn't have to walk 2 kilometers. They shouldn't have to get their wagons to go down to where they can get clean, safe drinking water for that day, only to do that the next morning. That's what's real, what's happening with this issue. And our people are facing it today. That mother that I just mentioned, she's facing it today. Just like many mothers and fathers that have lost loved ones tragically. But unfortunately, she was only getting water. Why is that? Why do we still live in an age where we still have to allow our people to do that? With all the rich resources that Canada and Ontario has in this country. I don't know why, but it is happening. It is what it is. In our communities. This is what's happening in our community right now. So, I think we have to call it what it is, this resolution. If there could be a whereas statement there, that Canada has failed, has not fulfilled its responsibility, his duty, whatever it is, to our communities, to our people, when it comes to providing clean, safe drinking water in our communities and our homes. If they did, and if we're willing partners to be full partners to what we're trying to do, then we wouldn't have these kind of issues. We wouldn't share these stories. But it has, and it is happening right now in our communities. I know our treatment plant, I have other issues about our water treatment plant. We know what the infrastructure needs are in our communities. And we need to get to that point where every community should be able to not worry too much, not worry about if their facility is going to function or not. That's what's happening to our community right now. That's why we said in our many calls for action, whether if it's through media, it seems like Nishnawbe First Nation is ground zero for what is happening in terms of the water crisis in this country. It is. Over 10,000 days, 28 years coming. It's not a celebratory moment for anyone. It's shameful, it's embarrassing. It really does hurt. It's something that we have to change. It's going to take a lot of will. It's going to take a lot of commitment. Because we must change this in our communities. We cannot allow Canada to continue doing this way to our people, to our communities. It's just not right. It's not fair. So I'm asking for I think we need to push this to advocate for our people, for whatever we need in our communities when it comes to clean, safe drinking water, when it comes to addressing the issues that our people are facing today. And it's important, because we cannot sit around these tables and assemblies and say, this is what's happening in our community, without any resolution or without any solution. It's good to talk about it, but what our people need back home is they want to see action. They want to see something that's going to say, this is better than what it was yesterday. We visit our families sometimes when somebody can't walk because they have rashes on their skin because they just took a shower that morning. That's the reality what we're facing in our communities. So I wanted to say that, and I wanted to say this because I think it's important. The human rights, the fact that we're treated second class in a country that's so rich. I wanted to share that because it really does hit home when we're talking about how this issue has, how our people have lost so much, lost their little ones. So make it done, and I hope we can make those changes, at least to reflect some of the realities, what this resolution, even though we are asking to get involved, but Canada should be put the task on their record, how they have failed miserably, because it's real. It's not a good feeling when you're in that situation. Every day you get either 5 boxes, 10 boxes of bottled water delivered to your home. Every single day, Monday to Sunday. You get over a dozen loads of water coming in a week to try to address providing clean, safe drinking water for people, plus the RO unit. So me go check it on. I don't know if there's a way you can change that or add it to make the resolution a little bit more real and stronger. Another one is I don't know if there's wording there that the Executive Council is not proxy for our people. I don't know if that's something that's there. I believe Jamie mentioned that. These engagements are going to happen directly with our people, and NAN will be there to support in facilitating those, making sure that those things are done. Miigwech, and thank you for listening.
Miigwech, Chief Muñoz, Jagi Maznegade Yuegai Kidin, Mimawe Nejbigadik. So I'm going to have it put up on the screen. There is that request for a friendly amendment to change or make an addition. So it's up on the screen. I'm going to read it. It reads, whereas the Government of Canada has violated Treaty Number 5 and Number 9, as well as its general fiduciary duty by failing to provide safe and clean drinking water and water sanitation for NAN First Nations. Does that do it? Okay. In regards to the second point, I think NAN executive takes that. It's not the executive that acts as proxy. Does that do it? Okay. Now, I was hoping to deal with this resolution. I'd like to have a vote, but I did see one more hand up, so we can make it quick and then we get to the vote. Deputy Chief, go ahead.
I want to thank Chief Muñoz for his statement, for for speaking what the children are asking and saying all in this community and across land. I think that issue, what he wants, should be the impetus for our participation in this legislation. And I also think that should be the first statement in the resolution as well. That thing, because in your presentation, you outlined other advisories that are still going on. And it also mentions that all these boil water advisories across Canada, 40% of them happens in non-territory. And I think we should be up in arms over that. And I stand in support of Chief Munoz. Yeah.
Miigwech, Deputy Chief, so you're requesting that that addition be put at the front, at the top of the resolution, eh? Is that what you're asking? Okay. So I'm looking to the resolutions team. And we'll have it up on the screen. So there's no change in wording, same wording, but it's right off the bat at the front. So, Miigwech, what I'm going to do is, before we move on, Mover, you're okay with that? Seconder, you're okay? Okay. One more, Chief Chichu, and then we'll call for a vote.
Okay, I'm kind of still not satisfied too. I just don't feel like it's strong enough too. Like, I mean, we've been talking like this for years. Like, how many years have we been talking about this? Like, and even us just by writing that they're failing, they've been failing all the time and doing nothing. We need action. Maybe we need to put there that this needs to be rectified like immediately. It's unacceptable. I hear the frustrations of those that struggle with this. Chief Sylvie Stajan and Chief Munoz and the others that have talked. And I think we need real concrete action to take place, that enough is enough. This would not be acceptable in any other community in Ontario. And so I don't know if there's stronger words that could be put there. There's a war happens in Ukraine. They spend billions of dollars. They find the money when they need to find the money. The pandemic happened, they find billions of dollars. And I think for a basic human right of having clean drinking water and sanitation is something that they need to deal with immediately. So if we can put something in there a bit stronger where this needs to be dealt with immediately, that we're talking 20 communities here in the NAN territory. That's not too much. So I don't know how we could make it a bit stronger. Maybe the resolutions committee can find a wording, because I just feel like we're going to be sitting here a year from now, legislation will be there, nothing being done. So we need to take strong action as a Council of Chiefs here, where we demand that this happens like immediately. They find the money immediately, like they did with the war and with the pandemic. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Chichu. So I think you had the words directly. You did say that this is totally unacceptable. Water is a basic human right. This would not be acceptable for anybody else in Canada, and this must be rectified immediately. Those were the words that you said. So I'm going to repeat those words so the resolutions team can look at that. That's in addition to that first line. And they're just working on that right now. I'm going to repeat again what you said. This is totally unacceptable. Water is a basic human right. This would not be acceptable for anyone else in Canada and must be rectified immediately. Not my words, your words. Very powerful. Makes it stronger. So we're just waiting for the resolutions team to put that in the resolution. Then I will have it highlighted in yellow and put up on the screen. Just a note, it's 12 o'clock. We had asked lunch to be ready for 12:30. So we were trying to deal with the next agenda item, which I think is supposed to be an hour. But we'd like to get to the next agenda item. We had asked for the food to be ready 12:30, in half an hour. So as the resolutions team is just finishing this up, I'll read it. Chief Chichu, if that's okay with you, and then I'll go to the mover and seconder.
Chair? Before you're going to be asking the mover and the seconder, can we also include the, I forgot to mention, I just got reminded there, that it doesn't impede or what First Nations may be doing, or like, can there be a standard thing there? The thing that we usually put that it doesn't in some way impede or interfere with what maybe First Nations may be also doing. So if there could be some standard wording there, just to make sure that we don't undermine each other or doesn't.
Yeah, very good. There's that standard clause we put in there. We'll have the team.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see your lips moving this time, so I was wondering who was calling. Chair Gamade, Spimming with Dainap. So there's 2 additions. And again, bear with us. Resolutions team is working quickly to include those friendly amendments. Friendly amendment ngekit. Eskam shaku ugumakanu dgam David Chief Monias. And yasto nanshkinagus nanshkin kak sigagadu kanu dang ugumawan gadu dams. Ninda sugun ganop magyagais nugs. So I like to think that he's looking at the Grand Chief over here. Kawan mai nin ganshkiganobmsit. Sometimes I know it's hard when we're dealing with the challenges that your communities are facing, with the inadequacies from the government, and we sick in the regime guyak. Okay. While we're waiting, just to let you know, Proxy Jason Batiste over here has and I think this deals with the hydro, is it the hydro? Okay. The hydro corporation that First Nations are shareholders of. You are a shareholder. It's a corporate entity. There's big bucks involved, millions. It's important. There is a form here. If you can go see Jason, I'm just looking at it now. It's a partner shareholders registration form, and the chief has to be appointed to sit as a representative. So we need the form filled out, name of the First Nation, name of the chief. It needs a signature and a date. So are the forms available anywhere, or just come? You've got them here, okay. So Jason's got the forms. They're having trouble getting all the forms signed. So chiefs that are here, if you can go see Jason, please fill in the form. Very important for that corporate entity where you are shareholders. You own a portion of Ontario Hydro. So there's a lot at stake, so it's important that you go fill in the form. So, miigwech. Okay, are we ready? Okay. So, there's 2 changes. Number 1, finally, it's up on the screen. Oh, we'll go to the finally be it resolved that the implementation of this resolution is without prejudice to similar existing and future initiatives at the First Nation and Tribal Council levels. So that's the 1 change. At the top, we'll go to the first, or I believe it's the second whereas. Whereas this would not be acceptable anywhere else in Canada. Water is a basic human right and the situation must be rectified immediately. Chief Chichu?
Just maybe an addition there to the second yellow sentence there, where it says water is a basic human right. I think we need to include sanitation in there also, like it says at the above statement.
Okay. We'll just add. So it now reads, whereas this would not be acceptable anywhere else in Canada, clean drinking water and sanitation are basic human rights, and the situation must be rectified immediately. That's good? Okay. Mover, seconder are okay with it. All right, so at this point, any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? Third call, and I got to look online. Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? I see none. All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you very much. Resolution is carried. So very good. So it's now, okay. So it's now 10 after 12, and I know we've been sitting here all morning. We'll deal with the next resolution right after lunch. So what we're going to do is, I think the food will be ready in 15, 20 minutes, but we're going to ask.
Adam, I would like to ask whoever's going to be blessing the food to share a prayer for my family and my community. I lost my grandmother on my mom's side this morning. So if that could be done, I'd appreciate it. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Brenda, proxy for Mishkiwagamang. I think we've asked, is it Helen? Okay, we're going to ask Helen to come up. We've asked Elder Helen Cromarty to bless the food that we will eat, and also to keep in our prayer Mashkiwagamang and the request by proxy Brenda Fox to think about the community. She's lost her grandmother, and I believe it's the second loss in the community this week. So, Helen.
Creator, we thank you for this time. We ask you to stand with us, to keep us strong. Especially for the losses that are suffered by our community. The losses of those people who are going on to the spirit world journey. Keep the families strong, keep the community strong, that they will function and help each other, and that we also support them to keep them going. We ask the Creator that as we're about to eat, we out Jesus Christ de benchike. Boyak ta shiwaji abat stoyak. Nasne. So enchikeun. Nasne sa kiweun. Which hiweun jiabat stoyak. Mies na nakumanan Just zugoche. Miwe. Amen.
Miigwech, for the prayer reminder, we'll be back at 1:15, so we'll take an hour, 1:15. Also a reminder about the the mobile cancer screening coach. It should be out in the parking lot. You can go tour. It's that way? Okay. It's on the other side, towards the front door. Go see, go have a look, go have a tour. We're not asking just for women, chiefs, men, males. Go please have a tour, have a look. This is something that will benefit all of our women, no matter which nation you're from. So go have a look. And if you'd like to make an appointment as well, by all means do so. So, the mobile cancer screening bus, the coach. Miigwech, see you at quarter after.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. So chiefs, if you have not signed in, if you can please sign in at the booth, sign in. That helps us keep track of quorum, especially when dealing with resolutions. We'd like to call the meeting back to order shortly. So if you haven't signed in, sign in. So good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to call the meeting back to order. Order. So just a reminder that Jason Baptiste is going around with registrations for the upcoming meeting. Very important meeting. It has to do with the hydro, so it'd be good to sign up registration. And for chiefs who haven't signed in, if you can please sign in, that'd be great. So at this time, we're going to ask our youth co-chair to come and introduce the next topic.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chanel Skunk. Okay. So we will be talking about the health transformation update, and I would like to call Grand Deputy Chief Victor Linklater up. Where is he?
I'm just standing there posing as they're taking a picture. I got the biggest compliment yesterday that I didn't realize that me and Julian had the same outfit on yesterday as he was presenting, so I'm going to dye my hair tomorrow. No, just kidding. But just like to start off to wish everyone a Happy New Year, and we just want to acknowledge there was some discussion in the last day and a half about the tragedies and the death and the pain that's in our First Nation communities, and I just want to acknowledge that. And it's been a tough go for many of our people, so our prayers are with you as leaders, as community members, and just stay strong. I also want to acknowledge the presentation yesterday by DGC Chipanishkam with respect to the NAN crisis that's been done and the high number of missing persons in Thunder Bay and throughout our other First Nations and urban centers throughout NAN. There's some notices out there for Alex Lawson, Latanya Tate. So you know what? We have a lot of work to do. A lot of prayers need to go out. I think we need to work together as a collective. Sometimes, when we do our portfolios and the way government looks at us, they put us in our boxes, but everything is connected. So, and we just need to work together, and everything is connected. So the health of our people is determined by these socioeconomic factors and conditions, and it's something that we face every day. We do understand the many demands on your time. You guys have heard a lot of presentations up to now, and out of respect, we'll keep our update high level and as to the point as possible. This is your assemblies, and we respect that. It's time for us to give you updates and just to hear what's going on and to see how far we've gone on our mandates. So we appreciate the time this afternoon. We have it divided in three parts, so I'll be doing the introduction. We got our health transformation lead, Alvin Fiddler, that's going to do a part of the presentation on immediate needs, and then we got my policy, my strategic advisor, Wally McKay, to do the other part. So thank you for the opportunity. Just to give you a quick update, we have been working closely with our NAN Chiefs Council on Health Transformation to provide some ongoing strategic direction as we need. Their advice has been valuable, and we thank you for all your dedication and time that you put in as we work for the betterment of our NAN nations. I don't want to belabor the point, and nobody really wants to talk about it, but it goes without saying that the pandemic has changed the trajectory of our work. It's not an excuse. I want to challenge the thinking that the pandemic has somehow slowed our progress, but it hasn't. It's actually taught us a lot of things on the ground, and there are things that we need to keep in mind as we do this great work. It's amazing when government and agencies and First Nations work together, how you could get things done. Our challenge is when we work with government and proponents that we don't go back to the old status quo. They put up red tape, they put up everything there, and to work against this, but you know what? Our concentration is to work and follow the vision of the Charter of Relationship Principles governing health transformation in the NAN territory. We do have a document that was handed out, I believe, to all the delegates that are here. We just want to acknowledge our healthcare workers, our health staff, our leadership. It's been a rough 3 years. It's been a long 3 years, and we need to stop and respect that. It has had an impact on NAN, as we all know. And I just want to personally thank everyone in that health sector. We have community health nurses, we have supports on the ground. They've been going at it 3 years strong, and to keep our people safe. And we just want to acknowledge that all the great work that they do. I also want to acknowledge the hard work and contributions of our former Health Transformation Director, Georgina Lenz, who has now gone back to her position at ISK. Her commitment to NAN health transformation over the past 3 years is appreciated and acknowledged. We all wish her well in her transition back to government. Just a project review. Part of our responsibility through the guiding principles under the Charter is to continuously evaluate our progress and systematic access, and evaluate and improve the structure and the process and the outcomes. Under the direction of the Chiefs Council, we have undertaken a project review of health transformation, which is near its completion. The review being done by Yves Genier, a residue effect consultant, is intended to identify internal structure considerations to prove how NAN can progress with this work. We have identified and assessed in what has worked and what has not worked, and what we can do better to ensure that the overall mandate of health transformation moves forward in a good way. At Kuwaiwan, we shared a PowerPoint that outlined a NAN strategic approach moving forward. The work that NAN is doing is organized in 3 pathways. Transformation of system is the first one. Number 2, immediate priorities. And number 3, reclamation, reconciliation, and healing. I will talk about the first pathway, and then I would invite Health Transformation Lead and Negotiator Alvin Fiddler to speak on the immediate priorities under the pathway number 2, and Wally McKay, my strategic advisor, will talk about the third pathway. Pathway number 1, governance is the central theme of health transformation and what NAN was funded to do. We aren't here to enhance or tweak what we know to be a broken system, but transformation is about shifting control to First Nations and First Nation-led entities. We're talking about self-determination. We want to define, design, develop, and administer our own community-driven and nation-based visions for healthcare. We were funded to support the creation of a First Nation health governance model that reflects the structure representative of NAN and accountable to all 49 of our First Nations. This work is key to health transformation. So what we are working on, we're looking at health transformation and system design and control through the lens of the pandemic. We are working on a paper that outlines the First Nation-led response. We are also extracting what we have heard from community participation visits to bring into a draft conceptual model. We're looking at working with elders, and that work is ongoing, and knowledge keepers through our Palm the Winnimin working group, which would be presented in more detail in the upcoming months. We're looking at designing a targeted engagement strategy on governance models so that we can have meaningful conversation with you and your health directors on what you envision. Participating in upcoming meetings like the SLIFNA meeting, which happens next week in Winnipeg, to map out a health service delivery in the NAN territory, including service provider organizations and their roles and their responsibilities. We are actually looking at holding a gathering of service providers, health authorities, tribal councils under the health transformation process to discuss roles and responsibilities and alignment of strategic priorities. And that's scheduled for February 2nd, which is in a couple of weeks. We are doing this work to prepare models for a health transformation summit, which we are looking at to tentatively to be scheduled to the end of March. So there's a lot of work happening in the next month or so, month and a half. So we do need you there. I cannot understate the importance of defining NAN's role in working in this work, and want to draw your attention to the importance of some of the key guiding principles under the Charter. Governance and management of the system is intended to be guided by clear roles and responsibilities at all levels and incorporate First Nation ways and best practices. We have to do this work together. We need to sit down and talk about the path forward. We cannot have multiple health transformation processes that are not aligned with each other. And this does not mean that NAN dictates the process. It means that we have to work together collaboratively and in a way that respects community voices. Health partners and communities will work together in a coordinated and collaborative manner while respecting the autonomy of tribal councils and communities. Communities will be engaged at all levels, that's including community workers, elders, and youth, so that their voices are heard and incorporated into community-based programming. I know that there are some communities and tribal councils that simply don't see themselves as part of the health transformation, as part of health transformation, but I want to hear about it. I want to do better in this way, and I want us to do it together, because we are stronger together. Health transformation is a community-driven process and engages the expertise of First Nation communities and healthcare professionals, and collaboratively increases the involvement of First Nations to ensure decision-making concerning health services for communities is at the community level. I am posing a question for you all here. How can we do this better together? I know this is a massive undertaking, and every bit of work we do brings us closer, but it's also easier to get lost in the magnitude of the work. We need to look at the good work being done already and package that up in a way that makes sense for our communities. So, the question is, let's do it together. Let's change the system. And, at this time, I'll just give it over to Health Transformation Lead, Alvin Fiddler. So.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief Linklater. Good afternoon. Guajiminawa. Gumakanak. Wanashonog. Umaga Kayabiek. So I want to acknowledge the Youth Council, Women's Council, the Elders Council, and all the staff, and also through the Non-Executive Council. Thank you for the opportunity to give you a brief update on the work that we're doing on health transformation. So we knew from day one that this process would take us a while, that it would require all of us to do this work in a way that will benefit our communities. But we also knew that there were, and still are, immediate needs that we need to address, like today. And I just want to speak briefly about three of those items, just for your information and just for you that you're aware of what these projects will mean for you and your communities. This morning we had an event at the Orange hangar, which is just behind. I'm looking at the airport. Where's the airport? Over here, behind here. When you land at the Thunder Bay Airport, you'll see to the left of you or to the right of you. Behind me. You have to follow my lips. we had an event there this morning, and I just want to acknowledge our partners with this new project that we launched, or that we announced this morning, which will start in the spring. It's called the Blood on Board program, and it's a partnership between Orange and the Thunder Bay Regional Hospital. We are also supporting that project. Homer Tien, Dr. Tien is here, the president and CEO. He's over there in the back. And also the CEO for the Thunder Bay Regional Hospital, Rhonda Crocker-Ellicott, is here as well. Rhonda is over there raising her hand. Also, Rhonda's here with one of the members of our senior staff, Dr. Miranda Lesbrance, who is the Vice President for Indigenous Collaboration, Equity, and Inclusion. What was announced this morning is, and I was going to ask Homer to come up here, and maybe he could tell you more. Yeah, I'll put you on the spot, Homer. But what it is it will allow Orange, the paramedics, the air ambulances, when they go to the communities to do a medevac, if someone is critically ill or critically injured, that they can do, they'll have a blood supply with them on a plane, and that they can do the blood transfusion work right there in the community, rather than bringing them back to a hospital in Timmins or Thunder Bay or Solica, that they can do the work over there. And as you know, when someone is critically injured, the sooner that they can get this service, the chances of them regaining their health or to regain their life, or that they'll, this is so important. And so I just want to give a couple of minutes to Homer to explain to you what this project will do and when it will start.
Thank you, Grand Chief Fox, delegates, chiefs. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. It's a little unexpected, so forgive me if I stutter a bit and I'm unclear. I'll just say, when I hear about NAN health transformation, one of the messages that I've heard loud and clear from NAN leadership is that what people in your community, what the leadership want, the same care that there is in the South. And what I've heard today is that it's not, and we see that. And what we're trying to do with partners like from Thunder Bay is try to make improvements to try to make the care the same. So one of the things that we've always known is that when someone is bleeding from injury, from childbirth, or from say like a bleeding ulcer in your communities, there's no blood products to transfuse in your communities. And in fact, they have to wait till they get to a place like Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences Center to get that transfusion and the therapy. So one of the things we wanted to do was to try to get blood products to your communities earlier, so that when people are bleeding, the sooner you can start transfusion, the faster you can save their lives. And so this project was really the first step in that. And we have the airplanes and the paramedics, but we need the partnership with Thunder Bay, their lab services and their expertise, and we need the direction from NAN to say that these are important things that we can work on. So I think today was just an example of when we work together, we can at least in small ways under your guidance improve care in your communities. So I just wanted to say that and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Thanks. Chief.
You did well for being put on the spot. Bigots, Homer. Second item I want to update you on, and I know this affects all of us. Just looking back over the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks or over the last month of what our communities have experienced on mental health and the loss of our young people, the suicides that have happened, that we've all suffered. And I heard the Grand Chief mention yesterday that some of the funerals we've gone to, it was like back to back to back. That it is taking a toll on all of us. As chiefs, as leaders, as frontline workers, as parents, we worry about our kids. And we want to be able to provide them with the supports that they need when they need it. And it doesn't matter if it's during the daytime or nighttime, or if it's on a weekday or on a weekend. That we need to be there for them, that when they call for help, that someone should be there to answer their calls. So one of the services that we started during COVID was Dan Hope. And that has become a very valuable service for so many of our communities, our people, especially our young people. Last summer, we were able to secure additional resources, what we call a surge component, which allowed Dan Hope to put together a team of qualified mental health workers to go to communities to respond when a tragic loss or a suicide happens in one of our communities. But that funding was cut. ISC did not renew funding for that piece at the end of September. And so we've been unable to respond when you call for help for us to be able to go and support you on the ground, or your families or your children. So for example, in November, in Pauper Hill, and I just want to acknowledge the chief of Pauper Hill. You know, they lost 2 young girls within a matter of 7 days. One was 10, and then a week later, her friend who was 11 took her life. And when we were scrambling to try to figure out how we should respond and support Pauper Hill, we called ISC, and they said, you can support them virtually. Like you can do a virtual support program with the families in Pauper Hill. And can you imagine, you know, trying to connect with a 10-year-old who's thinking about harming themselves, or a 9-year-old or an 11-year-old, that somebody on the screen far away will try to help them? That's just not an option. And that we should not accept. And so we pushed really hard over the Christmas holidays, calling senior officials, calling the minister directly to see if they can reinstate this piece so that we can at least be able to respond when you call for help. And I'm thinking about the Sachigo Lake. They had 2 suicides there during Christmas. My own community, Musquat Dam. You know, a young mother took her life on Christmas Eve. And on and on and on. And we need to be able to give assurance to our leadership that when they call for help, that someone will be there. And so finally yesterday, they said, yes, we will approve your proposal. So we have a bit of a window, 6 months, to carry on with this project, which gives us a bit of time to figure out what should be in place in the long term for our communities for mental health supports. And so I'm hopeful that we will be able to provide some assistance to you and to your families during tough times. And what's made it even harder, I think, for all of us is the global pandemic. You know, the past 2.5 years has been really, really challenging. Things are challenging in normal times, but if you throw in a global pandemic in the mix, it makes things even more harder. And so I think all of us need to be mindful of our own kids and what they need and what we can do to support them. So I'm somewhat relieved, but I'm not totally just saying that this is great, this is everything. There's still so much more to do. And I think as leaders, you need to give us guidance in terms of what that system should look like. And that's part of the work we're doing on health transformation, and we'll be reaching out to you work with you in designing what that should be. The final thing I want to talk about is what we used to call long-term care. We're trying to change the language around long-term care, because if I were to ask you, to sort of, I'm not going to ask you to close your eyes, but if I were to ask you what you think long-term care is, chances are that you would think of a big building with beds and rooms and a bed in each room kind of thing. That's when we think about long-term care, that's automatically what we think about. And so we're trying to change the concept of what that should be. And so we're calling it continuum of care. And there's a group we're working with, Together Design Lab, and there's a young man there that spoke at one of our meetings. And it really had, for me, as the health transformation lead and negotiator, of what that should be or what that could be, and what we need to do to address the needs of our elders that are being sent out from their communities, that are being exported out. When, for example, my own mother, who's at the Minnehawen Center at the William George facility in Silicon for 4 years now, and other elders like her, when they were growing up, when they were small, their home was the land, like their home was a lake or a river system. Well, that was their home. And then at some point in their lives, their home became a reserve. So they moved to a reserve. And then they were given a government house, and that became their home. And then when they become older, or when they're unable to look after themselves, they're given a bed, and that's their home. And so if you look at their journey from when they were small as a child growing up, their home is like became smaller and smaller, right to a bed. And that's the concept I think we need to really think about, how we need to reframe the work that we are all doing. And there's, as I said, a partnership now we have started with Together Design Lab in terms of how we need to address continuum of care in our communities. The goal is to equip and provide capacity for our communities, for them to look after their loved ones longer in the community, that we need to move that yardstick from here to here so that they can stay in their homes, in their communities longer. So that's the concept behind the work that we're doing now on continuum of care. And there's a business case that's being developed. We're working with all our partners in NAN, all the health authorities, to ensure that the business case that's being developed truly reflects who we are and the needs of our communities. And when we meet again, we will provide a more detailed report, because you also need to be a part of that work. There's one more thing I want to just briefly touch on. Again, it's been pointed out to us many times that that's a real need at the community level is paramedicine, first response, and how important that is. That when someone is in crisis or medical distress or medical emergency, that someone is there within minutes, not hours, within minutes, and that person who responds is trained, and so that that's the work that's also happening right now, is to develop a program where we can have trained paramedics in our communities to develop a model that can be applied to all of NAN. And again, we're working with all our partners on this to ensure that that we do this in a good way, that we are and will be meeting the needs of all our communities for them to be able to have some sort of a first response program at the community level. So there's a draft needs assessment that's been done. We have a consultant that's working with us, and the next steps will include to review and discuss these documents with our Chiefs Council. I also just want to acknowledge our Health Transformation Chiefs Council that has been part of our journey. That's part of this health transformation journey, supporting and directing the work. We're meeting again soon and in a couple of weeks, and we will be talking about these issues, what I'm talking to you about right now, because we want to make sure that we are on the right track. So that's the work that is happening right now, and as immediate needs are being raised with us, we will respond, and we will work with you to respond and develop appropriate planning for us to be able to address the immediate needs that you work on every day in your own communities as chiefs, as leaders. So thank you for this opportunity to provide an update. Miigwech.
Watch him. Watch him. Watch him. Kchihak skatsak and kinaganak winakaknagabishaik. I've been asked to present a small brief report dealing with reclamation, reconciliation, and healing pathway. These three elements must be integral part of the health transformation of Nishnawbe Aski Nation, First Nation healing process and renewal. First of all, reclamation of Indigenous laws was initially started as one of the key elements of non-health transformation that was headed up by Adam Fiddler. As with other initiatives, this sector was on hold due to the pandemic. An undertaking has now been put back in place for Adam Fiddler to continue his work on reclamation of Indigenous laws. Reclamation is a process of developing a legal instrument based upon Indigenous lawmaking processes that will, in the end, be negotiated as part of the health transformation in governing our health services under our own control and then under our own decision making. Presently, Canada is proceeding with distinct-based legislation on health. We see that the reclamation and that process must go in parallel processes as we move forward on this particular file of reclamation of Indigenous laws. Reconciliation is of vital importance to our community members for non-health transformation to begin discussing as to what will constitute reconciliation with Canada and Ontario on our health services. Too often we view colonial governments and their systems that seem to say we are achieving reconciliation by throwing funds and programs on a failed systems like we have endured for the past 100 years. We as leaders and as people have to determine the benchmarks that will achieve and constitute reconciliation on health services to our people. The needless and premature deaths of many of our people must be factored into the reconciliation position of NAN. We cannot forget the agony and the grief and sorrow of Norman Shoebek as he watched his wife die because of lack of oxygen. The hundreds of misguided, misdiagnosed of ailments of our elders and children that eventually died. We cannot say reconciliation has been achieved or reached when our people are still given the Tylenol treatment for all their sickness. Reconciliation must include healing measures for our communities. The level of health maltreatment on our people must be included in measures for reaching reconciliation with Canada, Ontario. We must dialogue on reconciliation. Healing pathway. We find ourselves today, our people, our youth and children are at critical crossroads as it pertains to their health. Each of our communities are overwhelmed with matters of addictions and mental health. The colonial system's plan was to dismantle our families through residential schools, Sixth School, and other institutions like CF, Child and Family Service Systems. The plan was to dislocate our people from their occupation of their lands by herding each one of us into a reserve system. Today, our communities are suffering as a direct consequence of colonial measures. Under the healing pathway, within the health transformation process, there is a need for an extraordinary investment by Canada and Ontario to address the dread of addictions and mental health of our people. If we are seriously considering developing and administering a new health system under our control and decision-making, then we need to address the present condition of our youth and children because they will be responsible for administering the new health system. To agree to a piecemeal approach on addictions and mental health is to compromise the health right of our people. There must be a well thought out plan on addictions and mental health, a design made by our people and treatment by our people. As an added piece, I want to address the need for First Nations to begin the approach on health based on a treaty right to health. The treaty right holders have to give direction to the Nishnawbe Aski Nation that health be based upon as a treaty right. It is timely for 9 chiefs to take a position that the right of health was and is part of the signing of Treaty Number 9 and its adhesions. The actual presence and accompaniment by a doctor with the treaty-making commissioners is part of the intent and spirit of Treaty Number 9. To this date, Canada and its provincial jurisdictions have always taken the position that health is not a treaty right, but provided through the benevolence on their part because we are just like the rest of the citizens of Canada and the provinces. The provisions of health services is generated from the natural wealth resources extracted from our lands and resources that our forefathers had agreed to share with the settlers. Treaty number 9 is a very unique treaty whereby Ontario is a signatory to the treaty. Ontario has always contended that their signature on the Treaty number 9 was to signify that they were there as an observer. Research history has shown that Ontario was the principal architect of the elements contained in Treaty number 9 by virtue of court decisions referred to as St. Catharines Milling case. To date, Ontario has not sought higher court decisions favorable to our people, such as Chichu and Mashaki cases, although they had threatened to seek higher court rulings. At the very last minute, they renege on proceeding to a higher court, and the question is why? The answer is they do not want to meet us at court on Treaty number 9. Treaty number 9 has accepted and understood by scholars to have concluded that Treaty number 9 is a treaty of sharing and not one of land surrender or ceding of land. Therefore, our First Nations still have the title to their lands and resources. Through our lands and resources taken under the false presumption of the ownership and title by Ontario, therefore, all our health resources have been paid through the extraction of the resources from our lands. It is time to consider to address the matter of health as a treaty right, and if need be, to consider legal remedy. If Ontario and if facts can be justified that Ontario became a partner with Canada to determine the contents of Treaty number 9, then Ontario has a fiduciary duty and obligation to all Treaty 9 holders. Health transformation must be approached by none that health is a treaty right. Thank you very much.
Don't be shy. That was our presentation, and the message there is, we need you guys. We need to hear what's happening on the ground. We need to actually emphasize, we don't want broken systems. As I'm sitting here listening to the conversation the last day and a half, the chief from Attawabasket spoke about systems that we're currently in. And if you're really quite honest, those systems were actually made to break and to extinguish who we are as a people. So health transformation is going back to how we should be taking care of our people and how to stay healthy. And everything is connected. This government has worked very, very hard to destroy us as a people. We carry so much trauma that makes us, that if you read, the research shows that because of everything we went through, it contributes to diabetes, cancers, mental health, and addictions. And we really need to fight together to make our people healthy again. Because we were strong, we were healthy. We got to go back to our ways, our thoughts, and there's a lot of work moving ahead. We need to really work harder and to have that community-driven input and desire. So as a nation, 49 nations, we could be stronger. So we thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. I see someone's itching for questions, so.
Hi, Chief Mervyn Muscree. Thank you for the presentation, Deputy Grand Chief and Alvin and Wally. In regards to the treaty right to health, I'm a strong advocate of that we continue to hold the government accountable. The reason why I sit here, I'm frustrated because back in 2007, the James Bay General Clinic in Moose and our hospital in Moose Factory amalgamated and became a provincial board, came up with this Winnebago Area Health Integration Framework Agreement that Moose Cree did not sign on to because we felt like the federal government was downloading their responsibility and their treaty right to health. And today, we're still not signed on to the WAHIFA. At the Mushkego table, I've been proposing that we revisit the WAHIFA and that we get the things that we want on there that's going to meet our needs as a First Nation. That's going to and there's other issues surrounding that, not just the treaty health. For reasons why we did not sign on, and one of them was because we felt like there was a lack of consultation. And also we were concerned about the governance structure of this health, because I feel like it's we know our people better. We're the ones that need to govern our health. We know what our people need. And therefore, Moose Cree did not sign on to the WAHIFA. There might come a time, if it's renegotiated to our satisfaction, that we'll sign on. But the frustrating part there is that the federal government, I think, only wants to become a funder and let the province run the show. And I don't think that's good. And I think we need to fight against that moving forward. I'm not too sure, I'm not too sure if I've missed some meetings, but even before I got in as chief, I believe the health transformation even started before I became a chief. I'm not sure what has happened in the last 5, 6, 7 years since it started. But I think we need to hold you guys accountable for that, right? Even though maybe you weren't there too. But what took place? What have they done up to this point? Where has the money? I believe it was millions of dollars that were spent. I'd like to see where those monies were spent and what it has accomplished. Because so far, it's not reaching our communities. We're continuing to struggle with health issues, with the health service delivery in our communities. And even just this past Christmas season, because of the weather, our winter road from Moosonee to Moose Factory to Moosonee wasn't accessible. It was very unsafe. And we were not able to transport patients that needed to be transported in acute. It took days for that to happen. I believe Dr. Homer Teen, Orange Company, I'm concerned about some of the decisions that they made during that time. Because there were people that needed to get home to come and die at home and die in dignity in their home community. There was acute patients that weren't able to be moved, to be medevaced, because from what I understand, I believe it was the Orange Company said it was due to the weather and mechanics. A lot of us fly on planes where we're ready to leave and goes back and they said, oh, there's a mechanical problem and it's fixed right on the spot basically, and you take off. Why can't that happen in things like this where there's a possibility of life and death, right? And also, there's question about the weather. We're questioning the weather because everybody else was flying. And so I'm not sure where that's coming from. But I'm just thinking that somebody mentioned, I'm not sure if it was Alvin, but or who it was, about the misdiagnoses also. So I guess what I'm saying is that this health transformation file really needs to get on track. And personally, I'd like to see an account of what has taken place the last 6, 7 years, whenever it started. I'd like to see a financial report where those millions of dollars have spent, because it doesn't seem like it has reached us and reached our communities, and our people are continuing to struggle with the health issues. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Just to hit a few points, program review. When we got this file, I had the same questions as you. So they're doing a deep dive and we'll get the report out. And it's something that we're looking at very shortly. I'm not going to make you wait, because we have to look at it. Because when you do a program review of anything, I mean, you have to see what you've done well, what you didn't do well, and how to change. And so those are all valid questions, Chief Chichu. The whole reason why health transformation's there is to build a system that really reflects the needs of our people. And so, being born in your community, being medevac 10 times, I know the struggles. I was misdiagnosed myself, almost died. And, it's a tough goal. That's why we need to develop what works for us. And nobody knows our people like we do. And I think that's where the engagement needs to happen, like real management agreements and how we could work together and advocate for a better system, our system. And I appreciate that. We did take your notes and we'll do some follow-up.
Just a bit of a follow-up to one thing I forgot to mention is that in light of the fact that we didn't sign on to the WAHIFA, we ended up having going to the federal government to have a bilateral table to discuss how health service delivery will be, what will happen at Moose Cree. And we have that bilateral table. They funded us, and now they're refusing to fund us. And I've asked this to Alvin Fiddler when he was a Grand Chief, and I've asked you, Derek, too, of, here's us having a bilateral table, and how is this health transformation that's happening going to support what we're doing? I think we're having a nation-to-nation table with the government on health, and it's going really well. We're doing our part. We told them what we would accomplish in a year. We accomplished. We gave them the deliverables, only for them to turn us down for funding for phase 2. So I've asked you this before, and I'm going to ask again about how can Nishnawbe Aski Nation support Moose Cree in that bilateral table with the federal government. I think we need to see that succeed. We need to see that happen, because that will set the precedence of how other First Nations want to approach health. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chiefs. Chief Chichu, thank you for your questions. As you know, this all started when Norman and the Shuebik family lost their mother, their daughter, sister. She was many things to many people in Webekwe. And she lost her life because there's not enough oxygen in the tanks, for those who don't know, in the tanks at the nursing station. When the orange plane came, there was more oxygen in the orange plane than there was in the nursing station. The orange plane was better equipped than the nursing station. And I was a deputy serving with former Grand Chief at the time, Fiddler. And at that time, Norman presented me with the hand drum, his family, and they asked for us to start this health transformation process. It was very emotional, and he walked with the oxygen tank from Thunder Bay to Webekwe, up the winter roads. Many of you could recall that. And to this day, he asked me, what's been done so far? What's been done with health transformation? What's been done with the work that I've helped initiate? So Chief Chichu, we will give you an accounting immediately of what's been done financially, as you've requested. And we do support your bilateral table. The specifics of that, I would like to sit down with you with your leadership on how Nishnawbe Aski Nation, the executive, the Chiefs of Assembly, could support you and others who embark on your own health initiatives within your community. As you all know, our accountability is to the rights holders who are within this room, and you speak for those rights holders. You speak for those people within our nations. It's our duty to ensure that we support you. So immediately, I would love to follow up with you and work out. Not do it in a month or a year. I don't want to be sitting at Kiwewin in August and you be saying to me, you didn't come see me. You didn't come talk to me. And we're going to get that done right away and ensure that we do support you and that you do have an accounting of the finances, Chief. Thank you.
Chief Sylvia on virtual.
Good afternoon. Waji Sylvia Costaji Matadawaban, Chief for Adobska First Nation. Waji Dodgy Matanamise Mina Umagabustagi Shigak. Animan Umagang Motigatik, Manipamatisun, Manipamatisun at the scale. Mr. Dagon, get the Magan Dagon. You know, when we talk about health, Manipamatisun overall well-being, it is very frustrating and it's very disconcerting because we still have the lack access to quality care and access. Recently, I lost my aunt from Washoe for serving, Josephine Costaji. And it was hard because my mother had to FaceTime her just to be with her, just to pray with her. But she died alone in that hospital. The family did go see her, each of her children, but they were in the process of finding a long-term care home for her. She had a massive stroke in the head. She was half paralyzed. She died alone in that hospital. She couldn't go home back to Fort Servant because they don't have the supports. They don't have the supports for her in terms of home care, in terms of equipping her home so she can go back. They didn't have a choice. A lot of our elders leave our community only to die in these facilities alone. And I think we have to do much better. We are accountable. I hear of non-transformation for a long time. And it's true as Chief Mervyn Choo said of Moose Factory First Nation. Including us, we're accountable. Because we keep talking about these great needs or lacks in our communities, but it's so slow. These services could have happened. What we're talking about in the things that need to take place should have happened yesterday already. But it seems like we're starting over again. And it's very frustrating because my dad always told me, Danis, he said, don't forget the elders and the people that are in need, the people that are sick. Don't forget to advocate for them because many of our elders are people that are sick, can't speak for themselves. They give up into a system that had made them sick. My dad was late Gregory Stajan. He always said that the treaty right to health. It is part of who we are. There is such a thing, and he told me stories. So it's time we get our act together. mental health, a great big part in our First Nation that's in crisis at all levels. Orange says they have pilots, they have paramedics, they have planes. Well, what happened this past Christmas? We were backlogged 12 medevacs. They couldn't move patients because they had no planes. Orange couldn't respond, they only had one. Personally, I got calls for mental health, families, a person going into psychosis. So I had to stay with the family for quite some time just to assist, just to make sure everybody was safe. And these are the real issues that's happening in communities. I'm sure Adwabuskit is not alone. So I'm urging everybody to work on this file, to work on these things. Make it happen now. And elders are dying off. A lot of our elders are dying. There's a report that came out that says for Adwabuskit alone, 6 out of 10 people in my community are dying needlessly because of lack of service, misdiagnosis, access. I have a story to share what happened to my dad too, but that is my story from one day. I will share it. But I truly believe he would have been with us longer. And so many stories like that in our community, and our members need to be heard of the tragic things that happen to them through a failed system. And I think we owe it to them to hear their stories so they have an outlet. That's where it begins. When we talk about reconciliation, that's where it begins. There's so much more I can say on this file. I know I'm all over, but it's so dear in my heart. Minglish for taking the time to listen to me. God bless you all.
Yes, thank you, Chief Sylvia from Attawapiskat First Nation. Next on virtual, we have Chief Merjan Chichu. He is in the room.
Hi, it's me again. Just want to mention too, especially when the topic of the treaty right to health again has been mentioned. We're losing our hospital at Moose Factory. It's going across to Moosonee. And it's going to be provincially run. So it's been a very difficult matter. The decision was made before I came in, but I tried to fight it as hard as I can since I came in to try to reverse the decision that was made in light of 5 resolutions that was passed by the Mushkego chiefs that were totally disregarded, that the hospital remain in Moose Factory. But now it's moving. It's going to be in Moosonee. We've taken different approaches, and one of the approach that's why I want to just say one last thing here is that we've asked the Winnebago Area Health a board, which is made up of First Nations people, to allow Moose Cree in our treaty land entitlement, to include that piece of land where the hospital is going to be on our treaty land entitlement settlement with Canada and Ontario. And I shared the benefits with the Mushkego chiefs back in May in Rama at our meeting, and they totally agreed with our reasoning that it would benefit everyone. Tax exempt benefits is one of them. But the main benefit is that that hospital will be on federal ground, on reserve land, to hold the federal government accountable to our treaty right to health. There hasn't been much movement. I met with the Waha board along with our consultant and we haven't heard back from them for a long time. I just confronted that again the other day. So I'm calling on, again, the chiefs of a Mushkego Council. You have representatives on that board that can raise their hands and say, our chiefs voted for this hospital be included on the Moose Cree's treaty land entitlement. And so I'm asking the Mushkego chiefs to go back to their representatives. And I guess, Alan, you got a representative on there. Moquebec has a representative, Moosonee has a representative, to ask your representatives to go to the table and move this issue. Because I feel like it's very important and very critical. I'm not sure why there's no movement, who's blocking that movement, even though the chiefs of Mushkego Council agreed that Moose Cree include that piece of land on their treaty land entitlement. And I think we need the support again of NAN to really see that happen. If we're seriously talking about our treaty right to health, then that needs to happen. We need your support for that to happen and to continue to hold the federal government accountable. So I thought I'd bring that up publicly here so that you guys will be aware exactly of what's happening there and what we're facing in our community. What an opportunity for that hospital to be on federal land. And we need to make it happen.
Hello, I'm just going to talk. I've been waving like a crazy woman here, and then nobody looks over, and I kind of have a respect to it that I was taught that I wait until somebody acknowledges me to speak. So anyhow, I kind of threw that out the window. For this, I guess I do have questions with the health transformation in regards, because I did have 2 conversations with Alvin, one in Timmins and one in here in Thunder Bay. And I do have a lot of concerns in regards to the health transformation and where it's going, where it came from, where it's at, and where it's going. I think for me anyways, I think everything looks nice on paper. It does. It looks very beautiful because I kind of ran my hand through it. But there is partners that are missing from this. And I see there is no SLIFNA. And during COVID, every community was on their own. You know, we were on our own. You know, that's how it felt because we had to protect our people. And we learned a lot from that. And we did, and I think, you know, my suggestion, and I've always been a very strong believer in traditional law. And I said that's one of the things that the key components that have been missing with the health transformation. It was good to hear that today that Adam is going to be restarting that, because I have been asking that for a while. And the other thing too that I would really like to recommend to the health transformation and also the Chiefs Committee is that bring the health transformation home to the communities, start presenting in the communities, because it is the community members that are asking where is this going? You know, that's how I feel. Because, you know, I've dealt with a lot of personal health issues, not myself, but, you know, in my family's immediate needs that we had to address. You know, those are things that, you know, that we all face as leadership. You know, one is not greater than the other. But you know what, the ability to listen to the community level, that's where it needs to come from, and you keep saying that. Approve it, come to our communities. I know that we had a visit when Ovid was leading, and there was supposed to be a follow-up visit, but then COVID happened. I didn't want to mess that up because I kind of always want to say COVID, Ovid, but anyhow. But I do really want to see health transformation be brought home where it started. It started with this lady, and it needs to come back to the communities, not in Toronto, not over there. You know, the ministers have to come and start sitting with us. You know, if we want to say that we have a right, well, we do have a right. We have the right to say that they can come to our homelands. So with that being said, that's my frustration, and I have a voice. I'm not the kind of person that shies away from frustration. I will address what I need to address. And that is 2 times that I had talked to Alvin in regards to my concerns, and it was 2 dinner meetings. And to date, I haven't. There's issues that haven't been followed up yet. You know, so with that being said, and just yesterday, the presentation that was done by Ovid in regards to building capacity in communities. I think a lot of our communities have built capacity during COVID. And it's time to start connecting the dots. We really want to bring our elders home. But you know what? It's also that the caregivers, we can't afford to stay home. I think about my dad is getting older. I'm willing to quit my job and do whatever to keep him home as much as possible, even if that means going on social assistance. Because that is the way now, is that we have to have a living. So if you want to build capacity and how you want to start advocating for these kind of stuff, is start connecting the dots within the organizations. And this, how do we start building capacity and dollars to take care of our elders in our homes? So, Chimigach, I don't know, those are mostly suggestions, and also frustrations that there are a lot of answers that still need to be answered by health transformation. And thank you for the good presentation. It's really good as it's written, as you want it to be presented. Chimigach.
Thank you, Brenda.
Hi, Chief Munias. Can I get Howard Mashaki to be recognized to speak? Howard?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chief Munias. Thank you, Wynn. And thank you, Chiefs, for allowing me to speak. I said I wasn't going to speak, but I heard my name being used in Wally's presentation. So I said I want to speak. And first I want to start off with by acknowledging the Mashaki name. And in 1995, I was charged for hunting out of my tree area. And then later on, my parents were charged for building a cabin on Crown land. I fought that case, me and my wife, because we believed we as First Nation people have their right to do or practice our traditional ways anywhere in Canada. And I was asked that by a judge. Where do my rights proceed? And I told him, anywhere I go. And the same thing with my parents. They built that cabin because they have the belief that as First Nation people, we can build a home anywhere we want as a First Nation person. And there's no provincial or federal right to deny us that ability. One of the questions that were asked me by the judge was, what is your understanding of a First Nation person? Not that you perceive it today, and I was 23 or 24 years old at that time, but as you understood it as a child. And I told him, and that's where I used that belief. Growing up, I was taught as a First Nation person, my rights travel with me wherever I go. So when it comes to our education, that's the education we need to bring to our children. Not how we see ourselves today, but how we see ourselves by our ancestors' belief of who we were. Because our beliefs now are getting tainted from the past. So we have to go back to our past to justify our needs. The other thing I want to bring up is health transformation. Is when I hear our people talk, we always use the word community or reserve, but it's not about a community or a reserve. It's about our people. So when we talk about health transformation, we should be saying our people. That's who we're representing, is our people. We're not representing a piece of land. Our land doesn't tell us who we are. We as people tell other people who we are. The other one I want to talk about is me and my wife have been suffering now for 4 years with no support. And immediate needs is the biggest one. I've been asking people to take my story down, or our story down. But yet, there's no one that has come to us, especially when it comes to health transformation. But yet, we suffer every day. And I listened to Wayne earlier today talking about resolutions and the way we write them. And I love listening to Wayne. I always gain some knowledge from him when I hear him talk. And I think he's right. It's about time in these resolutions that we start putting in there the real reason why we're drafting a resolution, and stop beating around the bush and put the real facts down on paper. That's how we hold the government accountable. That's our proof. The other one, the reason why I'm saying about the support services and this and that, is the day my wife suffered her stroke, I've been asking for help. And I get met by policies and procedures of why she can't get any help. One of the biggest things I was been asking for right from the get-go was support services around her mental health needs and her physical needs. To this day, she has not had anyone support her with her left side neglect. The other one is I've been asking for medical devices to support her and to have a better life. And one of the things I asked for was a medical device for a vehicle, or a vehicle itself. October 2nd, she breaks her leg because her sisters are trying to get her in her vehicle. She ends up in hospital for 2 months. If you look at the per diem per day for one person to be in hospital, it's about $1,000 a day. So for 60 days that she was in hospital, that's $60,000. That's how much a vehicle costs. The other device I asked for was $10,000. So our system is designed for reactive care, not proactive care. So how do we change that? But we allow the government to make our people suffer because they're willing to pay inadequate costs or costs that shouldn't be paid for. The last part I want to speak about is I've been looking for someone to take our story down, to do a documentary of the suffering that we've been going through. Our son was murdered in 2020. And yet this guy that murdered our son sits in jail. And we as First Nation people pay for that. People say, oh, it's a tax dollar thing. No, as First Nation people, we still pay taxes. We pay land taxes. We pay taxes at the grocery store, at the corner stores. We go to Manitoba, we still pay taxes. In some way, shape, or form, we as First Nation people pay taxes. What I'm trying to say here, though, is if that person that murdered our son had the same condition as Jeannie, everything would be covered for him being incarcerated. How is that fair? Now that this guy took our son and also is getting everything covered being in jail. That's another fight I think our people should be talking about, or all people for that matter. The other one is CBC. I spoke with the person that's doing the piece for Garnet Anishkanab. I would like to embarrass the provincial government and the federal government for the treatment that we as First Nation people get by our healthcare system. But the CBC reporter, all she wanted to do was embarrass ParaMed or Home and Community Care. They are just an entity that is guided by policy and procedures. It's the government that makes those policies and procedures, so they're the ones we need to embarrass, not the service providers. Because if we change them, and I develop my own, I'll still fail because I'm still following their policy and procedures. So I thank you for allowing me to speak, and have a good day.
Thank you, Miigwech. Chief Adlukan, please state your name and community for the record.
So, Adlukan, Distrikas, Ugumakan, Matung. Gian Nishnawbe ga Ijmachtan, Oiga, Kawitas in the Monk, Gatas in the Monks ago. Yet the Eshkom Dutan, Yerganin, and the Jugumakan, Yang Matawa, the guy Shigizran, which is Gizran. Ani si ticket to men Chigagwe, Kia Nas Kamang Kaishigishing, and Snabem win. Kitan de Mananige, Kinichan Snanig, Kiwi no yet Chigagwe, Ishigijat. Ye, Katas in the Magnogum, Enekago Sanakse. Vizishik kegun enon desing skenongum umaga ginon desing maskiki koyog gotingi pejgo kini jogenin imanake dejike nani ige maskiki nigulaton doctor gajn kazach kain afjigin snetagushin ziok. Vitash got sock in the shimin. Yes, she be got Yagamini going when you go gain and gigi on guitar and a ski cook, Ningatase, Vishigigo. Chimesco be George. As we cut yes, that's no. We saw go managi and a given or say given Yagak and a gay one COVID boy Yamagak. Migo Shiga, she says, can we kagi kishmas as none. When you go to my gay yacht. We son again, Dagon would think I sang in it. The GK nanning. O manake can so sign in this Nikat time and ye as come go shaggy jugak. Chibozak, Amomagak, the New Year's is Nikat mag. Gioni and get me no pejig. Adimite na got subunego banegi pata etioch guina utino maga na nigagi tutagots uinges ni shrek seo no man ke gegunan kai non de sing de jike nani ta konyu be michige maskiki kwekske ga yaach kawin kitepses yug maskiki kwegi manake Kinowin Gina get George Mego Gondam Siang Mego got the Jiganich or Skinny or Tigagi Pata Aganich Nanageskini Skob Madze, Yerganiskona Koenig. Ia ta sint ko ni nyuk mi pan ka sko ji nagnich oite maski kiu gamung oga gifata aganich hagi skop matzich gib chini jog dak ni minanik Pejik iman ki ogi nagat stunga gi jiyabak pejik ske akol jiyoga magong ogi nagat stun ni anunet na ke kai no yoga tak ko ni nyuk Kita zindeta shumana ke nogum jeba min ajwesh kat no no dangen yet zindek ta koni bima bimi chigen legislated chiam ka ani no ka ji jurbi ga te go te okchug maga jiat ani no ke gun ka janda de mtite fse ga te gi ana ke mi legislated chiga te ganin ke gun no gun ga mini gun ske I choose life nga stone te bimi go kimini gumen mi goetta mi ke mini go kan shinia ta stone ke Nishnawbe Aski mi na ne choya ga ma je chigi segban mi bezgo maski be mi chigin mi ye be shigeto ta going ki ta ke na ngani ki kanin ki china mi kusina no gemak ye tas mi no ni ke tie onje inaske ye kai je sing no Kagi forgeto ta going skagi forgeto ta next to go at Ogima residential school iske 60 scope kagi nepeti naga ni watske awashak mi mana ke kagi shiga go suna cha agnet Nishnawbe guide mi no cha Nishnawbe gisik mi mam ga notang maske ya kchugimak kai ndaske gikskiga tesnunia Pakani na kinga tu toga ni wats minor minority guy os ke no et na ke kin saga ni ogwino pakanski na di on ji gwen sigomen a kuzuin ni boge gon kan ne gimi ni gon man ke miesto sento ta gon colonialism to swing gebgo anok kimaga nongom to this day and ge uzbiot to zonge ge gino man ke inga ke inga under treaty ke ginon dige shibio te zunga no says dige tisga no muksina ne ge no Ontario and Canada mies no gum wa gan just saying no gum wa ga gizak mi gan just saying no gum wa kene ge gong be mechike nan chibank shinang ge goette ge benigo kitishmini gum ga ge gong jiban saying anake ai azo ge ginsto tishmiota ge ta ge mchigoji machim ge mchigoji mna ge pakan disgija they're designed to fail. That's what it is. Mia estegia. Ueta skatas in the manga transformation. Kain mam in this zin and when again the ganskak. Skeni no the man came my tower, Kaizen to Bendagos. One transformation process, Ingochi Yamagan, Umana came nan. Keni no this man came my tower. Another transformation process. Ontario ge no bimito no unit na kanigegon. We're going to be transformation to death with all the programs that are happening. Ani na fik kenage machi taji kamang kenagegon. All under Treaty Number 9. When? We can't continue to go silo. That's what's going on here. Our police system is going to continue to be the way it is if we don't get together as Treaty Number 9, NAN, you know, Treaty Number 9, Gejnikatan, that's the original name for it. Kashinge gun the match hamagas no gishingai bam papa mama we take on dotamang. Miga kitachat visigo gimakan. I'll tell you one thing I just found out, Chief Merv here, I just met him. We say in a residential school, doesn't that? Most factory. We say that the physical one get and at them, you know. And I was surprised. I went to school there. And he invited me to some, he's going to contact me to go there. Wait for some kind of, I think, gathering. And what is guys saying nongum,
Ske oitiniwindamo, gipwindamo, my grandfather, Kagisha Gague, Onishimen government. My grandfather under, I guess I had 3 grandfathers, Andrew Nate and Edward Nate, and they had another brother, an older brother who was an illegitimate child. The government took him away when he was 4 years old or something. Igian you get us, Gagi which case yacht, and in Wika Giob Masion, Nianon, and Says John. Find a mangochi go 60, 65 got so born out, we go mangochi. A geek came to ship Mattis in Moose Factory under the name of Vincent Erlin. So I got relatives there. I didn't, you can't see me give skinny give wait to get geek can go Moose Factory, and geek can't see me. So those are some of the things that we carry out through life. Why do you think we're in a situation like this where we suffer from mental health? We suffer from, how to be parents. We go to drugs and alcohol just to get through that. Government is so happy today, and airlines are so happy today. Hotels are so happy today. The amount of money the government pays for those kind of costly mental health counseling. We're making money for the hotel here, the food, the grocery stores, the airlines, because of what the government did. And on top of that, at times, it destroys individuals because some of them misuse it, end up here and get flown home in a casket because they have not dealt with their issues. That has happened. This year alone, if I'm wrong, if I'm not wrong, we lost 17 or 18. That was just from the summer. People have died. Probably, the rest, overdose, suicide, and many other things. Homicide. How are we going to get through this? Recently, we met with Minister of Mines and Minister of Indigenous Affairs. And on our presentation, we had on top community well-being as one of our priorities. And they questioned, and we were also questioned why we did that. And I said, how can we best utilize say if there is a lot of money through mines coming into our communities. If we are not healed from our troubled pasts, this is going to get us more into trouble if we don't, our young people. We have about, at times, two orange planes coming. We don't have the capacity there. We don't have nurses. So think about it. And the other thing I want to make mention, those basically going that we get is in the health transformation. I hope this health transformation is going to be legislated immediately. I don't want to see this to be the same way as the policing system, just a program. Because we will need infrastructure, we will need nurses, we will need to train people, our own people. Those things have to be in place. But in the meantime, we have to continue to work with the governments to improve our health. And once again, I would like to, in a meeting, in one of those meetings, or maybe plan a meeting where Nan makes a presentations to the Matawa chiefs, because we are a group there, and Matawa make a presentation to the Matawa chiefs
where does it connect or interact? I don't know, because I only had probably one presentation of that very important initiative since I became chief. That's over a year and a half ago. So we need to be trained, because we don't know the specifics of what is discussed out there. What are the next steps out there? I'm telling you the truth. I'm sure some of the chiefs go through that. I do, because we have so many issues as chiefs that we deal with, day in, day out. And we don't have the luxury as the government has, probably you people at NAN, that you have secretaries for everything, a lawyer to read something at home. We don't. We chiefs don't. That has to change, because we are the ones that are carrying out some of the stuff. We are the ones that make decisions, so you guys can work. You work under us, NAN executive. So we need to do something about our resources. There's a lot of information that comes in. And the other thing that's really going to be quite urgent, I think it's starting to be already, I heard from one of the bureaucrats from Canada say, you know, our water is untapped energy. And they're calling me as chief, they want to meet. That's going to be another urgent thing that we're going to have to start discussing on how we're going to deal with it. They're calling me for meetings, and yes, of course we'll listen. But now we have to have a position where we don't want to just say, okay, you can do what you want to do. We want to reap some of the profits from here on. If there's any mining in our territory, we want to be your partner. That's just the way it's got to be. It's our territory. There's no more of this where they just come in and say, okay, give you $50,000 or bring you a turkey or chicken or that type of stuff. Sure, we'll eat the turkey sandwiches or whatever they bring, but let's have more than that so it'd be meaningful to our community. We are 200 some houses short in Fort Hope. Why do you think our people are depressed and, you know, mental health issues? We don't have any more lots, even if we got 40 houses, you know, we don't have any more lots. And that was decided a long time ago where our community is going to move, at least 20 years. Nothing has been done yet. You know, it's just, I don't know. I noticed too that there was some, there is a working committee, I believe it was, that's heading that Luke housing initiatives. Well, geez, I'd like to see him, see how we can, in Fort Hope, see what we can do as a plan. We also, I think, at this point in time, we are at crunch time in our community, as well as everybody else, I think. We need to get up now as members of NAN and the rest of the communities here, that I think it's time we declare you know, state of emergency. We are at emergency every single day with illnesses, you know, the influx of drugs, you know, not enough homes. You know, it's, being chief, sometimes I just lie there, what am I going to do? You know, where is, where the people that work for us? Come on, work with us here. Let's, you know, our people are dying. Our people are suffering every day. Just a last note, we had, I think, 5 duplexes that are built this year, and they're going to be open for the next month. And the stack of applications are 150 something or more. What are we going to say to the ones that don't get the houses? And I noticed recently 2 people are moving, people are moving back to the community now, and they're crying for houses. So it is really rough out there for our people and our elected people as well, and our workers. But it's just not right that we're treated this way. I heard somebody say on my right side, you know, when the government wants to give money to the other side of the world, they come up with it. Why aren't they doing that to us? They're partners in treaty. They take all our land. All the money comes from our territories. So I think we need to stand up, and I don't know if you agree with, you know, the declaration, but to declare state of emergency, but I do. It's about time we step up, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Solomon. So we will be closing this, and I'll be handing it over to Connie. Oh. Ginogaming First Nation. Please state your first name and community.
Good afternoon. My name is Chief Sherry Taylor of Ginogaming First Nation. I just want to keep my comments brief because I know that we're running out of time. But in regards to health transformation, I just wanted to bring up the point that Ontario has been transforming health on our behalf as we speak, right under our noses. And if we don't do something about this now, it's only going to get worse. And our people, you know, have been suffering and suffering today as we speak. So Ontario has these, they're called Ontario Health Teams. And in 2019, the government announced a new super agency that would gradually replace the local health integration networks. And in 2022, they announced 3 more health teams. Those health teams are in Sulakout, one's in Thunder Bay, one's in Sault Ste. Marie, and they catch the First Nations in those areas. So these decisions are made for us, but without us. And what those do is they have the hospitals, they have primary care, community health. They develop policies around the provincial healthcare systems. And that's where you see a lot of closures of hospitals, clinics, and they're closed without us because of these teams that they have in place. In 2022, I had 2 band members. They were on the dialysis, and they had to move away. They came to Thunder Bay for their treatment. They didn't last long. They lost their battle. How many more stories? I, for one, chief from my community, I don't want to have these stories anymore. Our people deserve better. So it's time that we do something now. I don't even want to call this health transformation anymore. Because when you say transformation, that's something that you're trying to change over time. And we've been at this for some years now. So there are lives at stake and being lost. So I propose that we put something on the table, a resolution of some sort, that we do something now in regards to health. I don't want to wait for reports. I want something done now. Miigwech.
Thank you. I'm going to help out our youth co-chair. This is a very important issue that we are dealing with, health and health transformation. It is on the agenda for 1 hour. It's getting close to 2 hours. So as co-chairs, our responsibility is to follow the agenda that you've passed, and you give us that responsibility that we follow it. So at the same time, we don't like to cut the discussion. At the same time, we don't like to cut people off. But we need to recognize that we have other very important issues as well, separate agenda items that we have to deal with today. So we probably have about 2 or 3 more hours to go today, and it's getting late, and we'd like to be able to move on and deal with those other very important issues as well. We're not meaning to cut people off, but we need to be able to move on. So we have, Frank, are you asking? So Frank would be number 3. So we have 2 more, and then Frank, which is 3 speakers. And I know it's very important. We know it's very important. This is an important issue. But we have to be able to move on to the other important issues as well. So I'm going to ask that the 3 that would like to speak, here's the challenge. If you can be brief, concise, and say what it is that needs to be said, so that we can wrap up the discussion and then move on to the other very important issues. So Miigwech, Proxy, Baptiste.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the health transformation program, the concern that we have at the Waban Tribal Council and amongst our communities is that it's become a catch-all for everything that our regional agency wants to do. It's not just transformation, it's now immediate needs. If you look at the 3 priorities, it's really giving a mandate for NAN to go off without coming back to the chiefs and describe exactly the priorities, the ways, the means, the money, because it's built into the plan as a catch-all. So where we're from, we're not getting enough feedback or input into what's going on at the negotiating table. We're not getting enough feedback and input into specific programs that are being launched or advocated for by NAN. And I'm not suggesting that they're bad initiatives. I'm just suggesting that there's got to be better ways to connect back to our communities, because as I look at this, it just says, well, we're going to do it all. And you also mentioned that, while we're talking about local priorities, et cetera, the local priorities, as I see it, aren't making it onto the table, because our communities are far different in terms of their needs and their wants than those in the far north. And we're supportive of all the needs, but we have to make sure that all of the systems are being consulted and are supported, instead of just having our agencies, our regional agency run the programs and do things as they wish. So I would suggest that if there's a resolution in support of the health transformation, that we include some language about immediate need programs, if they're significant in size and effort, that those things need to come back here as a specific matter, not just jammed into sort of an omnibus notion of health transformation, but they have to come back here for specific endorsement by the chiefs and the communities whom they are meant to assist. Miigwech.
Deputy Chief from Winneman Lake.
Miigwech, me ni ngako kwante bena jikita are iskedaman we guys sick we skedga to kwenan cuma mina cakap dengan kasi pamiyagan na tansimnanak kau tersesno tahu juga soalan spesial kan winter ni sekarang. So I'm getting, I didn't want to speak to this because I'm getting sick and tired of talking about these same things over and over and over and over again. The only thing I see happening is that our diseases, they go up. The support services are going down. That's what we need to change right now, not later. the heaviness I feel right now, I share with the other speakers. Recently, a couple of our people are struggling with their lives because of one a late diagnosis, the other one late treatment. That's terrible. So I think I pledged to myself that I will do everything I can to make changes in my community. We had a list of health priorities here, 10 of them here, and they're basically all the same things that health transformation team talked about. So we will be working on those at our community. Yung sa mga Shema Kanadadalak, to remove those barriers to treatment and access to our health care. We've been talking about these for ages. We're not doing anything about them. One of them is in our community, when we go to the nursing station, that's where it ends. If the nurse doesn't know what's going on, besides the fact nurses don't diagnose, that's not their responsibility. So we need to change that. After a person goes to a nursing station, they should be sent out to a hospital to go see a doctor right away. Find out what's going on and get treatment if treatment is required. Right now we have to wait a month for the next doctor visit for us to have that happen. That's not right. Gotta change that. The other barrier is non-insured health benefits. They dictate when and if we can go to the hospital. Get rid of that. Get rid of it. If I want to go to the hospital, I don't want these people telling me if I can go or not. I just want to go. Go to the government and negotiate something for our people to change that now. I'm here.
Proxy Frank McKay.
Okay. Good afternoon, chiefs and delegates. I just got a short words to say because I know the chair there is turning on his clock. Anyways, there was a meeting here before, with a non-chiefs meeting, and a resolution on health services was put on the floor. And at that time, I questioned, what about the antiquated medical facilities that we have? You see the deputy chief of Wonman Lake say nursing stations. Those are outdated. They're from the past, and yet we still, that's our medical facilities. What we had said at that meeting was, could you add medical centers? Medical centers have various rooms, and they're well equipped. You know, the optometrists, dentists, psychiatrists' rooms, and so forth in the room, and X-ray machines, and so on in the medical facility. It's a facility that should serve our First Nation communities. So, and I agree very much with the chief from Gunagamig. You know, we need action now. I don't think we can wait with these facilities to be developed. North Caribou Lake has their ceiling collapsed twice already. They had to declare an emergency last fall. and they're still working on getting the proper facility to do that. What happens is that, medical services, FINIP, does not respond to new facilities. We had a heck of a time trying to get even a design feasibility study for Slate Falls First Nation. Their facility was built when the community was established, and it's outdated now. It's too small for the community. But we had a heck of a time trying to get design funds so that they could get a new health center established in the communities. So, and this is taking, I don't know how long it took, maybe 5, 6, 7 years, to get this stage, and yet we haven't got the final design stage yet. So we need, assistance, I guess, from our communities. In terms of the services that we have, we need to start, working to get to what proper facilities our First Nations people deserve, as well as other services, doctor services, nursing services, and so forth. We need to do that now. We need to see some progress being made, and that federal government is responding, to those requests that each First Nation is fighting for themselves, So, thank you.
Any closing comments? I'm calling Victor for closing comments.
I'd like to acknowledge all the comments, and we did have our staff write it down, and it's why we're here. So it's nice to hear from the chiefs, and definitely needs to be jump-started because we're losing too many of our people, and we'll do some follow-up, and we thank you for your comments, and thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you for the good discussion. A lot of direction given to the NAN team to work on, and those have been noted. So I want to stay positive. We're only 2.5 hours behind, and we will catch up. So with that, I'd like to call upon the Faulkner team, Julian Faulkner, Chris, and also the advisor to Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse, Murray Wabus, for the next presentation. Julian's getting a little bit older. He's taking a little bit longer to get up here.
Good afternoon, Chiefs. Co-Chair Connie Gray McKay mentioned how old I'm getting, and I wanted everybody to know I'm not taking that personally, so I'm not going to refer to the fact that she didn't even mention what we're presenting on. Sorry, but I wouldn't respond like that because that's not my way. So we are speaking on the issue of education and the education reset table. And I can only make these jokes, right, because of how many years of affection I have for Chief Emeritus and Co-Chair Connie Gray McKay. I want to acknowledge the drum in the room and the elders and the women and the youth. And Chiefs, we're going to make this presentation as tight as possible. I've mentioned before that we unfortunately don't have Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse with us to lead this conversation in a way we would have expected. We are very fortunate to have Murray Wabus with us, who sits as an education advisor with the Deputy Grand Chief, and my associate, Chris Rapson. There is a PowerPoint presentation and a briefing note. I want to make sure the Chiefs have it before we start. Does everybody have that turned up? And I'd like to just briefly explain the notion of education reset. I feel like Proxy Batiste hasn't got what he needs. Are you good? Are you okay? Yeah, you have what you need? Okay. Okay, good. Everybody's got the materials? Good. All right. So in terms of this presentation, the idea is to bring you up to speed on what Deputy Grand Chief Narcise's vision and how it's actually taking form. So when we speak of education and education reform in NAN territory, you have an extremely dedicated department at NAN that has been working on issues of jurisdiction, issues of funding, issues around the 7 Youth Inquest recommendation for a number of years. Deputy Grand Chief Narcise has expressed his concern around the pace of reform. In other words, how long it's taking to get the work done. It's not because people aren't trying, it's because too often is the case that government essentially sends functionaries to these tables, not decision makers, that negotiations go on for years, and it's a product of a lack of commitment and a lack of negotiation leverage for NAN. So Deputy Grand Chief Narcise wrote to Minister Haidu in January of last January, so 12 months ago, after he took over the education portfolio. Deputy Grand Chief Narcise spoke in that letter of the fact that it's all taking too long. He spoke about the cohort of children that aren't getting the benefit of true reform and how these delays go on to today. He spoke about the presence of functionaries at these tables, not decision makers. He spoke about too many tables with not enough oversight and an inability to truly assess the effectiveness of these tables. Just as an example, in terms of the pace of reform issue that he spoke of, you should know, Chiefs, that in June of 1999, Canada and NAN signed a framework agreement on a process for negotiating an agreement in principle around NAN education and jurisdiction. So that was in 1999. That was a framework to sign an agreement in principle. It took until 2018, 19 years later, to sign an agreement in principle. 19 years. Of course, your department works diligently at trying to push it through. But there's bottlenecks, obviously. Nothing could take that long unless there's a problem. Deputy Grand Chief Narcise has put a vision together that Minister Haidu for Indigenous Services of Canada accepted. Not only did she accept it, but the education reset table got a green light when now in December, so just last month, a terms of reference for the education reset table was signed. We've attached the terms of reference in your kit. What you will see is that education is now being placed as a priority by way of negotiation by decision makers. And I just want to briefly identify some of the highlights of the terms of reference of the education reset table, whose terms of reference were signed literally last month. And again, Chiefs, you'll find those terms of reference attached to the briefing note. Mr. Rapson's going to drive, meaning the clicker. I can't drive the clicker. So with the terms of reference in mind, what I want to emphasize is firstly, the first page of the terms of reference highlight, and this is referable to the discussions on health. The first page of the terms of reference highlight the recognition that NAN sees education as an inherent right over which jurisdiction is to be exercised, and serious pushback happened from Canada. I reported, Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse and I reported to you in the fall about the issue of DOJ pushing back on inherent jurisdiction and education being a treaty right. I don't know if people remember, we described DOJ as living in the past and unable to work with us. We broke through that logjam, and in this terms of reference, a terms of reference signed by the Minister of Indigenous Services and Grand Chief Fox, right? You'll see that NAN affirms that NAN learners have inherent and treaty rights to receive education services. And you'll see the next sentence. As part of the work of the NAN Canada Education Reset Table, Canada will seek necessary policy and funding authorities to recognize the inherent right of NAN First Nations to exercise jurisdiction over education. So Canada has said we have a stumbling block with our funding authorities. We'll fix it so that we recognize your inherent right without the need of a court case. And I don't want to overstate this. This goes back to Jody Wilson-Raybould's role as the first Indigenous Minister of Justice, who created guidelines for the DOJ and said, as part of the negotiating guidelines with Indigenous people, stop requiring them to get a court case before you recognize who they are, right? And so this is a breakthrough, I would respectfully submit. The second page of the terms of reference, you'll see that just near the bottom, the parties recognize, and this is under the guiding principles, the second page, the parties recognize, it's the third to last paragraph, that while Canada has made recent investments in education that build on provincial comparability of education funding, funding challenges including the lack of needs-based sustainable funding faced by remote First Nations across Canada, and particularly First Nations in Treaty 9 and the Ontario portion of Treaty 5, remain to be addressed. Remote First Nations in the education system that serve them will not be expected to do more with less. That's the bottom of page 2. Page 87 of the Chief's kit is where the briefing note and the terms of reference is. Sorry about that. Page 87 of the Chief's kit will give you both the briefing note and the terms of reference. The mandate of the Education Reset Table is at page 3 of the terms of reference, and Chris is going to bring us into that. The second sentence, educational issues in First Nations have been extensively studied and have been subject to repeated inquests, reports, and recommendations over many years. This table will focus primarily on implementation rather than further studies, and are committed to timely delivery on those recommendations that are jointly accepted as effective and achievable. The bottom line is the time for studying is over. That's enough. You have been studied into dysfunctionality in the extreme. It's about implementation. And Canada has signed on to that. The minister has signed on to that, including the 7 youth recommendations. And before I turn it over to hear Murray Wabus speak about this in more detail, I just want to emphasize that from a mechanical point of view, the way this is going to work and is already in force is that the Education Reset Table has had its first inaugural meeting just last month, and it was immediately decided that letters would issue to all the different tables underway with a view to supporting their work, overseeing their work, but asking for a report from each of those tables, and there's a timeline. It's a 30 to 45-day timeline, a report on what they've accomplished so far, what their benchmarks are, and where they're finding snags, so that these tables can be supported. These tables where, frankly, there are no decision makers from Canada's side. The Education Reset Table, and I'll show you this in the terms of reference, has a requirement that those who are present are decision makers. And so the idea is we get a report back from each table, and then decisions get made at the reset table level on where the effective work is happening, how to support it, and if something isn't effective, if the work isn't happening, it needs to be changed. And so those hard decisions are the intention and the vision that Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse has for the progress. What I want to emphasize is that it's recognized that enough with the studies, enough with the reports. Now we need to implement. In terms of how that takes place, you should know that page 6 of these terms of reference that I talked about that start at the page 87, page 6 under membership, it says, the parties to the table are NAN and Canada, as represented by the delegates chosen by each party. It is understood that the table will consist of decision makers vested, I'm at page 6 of the terms of reference, it is understood that the table will consist of decision makers vested with authority to make decisions with respect to the policy and funding framework supporting education systems that serve NAN. And so what you're seeing, is the time for functionaries is finished. You can't send your B team or your C team because it's a remote community or a remote community education. Canada has committed in writing that the members of this table are decision makers who have the authority. At page 7, you'll see that Canada is committed to resourcing NAN for the table. So it's not drawing on other funding. You'll see this at page 7 under resourcing. Canada shall provide adequate and reasonable resources for NAN to participate at meetings of the table and to support related technical work. This is page 7. And I want to emphasize under member expectations. This is the bottom third of page 7. Members are expected to seek timely approvals within their organizations as appropriate and necessary. Deputy Grand Chief is about keeping the heat on them. So we negotiate something, you get approvals. You're accountable if it's not timely. This is the only way we change it up. This is the only way the pace of reform changes. You'll see at the bottom of page 7, and then I'll turn it over to Murray, with respect to matters under discussion at the table, members should make all reasonable efforts to agree on a position or response within their organization ahead of time and come prepared to present this perspective at all meetings. So, to close, and you can see the vision that Deputy Grand Chief has with respect to the Education Reset Table and how it's meant to complement ongoing work, we do want to emphasize that we appreciate that the Education Reset Table needs to get its instructions from you. So Murray Wabus is going to speak to that piece on what that looks like, because I'm positive, Chiefs, you will appreciate that if this is to work, the Education Reset Table has to be a reasonably, and I hate using this word, I just don't have a better word, nimble body. I don't know, nimble is a weird word, but anyway, it needs to be capable of moving and making decisions. If you make the Education Reset Table, as an example, 50 members strong from 50 different parts of the territories, what's our prospect for getting things done? And so the vision is to get instructions and a mandate from the chiefs and then go and implement. And that's exactly how the RQ table works. It's how the Choose Life table is working now. And we hope to take the lessons, the good lessons we're learning on how to expedite change there and bring it to education. So thank you. I'll ask Murray to take over from here, and I thank you for your patience, Chiefs.
Thank you, Julian. Bonjour, Okamagonik, as well as the citizens of Nishnawbe Aski Nation leadership. My name is Murray Wabus, and I'm the president of Wabus Consulting. I am an independent consultant. However, I've spent the past 35 years working for various organizations within the NAN area, NNEC, Matawa, and various other areas, as well as I've worked at the Chiefs of Ontario and sat on a number of national tables. one of the key areas also too is that I wanted to kind of, I guess the deputy's rationale for this is that we're not getting proper representation at the Assembly of First Nations level. Our funding has been cut significantly for elementary, secondary, as well as post-secondary. We got $1.6 million this year that our Indigenous Institutes post-secondary, Oshki Pimagwin, is affected by the lack of the funding. So even with the Chiefs of Ontario, they're not properly representing us, and that's the rationale behind the NAN reset table. That it's a NAN specific process, and it's needs-based, based on students, not institutions, and the infrastructure will be also part of that, but it's based on needs-based of the students. When you look at students, it's not just regular students, but the special needs students as well. It's students that need access to trades, alternative programs, that they're not getting right now. And also wanted to acknowledge that it's not just, a small group. We're also consulting with the various accountability groups. First and foremost, I just wanted to also acknowledge, as part of the advisory team, Jonathan Kakagamek, who is an educator and was the principal of Dennis Franklin Camardi, but also has a number of other areas that he's been called upon by Deputy Grand Chief. The reason why we want to ensure that the reset table moves forward is that it's taking too long. And the people that are involved in these processes are not decision makers. They always have to go back to their decision makers, say, well, we can't do this. So it's stalling the process, and our students are not getting the services that they need. So if you look at the timeline of the reset table, on January 21st last year, Deputy Grand Chief wrote Minister Haidu. And throughout the process, and then there was acknowledgement in March and April, there was an education department vision that was developed, that was co-developed by the department, as well as the NAN Education Committee. And then there was agreement to go into discussions in April with Canada, as well as in preparation for that, there was a resolution to reenact the Chiefs Committee on Education, because for some reason, there was a Chiefs Committee on Education before, but it got deactivated. So part of the process is that we need chiefs that are on that committee that we can use to ensure that we have a proper voice from the chiefs as well, in addition to presenting updates here at this forum and also seeking direction from you at this forum as well. On October 22nd, the agreement got finalized. So you have the document in front of you. Julian went over it quite thoroughly and quite well. And then there was a subsequent special assembly that was arranged, or else that was held specifically on education, to go over that, but also other education issues, and also to include the education directors, as well as the education people that run our systems. And then in December 6th, it was signed in Ottawa, and now we're starting to do the work. So that's the rough timeline in terms of that. But in terms of the Chiefs Committee on Education, again, there was a resolution that was passed on May 11th, 2002. On November 10th, the most recent Chiefs Committee on Education meeting, there was a discussion about the terms of reference again, as well as how some of the programs, such as the immediate education partnerships priorities, needed to be discussed, because again, There is a table for that. There are not decision makers, and they're spinning their wheels and they're not fulfilling their obligations under the partnership program with other tables. And then again, there was a review of priorities and direction through the terms of reference. And one thing that I wanted to reinforce here is that the accountability with any process you have to feel comfortable with as chiefs. And we wanted to ensure that accountability as well as that reporting was back and forth. Because we also need information from your experts, the people that are your educators, your teachers. So this is an education reset reporting accountability framework. So at the center of the core, you have your First Nations citizens membership. So they're the ones that are going to get the direct benefit, but also going to give the direction in their capacities. And then you have the technical tables, and that's the NAN education communities, as well as the NAN education department, which is a facilitating body, and it's the administrative body to ensure work gets carried out. Not only from the reset table, but all the others. There's an interim funding arrangement table, there's special ed. All these different things are happening under the Indian Act. This is over and above this, this education reset. The education reset is a negotiation process. All these programs are not jeopardized. They still continue until an agreement is signed or else agreed to, as well as signed with the government. And then in terms of the accountability, there's the political tables. And that's where it involves the NAN executive, the chiefs in assembly here, and then the NAN education committee. And the way that the structure is that you have the chiefs committee, that's the political part on education, and then you have their technical experts called the NAN education committee. And they're selected through terms of reference by the communities as well as the tribal councils. So they sit on there as the technical experts for the chiefs. Because we recognize that chiefs don't have very much time to devote, and they need to rely on good, solid advice. And then it feeds the information as well as any sort of direction that we get at that level. We bring it to the NAN education reset table. But also too, any information and any direction that we need, any decisions, get fed back to the political table. It also gets, it also gets vetted through the technical table and also to the First Nations. And that can be done not in these forms, but it could be done simultaneously. So that's generally the actual reporting accountability framework that is being presented today that we want to make sure that you're aware of. So as we move forward, because there's a lot of moving parts, and part of the streamlining process is that we want to make sure that the information gets out there. Just to show you and to illustrate that who's on the NAN Committee on Education, we have tribal council representatives that were selected by the chiefs within each of the tribal councils. So you have Chief George Kakagamic from Kiwiwin for Kiwitnik Okanagan. You have Matthew Hopp, Leslie Anderson as an intern for the Independent First Nations Alliance. From Matawa, we got Chief Wayne Munias from Niskandiga. And then from the Mushkegwa Council, we have Chief Jason Gaucher from Nishnawbe Cree. From Shibuga First Nations Council, we have Samuel Mamakwa from Wanneman Lake. And then Chief Alex Sunny Batiste from Matachewan First Nations. And we're also working with Wendigo and the Independent First Nations to seek the representatives for there as well. And then we also have from the Youth Council, Lyndon Wabus, Women's Council, Celine Sutherland, and then an elder, Lucy Kakagamic. So that's the Chiefs Committee on Education. So moving forward, and then my last slide here, or our last slide, is just to say that we've done some work, but we also want to share with you what we're doing in the next coming months to ensure that we're carrying out the work and that we're also following that accountability framework, reporting framework. So what we've done is since the agreement was signed, the co-chairs, Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse and the Assistant Deputy Minister of ISK, David Peckham, sent out letters requesting an update from the various tables that exist. NAN Canada Education Jurisdiction Negotiations Table, the Ontario Technical Table on the Interim Funding Agreement, it's called OTIFA, and there's a lot of different working groups within that, because you got transportation, you've got tuition, high cost special ed, it's all lumped into that. So that's a very complex wheel. And then the 7th Youth Political Table. But we also want to make sure that we capture other areas too. So we're also, as a technical group, are capturing other areas that are not captured, such as special post-secondary education, employment and training. Some of those areas that we need capital infrastructure, brand new schools, buses, things like that. The capacity development for professional development training. The support system to ensure that we have classroom monitors, people that can help social workers, as well as other services that other mainstream or Ontario school boards get and they get funded for fully. So that's what we're looking at in terms of how we're going to be proceeding with that. So we're in the process of getting those reports back, but we're also identifying those other ones that we need to also ask for a report and updates from. And it's up to the task team to also work with the various education directors, the NAN Education Committee, the Chiefs Committee on Education, to ensure that we get more information as we go along. The real challenge at this point is that it's beginning. There's a lot of unknowns, like in terms of what is this reset table? And that's why we wanted to present to you today in terms of what it is, how we're proceeding, and what the original vision was. And we want to make sure that accountability and the reporting is there. And finally, I just wanted to thank each and every one of you, because I know that the education of any child is everybody's priority. And it starts with the parents, and it starts with the family. So we want to try to provide the best that we can, because the bottom line is, for your kids, what do you want? You want the very best for them. And that's what we're going to try and do as part of this process. So, Ketchumigwech, Panamimino.
So, Chiefs, you've got a sense of the process that's underway and how Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse's vision is proposed to be implemented, and the authority lines that we hope will ensure that you retain, on behalf of your communities, control over the mandate and the work. Given how behind in the schedule matters are, we're going to sort of cut this short and move to questions if the co-chairs are okay with that.
I don't know who had their hand up first, so I think it was Lorraine and then Sherry. So the floor is yours.
How about we both talk at the same time? I guess I've been trying to support my members in pursuing their education. I find that it's really important that we support our kids. I just wanted to tell you of an example what I've been dealing with my own one of my own people at home. He's at the college here in Thunder Bay. He lives in residence. He managed to find a sponsor, but he has a very limited budget. That's enough to cover his room and just a little extra. So what I've been doing is I've been supporting him, me and my daughter, and I asked him, is this how you all live where you are? And he said yes. College students here at the college, Con College. He's in heavy equipment training. So I've been going all out to help, not all out, but I have been helping him so that he stays in. He's not going to despair. He's not going to quit. And he says, we don't eat very well, he says. Some of them have hot plates in their rooms. They have little fridges in their rooms. And I guess I'm just thinking about, we're talking about education, and I think they have even reached out for sponsorship so that he can have extra. I don't think they've never even got any answers. And I don't know where he found his funding, but he did it on his own. He managed to find a sponsor so he can go into that course. I guess I'm tired of listening to the same old thing all the time, and it's not until we have our own, somebody that's really close to us, we really get a good picture of what it's like out there. And it's no wonder our youth give up, and they end up in despair instead of building themselves up. I just wanted to tell the chiefs that. I don't know if any of you have anybody in the college and university levels. You know, they want to make a difference in their life. They want to further their education. And I wish I knew the details of how he got in there, but he's in there. He's got 5 more weeks to go. So I'm just crossing my fingers that he's going to make it. And he wants to go further than that. He wants to go higher than where he is now. I'm really proud of him, but at the same time, I can't help worrying about him that he's 20 years old. He's young. You know, he has a lot going ahead. He's got a lot going for him. And I wanted to share that because we're talking about education and what supports do we have for our kids that want to move ahead. We can't keep them down, and that's what happens. I mentioned that this morning. When I want an answer and I don't get no answer, I never like that. It doesn't matter which question it is I want an answer for. The worst thing is not getting an answer. And I think that's what happened to them, asking for sponsorship where there's training dollars and not even getting an answer. That's what really, really makes me mad sometimes. I don't know. I'm hoping my fellow chiefs feel the same way. We need to support our young people. We need to help them get on in the world. That's what I wanted to say. Mia. Miigwech.
Miigwech, for those comments, Chief Crane, and those observations. And I just wanted to draw your attention to a portion of the terms of reference that make it quite clear that the issues you just brought up are in scope. So at page 5, it says how to fund, create, and implement culturally relevant and appropriate curriculum for the new education systems and institutions serving NAN communities, with an emphasis on extracurricular cultural programming and support for learners who leave NAN communities for school, post-secondary education, or training. This is at page 5. It's the 4th bullet down, and then the 3rd sub-bullet. The only reason I'm bringing this up is I would add to that the 7 Youth Inquest and the 145 recommendations are very much about the youth who have to leave homes, your home communities, and attend. You know, examples are Thunder Bay, but it's not limited to Thunder Bay. But and the supports aren't there, right? They become lost in the system, and the frustration everybody feels that inquest happened. You know, inquest happened some 7-8 years ago, and you know, a small portion of the recommendations are implemented about how to give real supports. So that's the idea of this. And so far from your question not resonating, it's the exact reason that Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse is trying to push. So I hope that answers your question. It doesn't create the solution. The solution, time will tell if this works, right? But the more you want to share your story and those issues, the better off the work will be. So thank you for that.
Chief Sherry and then Roxy.
Good afternoon, Chief Sherry Taylor, Ganoogamin. I have a few questions. For the NAN Education Reset, who is on the Education Committee technical people? And do we have somebody from Ottawa on that technical table? I believe we should have one. The other question I have is First Nations like ours in Ganoogamin, we don't have our own schools. So is there anything in there that deals with second level services board levels? And I also have a question about, do you have vocational funding included under this? I know you said you had post-secondary transitional supports, and also is there a possibility to include preschool and early years, because a lot of our communities don't have that, and we're fortunate to have early years programming, but there is a lot more that needs to be incorporated into that programming to make it that much more successful, because as you're aware, children 0 to 6, those are the most important and crucial years in order for them to have you know, a good basis for lifelong learning and education. So I just wanted to ask a few of those questions. Thank you, Miigwech. There was a suicide in that.
Thank you for the question, and just to be specific, the representatives from Ottawa First Nations that are on the Education Committee are Sharon Nate and Skylene Metatawaban.
There's also a man.
And did that answer what you asked, Chief Taylor? I know you asked. It answered one question, and I tracked your other 2 questions, but I'm going to get them wrong, so bear with me, Chief Taylor. So I want to deal with the question of early years. So this is where there is a shared jurisdiction from the NAN executive point of view. So Deputy Grand Chief Achini Penescum has the portfolio in respect of early years and daycare. And I just wanted to allow her to address your question on that if she wanted to. I didn't want to speak for her portfolio because it's not Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse's portfolio.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief Taylor. Wendy Arsenault, who is our Director of Early Years, can bring some information to you in terms of that particular initiative. And we would also, if any other chief as well would like to have that information, we can certainly provide that. But this is something that we had presented in our at Kiwewin in terms of our plans to support the development of daycare centers within our First Nation communities, and to support the community leadership in terms of implementing that.
And Chief Taylor, the last question you asked related to second level services in vocational education. So the first mistake I'm going to make is to try to pretend I'm a subject matter expert on this. I'd be completely bluffing, Chief. So I negotiate the existences of these terms of reference, and the department assists us and supports us in developing the issues. So when I point you to a portion of the terms of reference, you can call my bluff and ask me to elaborate on it, and I'm going to drop the ball. I just wanted to be honest with you. But I wanted to show you in the terms of reference where this is addressed in terms of covering these issues off. So first of all, we're at page 4 of the terms of reference. You'll see under scope, because there's 2 sections of the terms of reference that in my mind bear on this. One is the section before called mandate, and the second one is scope. And so in terms of scope, you'll see through collaborative discussions, the table will consider the following question, and I'm at the 3rd bullet. What opportunities exist to enhance and or reform the current education system, institutions, policy and funding frameworks to better support the delivery of safe, culturally appropriate, and high-quality education services in NAN communities? So obviously, the entire intent is to think beyond a conventional grade school, high school method and look at education across the board. You'll see 2 bullets down, what opportunities exist to develop new First Nations-led and learner-centered education systems and institutions in NAN communities. And then below that, the table shall consider the following topics in answering the questions. 2nd bullet, how the recommendations on education and learner safety issues resulting from the 7 youth inquests can be implemented into new education systems and institutions serving NAN communities. And I can tell you, the 7 youth inquest recommendations don't address just one form of learning. And so what you see, and if you go through this, you'll see it repeated. It's the next page, 4 bullets down. I'm sorry, actually 2 bullets down. Institutional and structural requirements for a lifelong learning education methodology, and you'll see the notion of integrating education across the board. And then the 4th bullet down, how to fund, create, and implement culturally relevant and appropriate curriculum for the new education systems and institutions serving NAN communities, with an emphasis, right, on support, not just in relation to traditional education, but assessment and evaluation systems based on needs and aspirations of NAN communities, especially the development of measurements of learner outcomes designed by and for First Nations. Flexibility is built into the system, and if you go through it, you'll also see an emphasis on infrastructure. One of the biggest challenges, I'm told, in respect of vocational studies is the infrastructure for building the vocational studies. We've already begun discussions with the infrastructure director, Mike McKay, about the overlap in those issues, because absent, of course, proper setup funding for infrastructure in your communities, this isn't going to work. And so that is front and center on the table. I think it's fair to say that we're in early days, and so whatever guidance you can give us through the Chiefs Committee on what we need to emphasize will be of great assistance. And I hope that answered your question and I told the truth about bluffing. Okay.
Jason?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points. Having been around for since the days of 1999, 1998, when the NAN Chiefs took on the governance and education portfolio or program to do that work, we spent 20 years studying, researching, evaluating, assessing on many of the same. It's almost a carbon copy of the scope in this report. That work is done, Chiefs. That work is done. And it would be a shame just to throw a baby out with bathwater and not reflect on the deep, deep consultation, millions and millions and millions of dollars. I'll bet you we spent $50 million or more doing that education governance research. Deep, deep consultation with each and every community. Because you know why we couldn't get it over the finish line? Because the communities were unsatisfied with the amount of consultation they got. So come to this process, which appears to be an expedited governance thing. And I'm all for expedition. I love it that we're going to focus on getting stuff done. I have no issue with that. But I foresee, Julian, the same issue of ratification, because as I looked at your circles, the little dot in the middle was us. And the bigger circle around that was NAN doing a bunch of work with an new education department. That is an inherent problem, I think, that we're going to have to resolve. And I'm not here to throw sticks and spokes. I just think there needs to be a lot more thought put into how this committee, and we have one of our finest, Chief Batiste from my home community, helping us at the Waban Tribal Council on this file, and I trust that he's going to do the work he needs to do there. But he's going to need the support, full support of education professionals, of legal advisors, of technical advisors that do inform him about the infrastructure needs of the Waban Tribal Council. So we need to build in that mechanism. I get the need again for a speedy outcome, but leaning on past experience and having been at the tables for 20 years through that other education program, and it was good. If those that remember it, all the work that Dr. Ferries did to inform on things like infrastructure and curriculum and how to make it more Nishnawbe for the people of NAN. That's done. So please don't reject that work out of hand. Take it and use it. The other issue that I want to raise, Julian, is the remoteness quotient. I told NAN and I told people when we first started talking about 4 or 5 years ago, please don't just use it every time we come to the table here. It has to be considered in and of itself as we apply it to each and every initiative. And it has to be used in a way that the chiefs say, yeah, that makes sense to me. It can't be just applied as a matter of we're going to do it each and every time. And I said, and I did get years ago, a commitment from NAN that no, we would never do that. We would bring that back to the table and we would apply it where it makes sense. But I'm hearing it time and time and time again at this assembly. And to be honest, sometimes it works, but oftentimes, especially if you're in a more rural or more urban, situation and setting like our communities are, sometimes it does not. And our chiefs need to consider it each and every time it's proposed to be like this, applied to a program or service. And we still haven't seen a final product. Not our chiefs have considered. We've still not seen the final result of this is what RQ looks like. And this is the thing that we're going to apply. We've still not seen it. I've seen versions of it. I've seen ideas and thoughts, but somebody's at an RQ table talking about our money. And I'm not happy about that, because today I'm finding out it's in the education program. Yesterday I found out it's in another program, and that's not okay. We committed, I got a commitment from the NAN chiefs, from the executive, that we wouldn't do that. But we're doing it anyway, and it's got to stop. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those questions, Proxy Batiste. So I'll start with your first question. And I'm just going to say right from the outset, Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse's repeated theme at each stage of the explanation of the notion of education reset, and each time he's appeared in front of you chiefs, and each time he's met with Canada, is to emphasize that the good work has to be protected and fostered. And I'm going to read to you from the letter that the chairs of Education Reset wrote to each table less than 4 weeks ago. So late last month, December 20th. To support the Education Reset process, we request that you please provide us a high-level overview of the priorities and current status of your table's work. We are seeking to better understand any blockages, challenges, or delays your table is currently facing so that we may support and facilitate your table's work with the involvement of high-level decision makers from NAN in Canada through the process. So I totally take your point, Proxy Batiste. You need to take the good work and use it and not repeat exercises that, and couldn't agree with you more. What a way to create delay, to reinvent wheels when they already exist. And so the idea is to pick the good from the bad. But something is slowing this down and in terms of the pace of reform, and it needs to be identified and addressed. So without that analysis, right, asking the tables, give us your sense of the blockages, there's not going to be that ability to be supportive and to foster the good work you spoke of. So that's the exercise. It's the opposite of taking people out of the picture. It's about asking them to talk about their work and tell us about the blockages, if that makes sense.
Julian, thanks for that. I just in response, I know what the blockage was. The communities would not sign off. Okay. It had nothing to do with government. The blockage was here. The blockage was at communities unwilling to sign off on the final agreement. The final agreement was done. And it was rejected. So, you know, that's the blockage. Now, I understand maybe we can improve on that document, and that's probably part of that exercise. But, you know, honestly, that's where we failed. And we failed to ratify.
And I learn every day, and I just learned more. And so I thank you for that, Proxy. And I'm assuming that the Chiefs Committee will use what you said today and that we'll get instructions accordingly. And I think that is how the process needs to work, is to identify what has not gone well, as Proxy Batiste has described, and not repeat the same mistakes or waste time and money. So absolutely. And the message to the tables that are ongoing is the idea of Education Reset is to take the good stuff and the successful stuff and build on it, not deconstruct it. So repeating the same theme. And if we're all candid with each other, anytime you suggest change or something new, everybody thinks you want to undermine the work, and that is the challenge. The term reset isn't about wiping out the good work. It's about recognizing that the pace of reform has been problematic. Whatever that reason may be, we've heard from Proxy Batiste what that reason is, it's problematic. The kids are not getting the help. Chief Crane's description is a good example. The 7 youth inquest recommendations is another good example. I want to deal with your second question quickly, if I may, Proxy Batiste, about RQ work. So the reference to RQ in the terms of reference, you'll see occurs from page 4 and 5. And the reference is a reference that the table shall consider the topics in answering the question. You'll see that at page 4, second heading. So the table shall consider the topics, and one of the topics it shall consider is the work of the NAN Canada RQ table. Simply consider it, not anything else. It's to avoid silos. I mean, there will be portions that the Chiefs Committee may be of the view are helpful, or Proxy Batiste, it may not be helpful, right? But there's no suggestion that it's an automatic plug-in. It's the opposite. It's trying to encourage the sort of deconstruction of silos. It's trying to make sure we don't work in silos, but it's also doing something else. It recognizes what you've said, Proxy Batiste, and you know, we'll take what you've said back to the table, which is this is not an automatic, that RQ is to be done on a case-by-case basis. You've made the point again today, and it will be emphasized certainly in the work we do.
I would address the Grand Chief and our executive that RQ formula was supposed to return to the floor here for the consideration of the chief, and it's being done somewhere else. And I get, Julian, that's fine if it's, I get it's under consideration, but I don't even know what the thing looks like that they're considering. We've had, again, we've had examples, we've had discussions, but they've not led to any final decision by the chiefs. And that's my angst in this. It's an unknown, and it's an important unknown, especially as it applies to education programming for the First Nations of the Waban Tribal Council. So considered, that's fine, but it better be some form of formal approval by the chiefs in assembly. Miigwech.
And Proxy, on that point, Proxy Batiste, I'm subject to Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse's direction and the direction of the Grand Chief and the Chiefs. I'm perfectly prepared. Yesterday, Mr. Rapston and I presented on what's called RQAF, which is the combined work of the experts at the technical table for the remoteness quotient adjustment factor. We presented some detail, but I'm hearing you that that's not enough. And so subject to the approval of the Grand Chief and the Executive, we can come back to you with more detail on the work that we presented on yesterday, with a view to making sure you feel you have all the tools necessary to assess its usage, if that is useful.
Honestly, what would be useful is, like the chief asked the minister yesterday, I'm asking the executive to live up to their commitment that was made years ago about RQ and the approval at this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Batiste. Yeah, we will honor that ask from you, and as Julian said, our deputy is in the hospital right now. We've taken his direction to have him the chance to follow up, to present on his vision and his ideas of what he's doing with this education reset table and the RQ. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I just following up with my colleague Jason there. You know, we have to have equality throughout the whole situation with the RQ, and to formalize what's going to be presented, and just to let everyone know that this is going to have to be a chief's decision. And we have to have every information that's going to be out there that's going to be affecting our community, our children, and whatnot. You know, when it comes to our children, our communities, some of our communities are in the rural areas. And, you know, equality has to be right across the board, doesn't matter where we are. One child that lives in my community is no different than somebody that lives way up in the remote part. They're children. And it's the best interest of them. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chief Sunny. Those concerns have been noted. Matthew?
Yeah, I just have a question. I just need clarification. I think I should know this, but I kind of missed a couple of meetings. Under the terms of reference, under membership, we kept mentioning the table and representatives of that table. Who is the representative of NAN? Are we referring to the Chiefs Committee?
And you are asking, Chief, in respect of representatives on the education reset table, correct?
Yeah.
So the representatives of NAN are the Deputy Grand Chief and his team that takes its instructions from the Chiefs Committee and through the exact chain of accountability that Murray Wabu spoke to. But what is not occurring, for example, is there are not 30 chiefs on the education reset table. I think the reasons are apparent is that it's a problem to get the work done if you load it up with everybody. So the challenge is for the Deputy Grand Chief was to develop a structure whereby he could get his instructions from the chiefs, but create a body that could get the work done fast.
Okay, and you refer to a team, his team.
That's
So
right.
Who are the team?
So Deputy Grand Chief's team, you've met, for example, Murray Wabus today. Jonathan Kakagamic is here. And in addition to that, I, as legal counsel, am present to support Nan's position. And I'll get the full list back to you because there's a few others. But the point is, the reset table itself is a small group. It's not a large group.
Okay, I guess, yeah, I'm on the non-education committee. And one of the tasks that I thought we would be doing was to create a team of technicians that will support the Chiefs Committee on Education. And that's what I'm kind of more interested in. Who are they?
Who
Who are they? The technicians
on the education committee?
that will advise the Chiefs Committee on Education in negotiating with Canada. I'm just not clear.
So
I know the chief. I understand about the Chiefs Committee. I see the list, but I just need to see, like, like we can't expect the chiefs to know everything.
That's right.
They will need the technicians, and but I was just wondering who are the technicians. That's all I need to know.
I
Who are the
understand.
technicians? Is
Right.
it Murray,
So you're
Murray
looking
and-
for the list of the membership of the education committee, and so our acting director of education can assist us with that.
I
but-
don't know. I don't need the name of the education committee, non-education committee. I know them.
Okay.
I work with them.
All right.
Are we the technicians, or is
Yes.
there another team?
No, you are the technicians.
all right.
The education committee are the
I
technicians.
guess that's where I wasn't clear. Based on reading the material, you kept referencing the working group in
Okay.
the terms of reference.
And let me explain the role of the working group. So the working group simply assists to set the agenda for the education reset table. Because at the education reset table, with a group of decision makers that include a deputy minister, assistant deputy minister, a deputy grand chief, etc., the idea is to have a support group at that level, small, that will assist them to set the agenda. But the technical experts at that level include, as I mentioned already, Jonathan Kakagamic, Murray Wabus as examples. But the education committee is the source of subject matter knowledge keepers. because just as we would speak about you, Proxy, you have that history in the world of education. So the idea is the Chiefs Committee is supposed to rely on the Education Committee for that expertise.
Okay. Hi.
Just back to your question there, Proxy Batiste, we're going to ensure that it's on the agenda. I know that our colleague, he's, as we all know, he felt ill, and we were trying to get those updates from him, but I think he can do best, and we're going to ensure that those issues, those questions that you asked from the deputy and the executive are addressed, and that they're on the agenda for the next assembly.
So I'd like to acknowledge the chief with her hand up online.
Hello, my name is Chief Elizabeth Karakwapet from Port Alby First Nation. I just wanted to say, I just want to make a statement. I live in the James Bay region, and we're an isolated community, and we go through a lot of issues living along the coast due to lack of services and everything, healthcare, education, housing. You name it. That's what we go through, us too. James Bay communities are the only communities with high schools. And I heard through a report that most NAN communities have already made agreements with city schools. We are always an afterthought. NAN is so disconnected with James Bay communities because their Northwest don't have high schools. NAN only represents the majority of their Northwest communities. NAN doesn't understand our challenges at all. I never hardly see anybody from NAN come to my community, even before I got elected in October. I believe there is another agreement called the reciprocal education agreement that NAN supports. That doesn't work at all for us within our schools. Sadly, NAN doesn't represent our interests in James Bay. On Saturday, this past weekend, we had a community education meeting on Saturday, and we were informed that we have three choices when it comes to the education jurisdiction. Those three choices are through NAN, through Mushkego Council, or community-driven education jurisdiction. This is going to be up to our community members on what they wish to do, how they want to proceed with it. That's what I wanted to say before before the education jurisdiction is completed. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Chief. And I simply wanted to say, because obviously Deputy Grand Chief is not able to be here today, that he has had extensive meetings recently in the last number of months with tribal councils, including Mushkegowuk, and has heard the frustrations you've just expressed right now. And that part of the intention, Chief, of Education Reset is to determine where NAN can strengthen its supports. And so very much an area of concern for Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse. So thank you for that, Chief.
So I'd like to close this portion. There are no other questions. Okay, we got one more. 4:45.
Hello, bonjour. I just got a quick question or a comment. Ogamakan Michael Sugarhead from Nibinuk First Nation. I know in the past, with the Harper government, they lowered the standards of education within First Nation communities. Since then, has there anything been done, or is there anything in this reform that can address that, that can bring our children up to par before they go up to high school, because they're being set up for failure, and it's part of one of the many factors that affect our youth today? Miigwech.
You, Chief. Yeah, definitely, and that's the whole point. And I think that's sad to see that that the Harper government did that, because it did, I guess, segment. A lot of our students are forced to get into workforce and all those other areas. But we have an opportunity to push for that jurisdictional through the through that process. But the NAN reset table, those are the exact things, and that's not a mystery. That's just a fact that the government continues to marginalize our students, and they don't provide the necessary services. And that's why, certain mechanisms such as the reciprocal funding agreement with the province needs to be addressed in those areas. But the NAN reset table takes the strengths of those agreements to make sure that there's accountability mechanisms that are further enforced through law, that they have a legal obligation, not just a fiduciary, like financial, and they don't see us as cash cows without accountability. And that's sad to see that a government like that has kind of went backwards rather than forwards. And I think that's what what we're trying to do with this government, because it is a conservative government now again too, and it's a real challenge to make those changes. But I think with the chiefs are also Truth and Reconciliation, all those foundational documents justifies our own way in terms of moving forward. So I hope that I answered your question, Chief.
Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Chief Sugarhead, I had the honor of visiting your First Nation these past holidays, and got to see your school and your band office and your community, all the good work that your leadership is doing. And I know that I had education in the 6 prior years before becoming Grand Chief, and I've expressed and stressed to our executive that we all have a hand in the education of our young people, the lives of our young people. And when I think about their educational rights and their treaty right to an education also, and the fact that many of our young people are behind when they're going to school in the north, that's something we take very seriously. And that our deputy, I know he's not here, but he speaks very passionately about the fact that our young people need a voice, and he's a very strong voice for that. So I know that if he were here, he'd be expressing to you that he's on it, and that since the Harper years, we don't want to see that again. And we don't want to see the diminishing of our treaty rights. We don't want to see the lack of education and the lack of supports for our children and our high school students, our post-secondary students, those going to university, college, medical school, law school, you name it, that they have all the support they need to ensure that they graduate and that they succeed in life, and whether it's here in Thunder Bay or back home. So I know that our deputy, he takes that question very seriously. I'm sure he's listening, and that we'll ensure that we continue to advocate with those rights.
Looking around the room, see any hands up? So thank you for your good questions and direction that gives them the work that they need to do. This very important subject, education reset. So with that, I'm going to give it to my co-chair, Adam.
Miigwech. Thank you, Connie. So it's now, what time is it? 4:50, and we have 4 more agenda items. Is your 4 very important agenda items. So we're going to change things up a little bit. We were going to go in camera, deal with an in-camera issue, come back, deal with other issues, and then go in camera again. It doesn't make sense to do that. So we're going to go to the agenda item at 2:45. We're going to do the Undrip update. And then following the Undrip update, we'll do Bill 21. That's the amendment to the firearms legislation. We'll see what time looks like after that. We may defer the in-camera items to tomorrow morning. So that's probably what we'll do. So we'll target 2 more agenda items, and then we'll move to tomorrow morning. With that, for tomorrow morning, what we're going to say is we'll start at 9 a.m. The agenda says 9:30, but we'll get started right at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So with that, Deputy Grand Chief Achnibe Neskam and Ovid Mercady, Natalie Bingus will be coming up, and this is the update on Undrip.
Miigwech. Thank you, Swegumakanak, for your the statements, comments, feedback, input. Very important that we, at the non-executive and the citizens of Nishnawbe Aski Nation hear that. I know we're nearing the end of the day, but we are committed to sharing this information with you. I'm going to be sharing this presentation with our Director of Justice, Natalie Bingus, our Policy Analyst, Stephen Lee, and our advisor, Ovid Mercady. So we're going to proceed with presenting our presentation and updates. So we're going to begin with Natalie.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Bingus, and I'm the director of our current NAN Justice Department. Tomorrow you will hear our presentation that will outline the changes to the department that is undertaking to define what our department's role is in the justice system. I'd like to thank our elders, Terry and Barney, for the opening prayer this morning. I'd like to acknowledge the drum, the sacred items in the room, and our ancestors who have led the way for us. Chimigwech to our advisory councils, our elders, women, and youth who are integral to this work. I want to say Chimigwech to the NAN chiefs who we are presenting this information to, and we seek your feedback and direction for the submission of this report. This presentation builds upon what we presented at Kiwewin last summer and the NAN engagement on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People on September 15th. Before I proceed, I'd like to thank our writing team who drafted this report and our advisor, Ovid Mercady, Justice Policy Analyst Stephen Lee, Legal Advisor Mike Sherry and Martha Loon, and myself drafted this report. As a small team currently, this report would not be possible without their expertise, thoughts, and efforts, so Chimigwech. For the purposes of this presentation, we'll go through the PowerPoint presentation quickly. I'm going to ask Stephen, our Justice Policy Analyst, to go through some of the slides, and I will follow with discussing the report. Before Stephen begins, I want to add that pending approval from you, the chiefs, we have noticed some minor edits that we'll fix prior to submission. We'd like to submit this report as soon as possible for the draft action plan. Stephen?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Natalie. So Some of this is found in the briefing note, so I will be very brief because I know where we're at in terms of wanting this to finish sooner than later. So as we know, Undrip was adopted by the United Nations over 15 years ago. There's a timeline at the end of the report that you were given that shows how we've come to this place, but needless to say, Nan Chiefs in Assembly have supported Undrip far before Canada was willing to support it. Through resolutions back in 2010, there was Resolution 1006 and Resolution 1065 that gave us clear mandates to implement the Undrip. The Undrip is also supported by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. Finally, in 2016, Canada fully endorsed the Undrip, but only in 2021 did it actually put a plan in place through the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, or the Undrip Act as we'll be referring to it. To implement the mandates that we had been given through resolutions from Chiefs in Assembly, NAN applied, the NAN Justice Department applied and received partial funding to complete an engagement on the Undrip. This Undrip Act includes several provisions, including the rejection of all forms of colonialism, the commitment to take all measures necessary to align Canada's laws with the Undrip, monitoring and oversight of the implementation of the Undrip, and annual reports to Parliament on the anniversary of the Act. So they've already published one of these reports if you're interested. As I said, NAN responded to the call for proposals to complete an Undrip project. Our goal with that project was to have a 3-day summit to discuss these issues and to meet the high bar of free, prior, and informed consent on these issues, but Canada was unwilling to fully fund that project. And so we were given partial funding and have attempted to still complete the task, including the 1-day engagement on September 15th that was made possible by the in-kind contributions of NAPS and NAN Legal, and we're very grateful to those organizations for that. Chiefs gathered in September to discuss these issues, and we left it to the chiefs to decide what issues should come up in the Undrip report. So as you're reading through this report, and Natalie will get into it further, the issues that are in there came from that engagement with chiefs to say that Undrip can't be claimed to be fully implemented if there's still health issues on reserve, unresolved, if there's still drinking water advisories, for example, and you'll see several long-standing issues presented in the report. Our project has come together in this report, again, as Natalie mentioned, with advisory help from Mike Sherry and Ovid Mercredi, and we've drafted this report, which we're presenting here to you. It went out on Sunday, the electronic copy, and then you were given it as well as part of the package. Natalie's going to get into more about the report, and so I'll pass it back to her.
So I'd like to ask all of you, if you have your Undrip report in front of you, to grab it, because I'll be referring to some of the highlights in the report. So for the purposes of the report, it was to ensure that the 49 sovereign First Nations of NAN Territory have input into the action plan, to provide the issues and concerns they identified, the recommendations and priorities, and to advise the Government of Canada how or why the declaration should or should not be implemented. There are 113 recommendations drafted for this submission, and the information was gathered through in-person and virtual engagement sessions with 21 NAN chiefs who attended the September 15th, 2022 engagement in Thunder Bay, along with our advisory council, in October and late November. The report is not exhaustive, and we understand that we need to continue to gather more information. For background, the NAN Chiefs in Assembly met 3 days to discuss justice and policing issues in September. The NAN Chiefs discussed the issues that were top of mind and discussed engagement questions that were focused on legislation, policy, and programs that impact your community. When we first started to imagine the engagement, it was a daunting task. If Undrip is about self-determination, free, prior, informed consent, and the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples of the world, among other articles, where do we even start? Research and conversations with our Undrip project advisor, Ovid, about what does the legislation say, what is this exercise about, is what led us to our drafting of our questions. We didn't have the 3 days originally imagined, but 1 day to gather information to submit for the draft action plan. The report is 75 pages and in 3 sections with an appendix and references for you to consider. The first section explains to the reader who is NAN, our 3 nations, the Nishnawbe, the Anishinaabe, and the Ushkegumuk, who are the inherent rights holders and were given by the Creator, and is still the basis for the collective and individual identities of all of the 49 sovereign NAN First Nations. The people of the land, we heard today, have lived on their traditional lands with the full rights of sovereign nationhood since time immemorial. The collective and individual inherent rights held by these 3 nations have never been reduced or extinguished in any agreement with the British Crown or its colonial governments. Our treaty rights have been consistently asserted through treaties number 5 and number 9. Our rights have been asserted in the public 1977 NAN Declaration of the Nishnawbe Aski, the NAN Youth Declaration, in 2016, and the NAN Women's Declaration in 2019. Our treaties are sacred documents that shape our relationship with the federal and provincial partners. Canada and Ontario have an obligation to honor our treaties and to live up to their commitments to our people. There is a lot of work to do in this country before true reconciliation can be achieved, and our treaties must be our guide. That profound statement was by our Grand Chief, Derek Fox, in 2021. Chimigwech, Grand Chief, for your ongoing commitment to treaties number 5 and number 9. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People affirms the inherent rights of NAN First Nations. Section 1 also identifies our subject matter experts, who are comprised of NAN chiefs and their citizens and the independent communities, NAN citizens both on and off reserve, NAN advisory councils, our tribal councils, independent communities, and the NAN affiliated organizations on how the Undrip should or should not be implemented within NAN First Nations territory. If you haven't done so already, I'd like you to open the report to pages 5 and 6. Sorry, I guess I should have did this. Pages 5 and 6, you'll see the overview of the comments that were received during our engagement with the First Nation leadership, advisory councils, and NAN staff that were there for the day. The issues that came up, and of course this list isn't exhaustive, was free, prior, informed consent, lands, shared jurisdiction, education and training, resource extraction in the Ring of Fire, health, mental health, substance use and addictions, language, housing and infrastructure, fire safety and emergency services, justice and legal systems, implementation of the Undrip, governance, child welfare, monitoring and oversight, quality of life, disposal of nuclear waste, citizenship, water, and climate emergencies are just among some of the issues that were brought forward. The NAN Justice Department's role was facilitative for knowledge mobilization internally and externally. NAN resolutions were researched and reviewed that corresponded with the 19 themes identified during engagement, and the subheadings are for the reader's information. Section 3 of the report expands what was heard in detail. There is a general disclaimer for the report. The views expressed at the engagement sessions are those of many individuals. These individuals have not been identified in this report. The individual views expressed do not necessarily reflect the official positions of NAN, which are governed by the NAN Chiefs in Assembly resolutions. Section 1 describes our Justice Department's role in this engagement and the steps that we employed to get to today, and you'll hear later suggested next steps. The section ends with NAN has generated many sectoral reports outlining the challenges and the issues that NAN First Nations experience. Collaborative efforts between the NAN Justice Department and the NAN Governance and Treaty Department throughout the engagement produced a copy of the NAN submission to the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples in 1993. On page 12, you'll see a quote. In 1993, the NAN Chiefs had submitted, "We have inherent rights of government that our treaties reinforce our nation-to-nation relationship with Canada and our government-to-government relationship with Ontario, that our Aboriginal rights to hunting, fishing, and trapping are not only sacred, rights flowing from the Creator, but rights which we've also guaranteed in our treaties. And finally, it is their view that our ancestors never agreed to give up such life-sustaining elements as land, water, and resources in the treaties, because doing so would break the sacred cycle of life." We learned through research and engagement that we would need to tell NAN's story, and what does that entail? A NAN-specific approach is always advocated for and mandated by NAN Chiefs in Assembly. Why? Because nobody knows the NAN communities more than the NAN citizens and leadership themselves. Every NAN community is unique and has each of their own history and intergenerational knowledge passed down. Each community possesses its own laws, protocols, processes, and as such, the report clearly states engagement and consultation and discussion must be with each NAN community, with each community having their own stories to share and are the experts and know what is best for their communities. Self-determination is critical to the Undrip. Conversations about the Undrip Act and the ongoing NAN-specific approach are required to satisfy NAN Resolution 1006 and 1065. Our inherent rights and treaty rights holders from NAN First Nations must lead approaches to implementing across NAN First Nations territory. We reviewed the information that was available on the Department of Justice website, and there is a lot of language and messaging that we need to pay attention to. The Prime Minister of Canada has mandated each of his federal ministers and their respective departments to implement the Undrip. We see this as an opportunity to start conversations that are multi-sectoral in nature. The themes that arose from the engagements were highlighted in the report as well, such as jurisdictional ambiguity with federal provincial laws and how they contradict one another. NAN communities are all too aware of jurisdictional confusion. The delegates at the engagement were very clear. Ontario has jurisdiction over many matters directly relevant to First Nations, and the province of Ontario needs to be held accountable under the Undrip. We heard yesterday and today the impacts when services and programs are limited with our communities, what they experience challenges across the territory. Access and availability of programs and services is as much a jurisdictional issue as it is a matter of substantive equality and requires in-depth identification who is responsible as government partners. Page 16 of the report highlights NAN Resolution 2223, the declaration of a territorial state of emergency to highlight the social determinants of health. It asserted mental health, addiction, and various social issues caused by colonialism, historical and intergenerational trauma impact our communities at an alarming rate. Chronic lack of housing, infrastructure, economic opportunities, access to clean water, affordable food, and basic necessities continue. Access and availability and the social determinants of health are factors that require immediate consideration through the lens of Undrip and the Federal Undrip Act. Section 3 of the report focuses on the comments received throughout the engagement, and these issues are discussed. They were not predetermined, and the issues and priorities that we gathered were top of mind. These initial priorities and recommendations for the draft action plan, again, shouldn't be seen as exhaustive. Key findings from the engagement: First Nations are the rights holders, and they are entitled to nation dialogue. There should be a non-First Nation specific approach for the implementation of the declaration as mandated by Chiefs in Assembly. Implementation of the Undrip and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peoples Act, that's the federal legislation, requires participation of the Ontario government. This was loud and clear at the September 15th engagement. The Government of Canada has an obligation to apply the principle of free, prior, and informed consent in the implementation of the Declaration and the Undrip Act. Our First Nations identified that more education and management and engagement with communities at the grassroots level is required for non-citizens and communities to understand it and the impacts as they continue to assert and exercise their rights. The federal government is a treaty partner with fiduciary obligations, so it is crucial that the non-First Nations continue this process. The federal government has stated and clearly delineated in Section 5 of the Undrip Act that the Government of Canada must, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people, take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration. It is also said that all federal legislation will be reviewed and amended and required to align with the Declaration. I want to bring your attention back to the slideshow now and focus on some suggested next steps. Some of the next steps that we've learned throughout this process is that, well, certainly the next step for us would be, upon approval, to submit to government. Canada is going to be publishing the draft Undrip plan, action plan, in February or March of this year, and the opportunity to comment before the action plan is finalized will be undertaken, and Mike Sherry will be waiting for that information, and he'll get to work on that. The action plan must be finalized by June 21st, 2023, so we have a short time frame. Ongoing review and amendments of federal legislation to align them with the Undrip. That is, the legislation requires this. There are worrying signs as to the seriousness of Canada. For example, you heard Mike Sherry talk about Bill C-38, Indian Act registration amendments, tabled in December of 22, violates the Undrip principles of the inherent right, First Nations jurisdiction over citizenship, and FIPIC. This slide was created based on what we were looking at in terms of what we've learned from the engagement through, and also pre-engagement research and ongoing research. But most importantly, the next steps are based on what the mandate has said. And NAN Resolution 1065 requires that we fully implement Undrip in NAN territory. So we know that we have some next steps ahead of us. I do need to say that, we're at the end of our runway, but we'll do what we can. Funding for this project does end March 31st, so we'll do what we can to keep going. But I'll leave it there, and we have Ovid McCurdy. He needs no introduction to come say a few words. Thank you.
Been a long day, and I thank you for maintaining your support for the people that work for you in advancing whatever measures you've decided to support that you want NAN to advance. My role here is just as an advisor and to help out where I can in terms of the work that Deputy Grand Chief is doing about the way forward on how we could use the declaration to our advantage. But I wanted to make it very clear first that the declaration is not the source of our rights. Neither is the Constitution of Canada or the Indian Act. Our rights pre-exist the settlement of this country. They pre-exist the Royal Proclamation of 1763, and they pre-exist Confederation of 1867. Our rights belong to us. They come from our history. They come from our culture. They come from our way of life. And they also come from our belief system. That's where our rights come from. Now, when we look at things like the Declaration, we can utilize the Declaration as a tool to advance our inherent rights to govern ourselves, our right to treaty implementation, our right to define who our citizens are, and so on. And here in this country, we have the added power that's been granted to us in some ways, indirectly, by a federal law that adopts the Declaration. And what that federal law says is important for two reasons. One is it says the Government of Canada, in consultation with us as Indigenous people, will take measures necessary to ensure that their laws are consistent with the Declaration. And it also says, in the same piece of legislation, that Canada as a country, and the federal government in particular, will be obligated to take measures to address injustices, and so on and so on and so on, right? So it is a tool, because it is a tool that has been given some power by federal law. Because by itself as a declaration, it's just that, it's a declaration of rights. But the federal law adds some flavor to it, giving us some opportunity to use it to get them to take a sincere approach to different articles that we want to advance. Now, for example, if you look at some of the articles in the Declaration, and I'm just going to focus on one, Article 26. Article 26 impacts a lot of communities right now when it comes to development of our lands and our resources in your territory. It applies in particular to the Ring of Fire. It's something that those First Nations can use to their advantage to advance their control of their territory and their resources. Because the government is required to make sure that their laws comply with Article 26, and the government is required to take measures to make sure that Article 26 is implemented. So it is a tool. But it's all subject to what we call political will. And it's not always there. And that's where advocacy comes in. That's where organizations like AFN and NAN become important to advancing your rights as a people. And I just wanted to highlight that. It's not the source of our rights, but nonetheless, it is a tool that we can utilize to make sure that the laws that harm our people now don't harm our people going forward, And the laws that prevent our people from ownership of their lands and their resources don't continue to exist in the statute of this country. This is why this declaration is important, and I think why this work that's being done by your technical staff could result in some strategies that you need to develop yourselves as chiefs together with your leadership here. Like, for example, and I'll just use this example of Chief Morris in terms of his community, how they prevented a mine from happening in their territory by political action. If the government is honest, and if they actually say what their law says they're supposed to do, that kind of political action in the future should not be required for your land rights to be recognized and so forth. Now, maybe that's placing a lot of high expectations on the government of Canada, and maybe too much trust in terms of them making sure they would do the right thing. But that's what we have. That's what we have. We have to believe. But belief by itself is not enough. And that's why we need plans. And we have to utilize these provisions to our advantage. And it's not enough to say it's weak, it's not comprehensive. The fact of the matter is that it was developed over time through many meetings internationally, and we have many people to thank for that, like really Little Child and people like that. And indigenous people from all over the world were part of this process, from South America. And the Sami were part of that, the Australians, the Aborigines were part of it. And this is the product that they were able to produce for our benefit. And here in this country, and I repeat myself here, we have a federal law that says they have to comply with this declaration and take measures to make sure that the provisions are honored and implemented. That's why I think the next step in terms of the work plan that the federal government has intended should be more resourced, that there should be more adequate funding for groups like NAN to have full capacity to talk to their people about this declaration and the federal law and how they could utilize it. And that's entirely up to your Grand Chief and your executive to lobby for that kind of measures to make sure that the next step, the action plan reflects what you've heard so far, but also that you get more resources to carry on with that dialogue with your own communities. And the chair said that there's more people coming after me, so I better stop right now. We're saying, ask one.
We get Ovid and the team for the updates on Undrip. So chiefs, I still see a lot of chiefs around the table, so I'd like to commend you for your dedication. We have one more that we would like to deal with today. The in-camera sessions, we actually have 3 in-camera sessions. We'll defer those for tomorrow morning. So we'll start those at 9 o'clock. Reminder, 9 o'clock. But one more fairly important issue. And the agenda item is Bill 21. That's the amendment to the Firearms Act. I know it's a very important issue. It's a heavy issue. A lot of our people will be affected. Personally, I will be affected with one of my rifles that I use for harvesting traditional food. So it is a big impact. And so really glad that the executive has set up this agenda item. So we have a number of guests. 2 guests, I think, that are going to be joining us virtually, but I'm going to ask Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty Nishnawbe Aski to introduce and lead the discussion.
much. Thank you very much. And again, thank you, leadership. I know it's been a long day. So we, the executive thought it was very important that we put this particular item on the agenda. It will impact many of us. And so we have a presenter from the First Peoples Law. Her name is Kate Gunn, and she's going to be joining us from Vancouver. And I also have requested the assistance of Irene Linklater, who is the director of Nishnawbe Aski Legal Services, for any type of implementation. We will, whether it's community engagement or gathering information from and feedback from the communities. That's where we're going to be calling upon Irene and Linklater and Nishnawbe Aski Legal Services to help us. So she is here in the room to listen to the presentation and the feedback from the leadership. But at this time, we're going to be calling upon Kate Gunn to make a presentation on this particular Bill C-21 and how it will impact and also suggested action items. So, okay, go ahead, Ms. Gunn. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I just joined in now, so just a quick introduction to let you know who I am. I'm Kate Gunn. I'm a lawyer and partner at First Peoples Law. We are based here in Vancouver, but do a lot of work right across the country, particularly on treaty issues. And so understanding was that today the objective was just to provide a brief overview and update of some of the issues and concerns that are coming up around Bill C-21, which is the proposed federal amendments to the long gun registry. I'm just going to pause and just check. Would it be helpful for me to, with the PowerPoint, or just to kind of run through the main points? I can do either.
Actually, we can hear you fine. Your screen is frozen, so your video is frozen. But I believe we're going to check to see, do we have her PowerPoint? We do have it here.
Okay.
And we'll manually, oh, there it is. We'll manually go through. So just let us know when to flip the page.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we can do that. I bring it up. Hopefully my camera will become unfrozen soon. Yeah, so maybe whoever's got the controls, if you just want to flip to that page. Perfect, thank you. So I thought what I'll do is I'll just very quickly run through the points on the slide, and then I'll stop and see if there's questions or comments or anything. If anything comes up in the meantime, though, just let me know. So an overview of what the bill is. It is introduced by the Liberal government. It's part of the federal government's strategy to reduce gun violence in Canada. It was first introduced in the House of Commons in 2022. It's passed first and second reading in Parliament, and right now it's before the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. My understanding is there's no defined timeline, but that the committee will be producing a report, and then it goes back to the House of Commons for further reading, third reading after that. If you can just flip to the next page on the PowerPoint. Thanks. So originally, the version of the bill that passed the first and second reading in the House was targeted primarily at possession of handguns. But after second reading, the government has introduced further amendments right around the end of 2022. And concerns have been raised because those amendments expand the bill quite a bit. And it looks like it would expand to include prohibitions on guns, including rifles and long guns that are often used by hunters. And the bill as drafted doesn't include any exemptions for Indigenous peoples exercising treaty rights to hunt or anything specific around protecting treaty rights or around protecting sustenance hunting. You flip to the next slide. So over the course of the past couple of months before Christmas, a number of groups appeared before the public committee and raised concerns. Firstly, that the bill will affect Indigenous peoples' treaty right to hunt because it goes further than the original prohibitions on shotguns to include guns that are used for hunting. Secondly, that it will disproportionately affect people in remote communities who rely on hunting for sustenance. And third, the concern that it'll contribute to existing discriminatory policing practices and negative interactions with law enforcement. I think one of the related concerns to that has been that there hasn't been a great deal of clarity right now in how the bill will be communicated to people. So there's a concern that folks might be out hunting and wouldn't know that they are in contravention of the law until they're actually charged with something. So just in general, I think as an additional concern here is a lack of clear communication right now from the federal government. Can we flip to the next slide? In terms of where the bill is at, it needs to pass a third reading in the House of Commons, and then it needs to go through first, second, and third reading in the Senate. I think it's in a bit of a gray area right now because in response to the criticisms over the recent amendments, Canada is committed to undertaking a further review to ensure that it doesn't target the use of firearms for hunting. So right now we've kind of got one bill that was voted on, passed first and second reading. Then it was revised, and I think there was, in light of the criticism, there's a strong possibility that we can expect further revisions, potentially walking back some of those expansions or at least clarifying them. And then I've just got one more slide if we can flip.
Are you there, Kate? Is she off? Yeah, we did. So it looks like we've lost Kate. I think she had a bit of a weak signal, so we'll see if she can get back on. But we are listening to a presentation with Kate Gunn, talking about guns. That's why we chose her. So we'll just give her a second. Hopefully she can log back in. I just want to make sure, do we have, was this presentation handed out? Do you have a copy? Okay. We just want to make sure you have a copy. There are some recommendations that the firm is recommending, which I think are important, providing some options, recommendations, and looking for some direction. The executive is looking for direction from the Assembly. Maybe if we can, if somebody has, one of the staff has her contact number, or if we can give her a quick call. Okay, I think we're working on it. See if she can join. The other option is, I don't know, can we have her join by phone? Is that an option? Okay, she can join by phone. So we'll work on that, get her back up. We would like to go through, I know that the issue is fairly important. We had two, okay, very good. I was going to mention, I'll go to Chief Wesley, but we had Chief Wesley and Frank McKay move a resolution at the AFN dealing with this issue. So it is a very important issue. So while we're waiting, Chief Wesley.
Good evening, everyone. You're all tired. I want to get on with my evening too, but it's been a good day. We had some good food, some good laughs. But anyhow, I just wanted to make a general statement. Been sitting here 2 days, and every other Chiefs meeting we've had, it's been a rehash of the same old things. I've been here 25 plus years. It's the same thing. Nothing's changed. The ongoing, continuous discussion on rights, treaty rights, the abuses of our people. And I don't know how long I can do this. I said this again back in 2015. I don't know how long I can do this anymore. I'm tired. I sit 3 days, 14, 16-hour days at these Chiefs meetings. I say the same things over and over, each one of us. And I've seen reports here about murdered and missing women, or women being thrown in the dump. All sorts of things happening to us. You know, every piece of discussion material we've had today and yesterday, it's an infringement on the treaty rights of our people at Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Every single piece of paper that's been put before me has been on that infringement. I can't believe I'm so tired. My body just aches how tired I am from the same old things. And I gotta ask you, when are you gonna put a stop to it? We're just gonna react every Chiefs meeting. We're gonna debate the papers. We're gonna debate rights issues. When is it gonna stop? There is only one way to stop this. We have to start over somewhere. And we have to stop doing this and start a process that ultimately gives us our land back. I know in itself that's going to be a long process if you take into consideration what happened in Africa. But the reality is, it has to stop somewhere. There's got to be some point where we have to really sit back and stop honoring these damn treaties. We are at a time and place where there's been enough case law in Ontario and in Canada. You just simply push it over, and that's the end of the number of treaties. It has to end at some point. We have to begin a new process and a new path forward where we actually look at taking our country back. Because these people that washed ashore don't know how to run our country. We were doing just fine before they got here. This Bill C-21 attacks my basic right to survive. If I can't feed my family, what else am I going to do? Along with all the other treaty right infringements that we've dealt with over the past 30 years, what else are we going to do? This Bill C-21 really drives a nail into me. And to me, it's the final straw, because this is something that actually attacks something The basic fundamental right that I have is the ability to feed my family. And you have somebody over there in Parliament Hill taking that away because they can't control violence on the streets. I wanted to urge the chiefs to put some thought into that. Seriously. We can't do this anymore. It's got to stop soon. NAN has always taken a leadership position nationally, and we will continue to do that. And we did that when we didn't see any movement on Bill C-21 at the AFN Assembly. I think as an organization, NAN is in a position to take a lead in ending these infringements on our rights. And we take a different path forward. And I think we need to seriously think about how we're going to do that very soon. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. So I think I got the message here that Kate is back on, either virtually or, okay. I'm just wondering, can we finish the presentation or is it?
Just
Oh,
quick,
okay.
I thought there was a question about, advising the executive on action. I'm just wondering if there isn't an issue about duty to consult in that lawyer's summary, and if that can't be the crux of an argument with consultation to the communities, as the chief was so heartfelt mentioning that this is about survival, and deep consultation on the bill is required with our nations. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much, Proxy Jason Batiste. So I think we have Kate on the line, either by phone or video. Kate, are you there? We have her on. Can you tell? Kate, are you there? Just looking to the staff in the back. She is on. Kate, maybe you're on mute. Maybe on mute. I think unmute is probably *6. *9. 0. I'm getting hand signals now. Are you there, Kate? I'm told that she is on. Is it video or phone? Okay. So Kate, if you can hear us, you are on the phone. We can't hear you. You've been unmuted from our end. Is that correct? So, okay. You're not muted from our end. You're muted from your end, Kate. If you can unmute. And what does she push? *6. Okay. *6 to unmute. Go ahead and start. There we are.
Okay, sorry about that. I pressed *6 so many times and then it worked just now. Okay. Yeah, sorry about the technical issues, and I'm glad to be able to rejoin by phone. I'm not sure when I dropped off before. Was it after I'd gone through all the slides, or somewhere in the middle?
No, somewhere, the slide that we're on, they're not numbered, but it starts with Bill C-21 has the potential to infringe.
Okay, yeah, so that's good. That's the last slide. So I heard just a little bit when I joined back in on mute, the chief's comments about those deep and serious concerns about what the bill can do to the exercise of treaty rights and being able to feed yourselves, feed your families. And then I think there was a question in terms of action items and legal next steps around duty to consult stuff. And so that's part of what our recommendation is that it is a good time for NAN to take a strong position that, firstly, the bill can't be passed in its current form, but secondly, that there needs to be deep, meaningful consultation before further steps are made, and that those concerns that the chief has raised and that are highlighted in the first part of this PowerPoint are addressed first before those steps are taken. Without, depending on what the bill looks like, if it's passed into law in its existing form, there may be the possibility of legal challenges based on the basis it infringes your treaty rights. But before that happens, but before it becomes law, we think it would put you in a stronger position, both in terms of having the concerns addressed or being able to challenge it later. If you're on the record with Canada now, being really clear about those concerns and the expectation around consultation. Does that address the question that was asked before, or are there others that I can try to speak to?
Yeah, it wasn't a specific question. I think what I was saying while we were trying to get you back on the line was that you may have some recommendations or some options.
Mm-hmm.
An assembly here can consider. So we did have two speakers. You did hear the tail end of Chief Wesley talking about the challenges, the fact that this takes away our right to basically survive, our right to harvest food and survive. And the other comment was that can we use, and I don't want to paraphrase Jason, but basically the duty to consult. There was no consultation in the development of this bill.
Yeah, and so I think like the short answer is I think yes, you can. I think the fact that there hasn't been consultation puts Canada in not a very strong position right now. Because the bill hasn't been passed into law, and there's a number of other steps that have to take place before it is passed, you can't challenge it yet. You can't challenge a bill until it becomes law. So right now, our main recommendation is to contact Canada, set out your concerns, and go on record with the expectation that the duty to consult needs to be met. If it's not, and the bill gets passed into law in its current form, then you might have grounds to challenge it at that point.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So while you're on the line, I just want to confirm that had you completed the PowerPoint presentation, or is there anything else that you can share at this point?
Yeah, so I completed the PowerPoint presentation. I sent along also just a memo with some of the issues that I outlined in the PowerPoint and options for the chiefs in a little bit further detail. So hopefully you have that. If you don't, let me know and I can send it to someone to get to you. It doesn't include new information, but it fleshes it out in a little bit more detail.
So I'm just going to clarify. Chiefs, do you have that memo? There was a memo that was shared. I just want to make sure. Okay, very good. The chiefs do have the memo, and I believe as part of that, there are some recommendations. So we did get some direction that we do need to take steps. We need to proceed. And at this point, I'm going to open up the floor if there's any more comments or questions from the chiefs. Frank McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a few comments in relation to Bill C-21. I think one of the responsibilities that NAN has is to sound the alarm when there's a threat to our treaty and Aboriginal rights. And I think, when we're in the FN, it wasn't even on the agenda. And it's an important piece of legislation that's going to continue to diminish our treaty and Aboriginal rights. Their promises that they made when they came from across the ocean to our territories, and they helped themselves to our lands and resources. Yet we signed a treaty, and they continue to abrogate from that commitments that they made. And this is an example, extreme example of one of the things. This is what, as we refer today, is a fight for survival of our people. So I think we need to do more in relation to protecting this right. It's our treaty right, and it's our inherent right, and we need to protect the livelihood of our people and our lands. I don't know where the process is in relation to first reading, second reading, and so on. How far up the, how far, what the steps are before it becomes law? And where can we intervene? There was no consultation whatsoever on this legislation, and it's going to affect our treaty rights. One of the things I think we need to develop is a strategy in relation to how we can ensure, that our treaty rights are protected. Either we stop it, or we get them to amend the legislation that says treaty rights holders are exempted from this legislation because of their treaties. Somehow or another, we need to be assured, that the government, takes serious, that those commitments that were made when we signed the treaty. The other thing too is we need to know exactly the stages of before it becomes law, before it becomes too late. The first reading is happened already, second reading and so on, but there's going to be a third reading, I think, and then the Senate, I'm not sure exactly what steps are being undertaken. Is there opportunity for presentations to be made to the standing committee who's developing this process? And if so, when are those available that, we can direct NAN to go and make a presentation at how it's going to affect our people in our NAN territory. And also we should raise a campaign awareness. We need to get the NDP, Jagmeet Singh and his team, to oppose this bill from passing, unless we get thoroughly consulted on this project and we consent to it. So I think we need to have, a clear strategy in relation to how we don't lose our rights in relation to as it pertains to this legislation. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Proxy Frank McKay. So some good direction from the floor already, and the executive is taking note. Frank, you did have a question. Was that just a general question, or did you want the...
Yeah, that was a question I was asking in relation to the process of a piece of paper becoming law. Mm-hmm. And where do we intervene, or where do we have been put in the process? And also, there was no duty to consult process. Mm-hmm. According to their law, they're supposed to do that. Thank you.
Very good. So I'm going to turn it over to Kate Gunn, if you're still there, by phone. The question,
yes,
if you didn't hear it. Okay, did you hear the question okay?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, thank you. So just in terms of where the bill is at right now and opportunities to intervene, the original version of the bill, the one that didn't include these additional restrictions, that passed first and second reading. Then the federal government, close to the end of 2022, introduced these expanded prohibitions on certain types of firearms. That's the bill that is now before the standing committee. My understanding is that the committee has completed its process. So it's heard from a number of Indigenous organizations, I believe AFN, FSIN, and BCAFN, and that it will be providing a report to Parliament. After that happens, there'll be third reading of Parliament, and then the first, second, and third readings at the Senate. So as of right now, my understanding is that there's no further committee hearings scheduled for this bill in the House. However, because of the controversy that the introduction of the new expanded version generated, I think there is a window of opportunity for NAM to reach out to ask for a formal opportunity to be heard and make presentations before the House before it goes further. If that's not possible, I think there will be further opportunities to do so when it reaches the Senate process. And then just to speak to the point around the duty to consult and the need to develop a kind of overarching strategy. I think we've heard, the importance of either having the bill stopped or amended so that it ensures that treaty rights are protected, so that the bill doesn't apply to people who are out exercising a treaty right to hunt. And in terms of putting you in a stronger position to either do that or to challenge the bill later if it gets passed, that's why we recommend, in addition to exploring those formal opportunities before Parliament or the Senate, that you also reach out to Canada now to go on record with your concerns and to just reiterate to them that they have an obligation to consult with you about this and that it needs to take place now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Chief Munoz, Nishnawbe.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I know it's been a long day, but we know how important these issues are, the issues that we are talking about and sharing, and the communities that we all come from. Some of the areas we come from are untouched. There's an abundance of life in our areas. So I come from one of those areas. We see our people, especially our young people, able to do what they need to do, to be one with the land and what the creation offers for us as Nishnawbe. I think this presentation that was provided clearly demonstrates the blatant attempt from the government. Even when the government said that, the Prime Minister said that this is the I guess the most important people that he wanted to strike a good relationship with. And yet his government is pursuing this, trying to basically erode our rights, our identity, I guess, in terms of how we go about when we go on the land, when we're able to hunt. I was just reflecting on our youth and our people back home, how this would impact our people if this became into law. And pretty much I share the views of other chiefs and delegates that are here, that it is going to impact our people. And I think it falls, for me, the fact that our people are being attacked. They're trying to minimize what we have. And to say that we should write, we should explore how we can get involved. I think that's not, for me, that's not good enough. When you're dealing with your life, when you're dealing with your way of life, of your people, the people that are in your community, the young ones, the ones that consider the land sacred, the ones that they're able to harvest some traditional food, for example. Those are the impacts, those are the issues that I'm thinking about right now. And I know the legal counsel, the firm, did a legal review and opinion to simply say that we're going to explore or write letters, try to figure out how we're going to try to protect our rights as people. I think it falls short what we need to do. I think it's important that we have to take a stronger position, stance on this. This is blatant. This is something that's been in the works, and they're just using things to try to get this thing through. They're not going to listen to the First Nations in terms of how we approach. And I think we need to have a stronger position because we're dealing with our people's God-given rights, the rights that they got from the Creator. Our creation stories tells us where we got our rights, where we got our inherent rights, why we have jurisdiction, why we have title, why the lands that they say they have, Canada and Ontario, these are stolen lands from our people. Now what do they want to do with this bill? They want to take away our rights, the rights we have for generations, for centuries, since time immemorial. And what are we going to do? What are we going to consider? We're going to write. We're going to explore opportunities. With all due respect, I think we need to do more. We need to do more to ensure that the rights of our people, not just within the context of Canadian law, but within the rights that we have under the Creator, under our inherent rights. And that's what's being, that's what they're trying to trample on. And it's something that we need to, that's gonna be strong. It's like we don't matter, or we don't exist within the context of Canadian law or the Canadian society. In the presentation, my community, my young people, our young people, our people that live, go on the land, will be impacted. Even if it was passed already, the people that go hunting this weekend would be impacted. And what Chief Wesley said, it impacts our families. It impacts our ability to provide our loved ones, our families, to feed ourselves, to feed them, to feed our elders, to harvest something from the land and give it to our community. That's what our young people do in our community. It's not just for them, it's not just for their families. That's why it's really, when I say blatant and very offensive what Canada is trying to do to our people, it attacks people. It attacks our people that are in the community, that don't necessarily, we don't know about, but they go out. They go on the land. If they're fortunate, they'll hunt, they'll shoot, they'll harvest a moose. All those things. And what are we saying based on the presentation, based on the legal review? We have to go beyond. The recommendation that's being put forth by the legal counsel. We have to do something beyond, because where are they going to stop? When is Canada actually going to consider us real partners, real nations within our treaty that we signed with them? They don't respect us. They don't respect our rights. They're going to trample our rights whenever they get a chance. And this is a prime example here. This is a prime example trying to trying to take away our rights, especially our people back home. I think we have an obligation in this assembly to do something that's more robust, that's going to take more than just writing, exploring, playing with, trying to do something within the context of the Canadian legal system or the laws that Canada has. They're not going to stop. We seriously have to consider how we want to truly assert our rights, our title. Nations gayayang. And I think that's something that requires a more how that's going to be. Because we're talking about our identity. We're talking about our inherent rights. We're talking about our jurisdiction. We're talking about our title. We're talking about a lot more than just a law that's going to infringe on our certain rights. We're talking about a lot of things. And I think that's where the shift has to be focused. Are we bold enough to take that step? To truly assert our rights, our jurisdiction, because bills like this, they will not stop. What's next? Look at it. They attacked our kids on child welfare. Now they're trying to attack our people in terms of hunting, our hunting rights. It's not going to stop. Canada and Ontario are not going to stop trying to trample our rights. There's always going to be something that's going to come out. And what can we do? We need to take back our rightful place as nations, true nations. I think this is something that needs to be looked into. We can do all this within this particular Bill C-21 that's before us. We can write, we can explore, but there's always going to be an issue about what are they going to do next? What are they going to do next? Are they going to attack our elders? Are they going to attack whoever just to meet what they want to do, which is to ultimately get rid of us? To get rid of our rights, to get rid of who we are as Nishnawbe, whether if we're in Nishkanaga or somewhere else. And that's what they've been doing all along. And they're not going to stop. We have to do something beyond than just always responding, reacting to something on what Canada or Ontario does. We have to do something, not just for our generation today, but for future generations. It may take longer, but it's required. If we truly want to assert our rights as nations, our inherent rights, our title, we need to consider something else than just writing or exploring opportunities how we're going to change a bill. This is the bigger question. This is the bigger issue that our people are talking about back home. This is what our creation stories tells us. The God-given rights that we have as nations. And Canada and Ontario will not stop trying to lessen those rights. So I think, I know there's no question there, but clearly I think there is. I just don't feel comfortable. I know it's a legal opinion. I know we can do stuff within the context of the Canadian legal system or the parliamentary system that Canada has as it relates to their lawmaking processes. But I think we need to consider more than that. We need to start somewhere. Because our next generations will be facing these if we don't take that step. If we don't take that rightful place that the Creator gave us. We have those things. I hear a lot of that from our elders. We need to take back our rightful place. We need to take back our lands. We need to take back that our people do matter. And they should be involved in decision making and deciding what their destinies will be. Whatever that may be. So I'm encouraging the Grand Chief and the Executive to explore those things. And let's try to do something that's more than just always responding or reacting to what Canada and Ontario does. Or anybody does to us, to our people. Okay, amigos, Mia.
Amigos, thank you, Chief Muñoz. I think I'll go to Poplar Hill, but what I'm hearing is more needs to be done. That yes, we can do this as recommended by legal counsel, but more needs to be done. I'm also hearing other recommendations around the table. The executive hears that. We'll take that forward. Whether you require a resolution to mandate the executive to explore further options, that's something that can be done. It's a bit late for today to draft a resolution, but something that we can look at hopefully for tomorrow. Chief Howard Comber, Poplar Hill.
Poplar Hill, Chief Howard Comber. I agree completely with Chief Muñoz, but I also want to add that there's something beyond this Bill C that's coming through. What it is it attacks the culture of the people. When individuals in our community go hunting and they harvest perhaps a moose, they don't keep it and throw it in the fridge like the hunters and anglers do. They share, and they have a ritual that goes through with that. So this bill is attacking that as well. But beyond that, I think the province is looking at, and companies are looking at, if this legislation goes through, those in Nishnawbe are not hunting or using the land anymore and giving food to their family. So we can go explore and exploit this place, and we don't even have to consult with them. I think that's what the shadow of this bill is. And I'm vehemently opposed, and I'm hoping that this council here will find ways, and Nan as well, to find forceful ways to get our treaty rights the way where they should be as nation to nation. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Comber. Chief Batiste.
Yeah, I was just chatting with my colleague here too. I wonder if there's, definitely it is an infringement on our rights. You know, like I said at the AFN too, when this bill was presented, I got up and spoke my part on that too. Especially, I spent a lot of time in the bush with my grandkids, and we enjoy that. And we're going to be looking at their kids after that too. It's going to be an infringement forever, pretty much, if we can't change it. But however, another thing too is, do we have a court challenge or something like that, legal? Because it has to be stopped, like all the other chiefs stated their issues, and we're all right on it. It's our livelihood, and that's what it is. And we keep letting them taken away, that's to keep on going and going. And we're not going to have nothing for our grandkids, and so forth. We have to make some sort of a precedent to stop it. So whatever has to be done, a resolution or a mandate for the non-executive to get on the go and challenge it in court or do whatever has to be done. Talk to the other parties that's involved, at the NDP and whatever. Try to stop it. It has to. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can see you waving. Proxy Brenda.
Hi, I'll keep it short and straight to the point.
Speaking for the women on this issue, you know, we do depend on the men to harvest food for us with these guns, but there's also women that do hunt. What comes into play when I think about these rights that are going to be infringed because of this law is that there's a lot of teaching surrounding the hunting and the harvesting, and that's what's going to be taken away, and that's where the education component of our youth. And also, you know, when Chief Monias over there was saying that these were given laws, those are laws that are going to be infringed on when they take away these hunting tools that we need. We had hunting tools, but they took those away and gave us these long guns. Now they're going to take these long guns away, you know. We had to adapt to how we educate our children about the land, the relationship with the land. So that's what my worry is as a woman, is that we depend on the teaching, the connection to the land, and there's also spirituality. So there's a lot of issues here that they're going to have to really put in those, if there's going to be a resolution in place. Good.
Which, very important. Chief Tuito, Airland.
Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. What's next? What are they going through with us now? You know, it's very wrong, you know, even to consider that. They should exempt Indigenous people, our rights. You know, there was a treaty signed, and yet they're still walking all over us. They don't care. You know, we talk about mental and social wellness, and you know, and this is where we get our healing, is when we go out to the lands to hunt, practice our cultures, our traditions. You know, I really support everybody that has spoken here. You know, you guys gave good feedback, and you know, you guys hit the nail, and something needs to be done here. You know, we got to make noise here. You know, we have to position ourselves as Nishnawbe people here. No, we can't be kicked around like this. You know, when is it going to stop? You know, what can we do as Indigenous communities? You know, we're 49 First Nations here and more. You know, we're big. I think we can conquer them in things like this, what they try to do to us here. Like I said, that's our livelihood. That you know, that's where we get our food from when we go out and hunt. That's very important. They cannot take that away from us, or we're going to go out there and with our tomahawks and whatever and pull them out. Okay, gotta take away our guns. Okay, me, I just wanted everybody to laugh, you know, laughter, it's good. Me, I see how silly I get when I start talking on the microphone.
Miigwech, Chief Tuito. And she was looking at me when she said that. Tomahawks. Okay, so we've got some clear direction for the Executive Grand Chief and the Deputy Grand Chiefs on this issue. If they'll take that back, if it requires a resolution, if we're able to have something prepared for tomorrow, they'll do that. Even without a resolution, very clear direction. So thank you very much. So with that, it's almost 6:30. It's been a long day. The other issues will be dealt with in the morning. We actually have 3 in-camera sessions. We'll deal with those first. So reminder, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll start at 9 o'clock. And as indicated yesterday, we won't close with a prayer. The closing prayer and drum will happen at the end of day 3. So with that, good night, get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Miigwech.